This sage is an 8th level mage with the power to overthrow an entire kingdom at any moment. But it was his suspicion of Ian's strength that led the king beside him to plot to poison Ian. Unable to accept this meaningless death, Ian risked everything to use time magic to put everything back in its place. In that moment, his entire life gradually rewound before his eyes. Ian saw many important milestones in his life, and it all seemed like a nightmare. When all those memories were rewound, he woke up in a youthful body with much shorter hair. Ian was so scared that his whole body was trembling. He quickly checked his body but couldn't find any stab wounds or feel any pain at all. This made him think that his magic must have gone wrong. "Ian, what's wrong? Did something happen?" Seeing Ian's pale face, a worried voice suddenly called out from behind. This beautiful blonde-haired woman is actually Ian's mother, but she passed away long ago. Seeing his deceased mother here makes Ian wonder if he has truly succeeded or if he's just meeting her again in hell. He reached out and took his mother's hand. The warm feeling was so real, then Ian spun around to observe the scene behind him. He saw children lining up for the test, surrounded by regional knights maintaining order, and the white flag fluttering atop the ivory tower. It's undeniable, this isn't hell. Ian's magic has succeeded, and he has truly gone back 30 years. The test Ian is seeing is called the Magic Reflex Test, designed to train outstanding mages who form the foundation of Green River's strength, and every child must undergo this test at age 12. The first part is this brain magic test, which serves to reveal magic spells. The second part is the mind magic test, where magic energy is generated, circulated, and stored. Children who pass both tests will immediately be sent to the Magic Academy and may hold some of the nation's powers after graduation. Ian was a bit confused. Returning 30 years into the past seemed much farther than he had thought. Fortunately, the time magic, which he had spent a lot of time studying to atone for his sins, took effect just before he died. At first, Ian only intended to go back to avoid committing his own sins, but in the end, it was Zhang Na who forced him to use it. Many people have had to give up everything for you, and many have lost their lives due to blind loyalty. You, who worshipped loyalty and friendship with Zhang Na, dedicated your whole life, only to be exploited and ultimately betrayed and killed by him. Just thinking about this made Ian furious. And this time, when he rewound time, he decided he could no longer let things unfold that way again. This time, everything will be different. And to do that, he had to find something that was already gone. After adapting to all of this, Ian restored his usual calm demeanor, then bid farewell to his mother, as they called his name on this side. "I will come back later," Ian's gentle smile gradually making his mother feel more at ease. At that moment, she had no idea that her small child's body concealed a man who was over 40 years old. Ian knew that this time he wouldn't just settle for the power of an 8th level mage, but would need to be even stronger to protect himself and his loved ones. At this moment, he approached the regional knights to register. Ian from the Morian village. Hearing the name Morian, the knight immediately recognized him. "Oh, you're Vanessa's son, right? Now go and don't ask questions or you'll make the mage tournament come sooner." "Hey, Aaron, how many more kids are left to be checked?" "I think you'll have to stay here for at least half a day longer," Knight Aaron replied, causing the other guy to let out a sigh of relief from exhaustion. But as Ian just stepped in to greet him, he immediately sat up straight and smiled warmly to welcome him. "Hello there, come on in, lower your head first. I'll use magic to stimulate your brain so you might feel a bit dizzy, but it's only temporary, so don't worry." Ian knew exactly what was about to happen to him, and so he cooperated obediently. The guy quickly sensed the magical energy in Ian's mind and moved on to the second test, the mind magic. But for Ian, just joining the Magic Academy wasn't enough, so he proactively proposed to the other person. "Old Magic Master, I have something I want to show you." Ian took a deep breath, then raised his left hand, and a fireball immediately appeared in his palm. Before the opponent could recover from his shock, another water sphere appeared consecutively in Ian's other hand. This is twin magic, an extremely rare case, and Ian clearly did it on purpose, but after showing off, he then pretended to be innocent and innocent. "I don't know why, but I could do these things naturally before." This scene not only amazed the young mage, but also the knights behind him. So he asked Ian again to be sure. "Has anyone ever taught you these things before?" "No, sir, no one has." Ian immediately shook his head. Of course, this is a power he gained from his previous life, but how could he reveal to the other person that he is an 8th level mage who has regressed? To verify more thoroughly, the young man decided to use the lie detection spell on Ian, a magic skill used to detect lies by examining the target's body movements. "Think carefully before you answer me. If you lie, you could become a criminal. Both you and your family, including close neighbors, will be beheaded, along with a warning from the young mage." But his magic has no effect on Ian, a man who has endured a lifetime of hardships in the body of a 12-year-old. How dare you lie in a place like this while under the pressure of the lie detection spell? In this way, the guy had to admit defeat to this child because his lie detection magic couldn't uncover any falsehoods, meaning the child in front of him was truly a precious gem that needed to be protected. But before either side could speak, Ian suddenly heard a scream, and the one shouting was his mother. Outside, Ian's mother was being held by a knight who was gripping her wrist, though she clearly looked uncomfortable and was trying to pull her hand away. Just cut it out. The other side is rushing in. You don't know how many important people are inside. You've already been betrayed for 7 years. You must be very lonely. At this age, you can't sell yourself anymore, so stop setting the price. Someone cares, and you should be grateful instead of not knowing how to thank. This knight is the same one Ian saw outside the tent earlier, and the one who immediately recognized him as Vanessa's son. At first, Ian thought he had mistaken the sly smile, but it turned out he really had malicious intentions toward his mother, and hearing the commotion, Aaron and others from the tent also came out. What's going on? As soon as he saw him, that lowly knight quickly let go of Vanessa and responded. It's nothing. That lowly kitchen maid doesn't know her place, so I'm just teaching her a lesson. As he finished speaking, before anyone could react, Ian rushed forward. Humble? You initially intended to teach your opponent a lesson, but the young mage bit back. He informed that low-ranking knight that just a few minutes ago, Ian was officially recognized as a mage for meeting both requirements, and because of that, his parents now hold power equal to the nobility, and anyone daring to disrespect nobles or mages is essentially challenging the emperor's authority. That charge alone is enough to sentence him to death. When he reached this point, Aaron and the knights behind him all drew their swords at once, and the familiar reckless knight was so scared, he lost his voice. He hurriedly knelt and begged Ian for mercy this time. Why should I forgive him? There's someone who deserves your apology more, he replied coldly. This tone is completely uncharacteristic of a 12-year-old child, and I can feel the immense threat in that voice. This man quickly turns to Vanessa and kneels down. Madam, my crime deserves to be punished by beheading, but I beg you to give me one more chance. Vanessa is probably also very confused because she hasn't adapted to this new face yet. She looks at her son for help. Ian sighs deeply, then slowly approaches the knight and sits down at eye level with him. Listen, lower your voice so only they can hear. I know all about people like you who spread rumors and talk badly about my mother. Someone like you, best go tell them the lesson you just learned today. Yes, I understand. Thank you, mage. The man could only endure and grit his teeth in response. After everything was settled, Ian walked over to the young mage and thanked him for his help earlier. The low ivory must protect the mages, the man replied kindly. Then he turned back to Aaron and instructed him to watch over and protect Ian and his mother from now on, but he would pass on the rest of the information through the crystal ball. And so Ian was taken back to the inn by Aaron, where knights like him were staying. Ian had no objections, so he held his mother's hand tightly and bid farewell to the young mage. He looked at your back for a long time, then silently thought to himself, at such a young age, you're already so smart and talented, the upcoming royal palace and low-level knights will be quite lively. That night, while everyone was sound asleep, the exhausted knight left the inn carrying his belongings, muttering the word turtle over and over again. That plan with him was perfect, but unfortunately it never happened because he met someone with a secret agenda. In the morning, with adults present, Ian couldn't act, but now he's come all the way here. Like a cat, Ian quietly approached from behind, first casting paralysis magic to stop him from moving, then he spoke. What did he just say about my mother? I told you I was watching him, right? His voice wasn't too serious, but this sudden appearance and the paralysis magic made the knight fear for his life once again, leaving him speechless for a moment, while Ian continued speaking. Today, he was humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen maid. Overcome with shame, he went drinking, wandered through the deserted street, and suddenly slipped on this bridge, falling into the flowing water below and losing his life like that. Ian let out a sigh as the knight's body fell into the river, while he stood on the bridge with a cold, emotionless face, truly wondering if what he was doing was right. Ian sacrificed himself in a past life, traveled back in time to make the right choice and wipe away all the blood on his hands. But then, meeting someone like him made you realize that you can't completely erase them. Ian just wants to protect his loved ones, and you will do everything for that ideal, even though you wished your hands would never bleed again. But there are still those who deserve punishment, like that lecherous knight or the one who betrayed you in your past life. Rangna. Thinking of Rangna, Ian's heart sank again, and somehow he was beginning to understand what had driven him to say those words. After avenging those who insulted his mother, Ian returned to the inn exhausted, feeling like his head was about to explode. He never imagined he would run out of magic power after just one use of the paralysis spell. However, Ian's mother has met her son again. Her mother, Vanessa, is still sleeping deeply and doesn't realize her son has just left. Seeing her beautiful face, Ian recalled the painful memories from his previous life. Back then, after just 1 year studying at the Magic Academy, he was ranked as a top-tier mage. Your mother, who was left behind in this Moglin land, passed away from a sudden illness before she could see her son become a true mage and enjoy a life of wealth and happiness. But this time, everything will be different. Ian believes that, and he has also sworn to protect her so she can live happily. In the past, you couldn't even protect your friends or your family. You couldn't protect anyone or anything. And that became the motivation for Ian in this life to use all his strength to change. The next morning, in the capital of the Green River Kingdom, Green Riverdium, Emperor Terry Green River is having a serious discussion with Herbert Leon, the level 5 mage and tower master of the Nya Tower. Tower master, what do you think? Terry absent-mindedly asked, I can't really get rid of anything right now, but magical energy is essentially a part of the soul flowing through the blood vessels. The moment you can move that part of your soul on your own, you are a mage. Stimulating the brain's magic through techniques is the simplest way to express magic. Usually, the Academy teaches these methods as I and other mages have learned them, but some have claimed it was all self-revealed, and those people can freely use top-tier magic like the Grand Mage himself, Herbert replied straightforwardly. The great mage mentioned in his words is a legendary figure who has existed for a long time, and thanks to his presence, humanity was able to discover the potential of magic adaptation. He found a way to manifest magic on his own without anyone teaching him. It can be said that he is a legend among mages, his presence like a line from legend or myth. The difference is that the line is just an illusion, but the existence of the Archmage is real. The reason they mention the great mage with the ability to manifest magic without external stimulation is because of Ian and the twin magic he demonstrated yesterday. It's something even Herbert's logic can't explain, so he wants to see it for himself. The mage sent to Mogling Village is not someone who likes to lie or deceive. If this is just an exaggeration or a mistake, then that boy's abilities are truly very dangerous. This is all I can tell you for now. Terry paused for a few seconds, then suddenly turned his gaze toward the door. Prince, are you out there? Yes, father, a rather young voice responds. It's me. Come in, Terry requests. The door opens, revealing a handsome face, that of the current crown prince of the kingdom, Hayden Green River. Terry personally requested Hayden to come here because of an important matter. The last time he left the palace was 5 years ago, during a patrol for the famine. This time, the king wants his son to go out again, accompanied by elite soldiers, 300 royal guards, and 3 level 3 mages. Hayden's mission is to go to the Mogling land and bring back a boy named Ian Fa to the palace. His father mentioned Ian Fa. Hayden asked again. Isn't he just a kid? Would it be too much trouble for him to go with so many people to catch him? You haven't heard anything about that boy yet? Terry asked, sounding quite disappointed. Then he sighed. Forget it. I told you to pay attention to all the news in the kingdom, so I will assign another prince to handle this. As soon as the king finished speaking, Hayden looked panicked and quickly begged his father to assign him this task, promising he would complete it without any mistakes. After some consideration, Terry still decided to entrust the responsibility to his crown prince and asked him to prepare quickly, as it would be a rather long journey. After Hayden left, Herbert also asked to leave, saying he needed to go light the incense and prepare. Do you have something to prepare? Terry immediately asked, you also know that we magicians really dislike going outside, so if I don't go back to persuade them now, I might not be able to summon the 3 magicians to accompany the prince tomorrow. Terry thought Herbert's words made sense and urged him to go back quickly. After leaving the emperor's study, Herbert's face turned very serious. The close mage accompanying him thought he would now return to Thopnya, but no, Herbert said there are a few things he needs to stop first. Meanwhile, in Mogril village, Ian was still obediently staying at the Knight's Inn, but he knew full well that sooner or later the royal court and the crown prince would take action. He remembered the young mage who tested him yesterday. Seeing how he admitted that Ian was a real mage right after the test ended, Ian immediately guessed that he would report back to his superiors right away. But that is exactly what Ian wants him to do. The current king is eager to find a talented person to accompany Crown Prince Hayden Green River. And the Tower Master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert, is supporting the 5th Prince, Ragna. This will cause a conflict between the royal family and the Ivory Tower. Whether Ian is on the side of the king or the Ivory Tower, or even chooses his own path, with such extraordinary talent, his potential is limitless. The only difference is that in this life, Ian is no longer a puppet to be manipulated. While Ian was still lost in thought about this, a large crowd had gathered around the inn, and the loud voice of the young mage from yesterday had pulled him out of those clear-headed thoughts. Wizard Ian Fa of the kingdom, please listen to the king's decree. Ian was startled. The king's decree, huh? Looks like Terry acted even faster than I thought. As Ian stepped out the door, he was met with that young man's charming smile. The boy is awake now. The king just issued a decree for him. I'll teach you the royal etiquette first, so please follow my instructions. Ian obediently nodded, but in fact he had memorized these rituals from his previous life already. Then, Ian respectfully knelt with his right arm and placed his left hand in front of him, reversed. His series of precise movements and his determined declaration made the other guy wonder if this was really Ian's first time performing this move. Ignoring that hesitation, the preparations were complete, and holding the magic crystal ball in his hand, he solemnly proclaimed, "Wizard Ian Fa, please listen to the king's decree. I highly value Ian Fa's talent and acknowledge him as a mage of this kingdom. I allow your name to be inscribed on the Tower of Fall and also invite you to visit the royal palace. My eldest son has been appointed to accompany you on your journey to the palace. May this journey go smoothly." As soon as the king's orders are issued, Ian slowly stands up. Another group of knights was already here, led by Anan, the captain of the Moglion Knights, responsible for escorting Ian to the Marquis's palace. For him and the other knights in the team, escorting the prince and Ian was an absolute honor, so his attitude towards the boy was very careful. And it wasn't just Anan. Even the Marquis of Moglion, Markov, was waiting at his palace before Ian officially entered the castle. He kept reminding his children Ravi and Margaret to pay close attention to their words and to treat the upcoming mage with utmost respect. The carriage stopped, and Ian and his mother stepped out, now bearing a completely different identity from yesterday. Ian may be young, but the truth that he is a mage recognized by the king cannot be changed, and his talent even makes him make the king uneasy, so Margaret knows she must treat this kid with the utmost respect. After entering the Marquis's castle, Ian quickly became the hot topic among everyone, including the maids. They all mentioned how Ian could conjure fire with his bare hands during the test. Truly, an incredible child. And after entering the castle, Ian didn't waste time relaxing, but spent 15 consecutive days training on the training ground. Ian trained very seriously, and what he showed far surpassed what other children his age could do. Still, Ian was not satisfied. This was not enough for him. If it were in his previous life, after using the new ice magic, he could have frozen the entire Moglion palace. But now, in the body of a 12-year-old child, I can only freeze this small training ground. This tiny body still has many limitations, and I need something to compensate for the missing magic. "Wizard, sir," a hurried voice called out, pulling Ian out of his current thoughts. A palace servant rushed over in a panic, begging for his help because Lord Markoth Moglion has gone missing. According to what this man recounts, Markoth has not yet returned to the palace after his trip to the Elfland yesterday. The young Master Ravi and the knights who accompanied him are also the same. Currently, the staff in the palace have been dispatched to search but have yet to find any results. They can only find some traces left after a battle. After hearing the butler's account, Ian remained silent for a few seconds, not believing that Markoth was destined to die at this time. Although in the previous scene Marquis Markoth Moglion was indeed going to be killed by an enemy assassin, the timing was just before the first unified rebellion was about to occur in the future. And his son Ravi will give up and flee from this land right after the war ends, and because of that cowardly act, he will be executed immediately after the conflict is over. "You don't think that relying on Mage Markoth's support will make things easier than me?" Ian asked back. "If Markoth goes on his usual journey, the likelihood of this happening due to your regression is very low." Still, Ian must consider carefully, and of course he doesn't want to get involved in a deception. But the butler seems hesitant because Markoth the mage is currently not in Moglion, as he is on a different mission. This made Ian very suspicious. Markoth is a mage of this territory, so why would he go to another land to carry out a mission? This sounds unlikely. Could it be that going back in time actually caused a butterfly effect, making everything follow the original course from the previous life? A mage going outside the designated territory to do a mission is very rare. Ian wasn't sure of all the details, but he thought it must be related to him. For example, could someone secretly report this to the tower's master? That could potentially put you in danger. Ian's most powerful weapon right now is his ability to see the future. And if the death of Marquis Marker changes that future, he will lose that ultimate weapon. Anyway, Ian can't let this happen. Seeing Ian deep in thought for a while, the castle butler, looking anxious, continued speaking. "We can't do anything more, so I had to come here and ask for your help. Wherever it is, I will cooperate in the search with you. You have made your decision." After settling that, Ian went back to his room to prepare a little, while Vanessa looked worried. She has heard about what just happened and feels uneasy seeing her young son also planning to go up the mountain with the search team. Even though Ian has been recognized as a true mage, in her eyes, he is still too young to do these things. "Mom, now that I am a mage," Ian calmly reassures his mother, Still, Vanessa remains just as worried. Ian gently took her hands and promised that he would definitely come back. Vanessa wanted to say more, but suddenly a girl rushed into their room with tears streaming down her face. That is Marcus's daughter, Margaret, who is always very cold towards the young lady, but now she has completely let go and begged Ian to find Zaka and her brother. If you can find them, I am willing to do anything to repay you. I will ask my father to give you a lot of money, land, and even servants, so please, just do this for me. Ian was so overwhelmed by Margaret's words that he felt dizzy and wanted to leave quickly. But as he absent-mindedly looked past her, he was drawn to the gold ring on Margaret's finger. Wealth and fame clearly can't reach Ian, which proves that the ring has something special about it. I promise I'll find them, Ian said confidently. Margaret felt much more at ease after hearing that, and a smile finally appeared on her beautiful face. Then Ian asked to borrow the ring she was wearing, claiming he could sense the magical energy emanating from it and that it might help him find the inheritance location. Just hearing that, Margaret had no reason to refuse Ian anymore. She immediately took off the ring and placed it in his palm. When Ian put on the ring, a chilling sensation ran through his body. It felt exactly like in his previous life. This is not an ordinary ring. It is a Morglian, a low-level artifact believed to enhance the wearer's magical energy. It seems that instead of giving this to the heir, Markarth handed it to his illegitimate daughter. You absolutely have to find them. I'm only lending you this ring because it's a family heirloom my father gave me. Margaret saw Ian staring intently at the ring and looked worried. I understand, Ian quickly replied to reassure her. You also don't intend to destroy this artifact of the opponent. It's just a temporary substitute to compensate for the missing magic caused by your body's limitations. With it in hand, Ian feels much more confident. Therefore, you and the knight squad from the arena headed toward the forest where Markarth lost track during the demon hunt. At the spot where he disappeared, there are still a few bloodstains on the ground. Ian asked the knight squad if they had already buried the dead, but they said they hadn't found anyone yet, so everyone thought those unfortunate souls had been eaten by monsters. Ian moved forward a bit and observed carefully. Besides the blood, the only remaining things are about 30 corpses of the demons, which also means Markarth could have been attacked by hundreds of goblins. If that's true, you must find him before it's too late. With that in mind, Ian snapped his fingers and used the recall spell to summon the spirit. The two words Ghost Wolf made the knights behind them extremely tense. They thought Ian would summon a huge, intimidating wolf, but what appeared after the magic circle was just a small, immature wolf. Just look at how it keeps wagging its tail. It's no different from a pet dog. Even Ian felt a bit disappointed with what was appearing before him. If it were you in a previous life, you would have tamed a big wolf by now. But this spirit wolf looks just like a puppy. However, with your current amount of magic power, there's not much you can do about it. Ian could only accept reality, then followed the task to trace the location that Marker and Tuitung had passed through with that adorable thing. After sniffing around for a while, the spirit wolf let out a cry and quickly ran off. Ian immediately followed it, while the night team didn't seem to trust that little dog very much. We just need to follow that wolf's soul, I assure you. Compared to that little wolf, Ian's words carry much more weight. The night group quickly reined in their doubts and moved forward with you. Fortunately, Marker is still alive, but now he is lost in the deep forest and facing a horde of goblins, and although Lord Huan Tuok is still fighting hard, he cannot stop his growing despair. He instinctively swung his sword without thinking about what to do next. If this keeps up, Marker will surely die from exhaustion, and thinking about his little daughter at home, Marker doesn't want that to happen at all. Ravi! You suddenly shouted loudly. We will deal with these demons here, so you must find a way back to the palace. Tell them that Mount Moglian is under threat from demons. Hurry up! Marker's is just a coward, as shown by how he's trembling uncontrollably right now. Even when he saw his father about to be ambushed by a monster, Ravi was so scared he couldn't even warn him. It wasn't until the creature leapt up and was ready to attack Marker that he realized it. In that situation, it was impossible for Marker to dodge or fight back, but his fate was still extended when Ian appeared just in time. After all, he had to prevent the future train from being derailed. With just one new ice spell, Ian successfully defeated the monster, and not only the demoness about to attack Marker, but all the goblins around were frozen solid. It was truly an astonishing sight for a 12-year-old boy. At this moment, Marker was exhausted and only managed a quick glance at your face before fainting from exhaustion. But luckily, Marker was saved right away, hearing his daughter's sobs in his ears. Oh, Dad, Dad. Marker slowly woke up. He looked around the room, and sure enough, his daughter was there by his side. She was surprised to see her father wake up and immediately called out, Dad! Marker didn't expect to see his daughter again, so he quickly asked, Is that Margaret? He slowly sat up on the bed, rubbed his temples, and asked his child what had happened. Margaret recounts everything to remind him that Ian saved his father that day. As she speaks, she can no longer hold back her tears and breaks down crying, saying, "Dad, you and my brother have been unconscious for 2 days. You don't know how worried I've been." As soon as the Lord woke up, the butler hurried over and said, "Lord, luckily you are also awake now." Seeing him arrive, Marcus immediately asked about the current situation. "Hogar, are the others all right?" But he hesitated and couldn't speak. That matter. Hogar hesitated for a moment before explaining that 12 soldiers and Lord Rotten could not return any more, and upon hearing this, Marcus fell into deep thought. Then he asked the steward where the mage was, saying he needed to see him personally. Ian was practicing alone in the training yard when suddenly he heard someone call his name, the mage. It turned out to be Hogar, who had come at the order of the Duke, and he said, "Here you are," Ian replied. "I heard the Lord has awakened," Hogar happily responded. "Yes, just like the wizard." After a few greetings, he then respectfully mentioned the main matter. "I was ordered by the Lord to bring you to the reception room." "I think he has something urgent to tell you," Hogar finished speaking, but Ian still didn't understand what his lord wanted to discuss with him. After a while, Marcus, dressed and ready, went to the reception room, saw his benefactor had arrived, and happily greeted him, accompanied by his son Ravi. Ian immediately asked the Marquis how he was doing. Marcus's steady voice echoed through the large room, saying thanks to everyone's concern, he felt much better now and he sincerely appreciated your help. "Because you have secured the present and future of the Mughalian family and our homeland," Ravi, standing behind him while listening to his father, also smiled at him. Marcus placed his hand over his chest to show deep gratitude and continued, "Because you also cleared the mountain of Mughalion and protected our territory. I cannot be called the Grand Lord of the Empire if I ignore this and do not give you an appropriate reward. So after thinking it over, I chose this," he said while pointing at the gift. Marcus softly asked, "Please open it." Ian also opened the bee, and upon seeing the item inside, his eyes widened in surprise. I heard from Marguerite that you wanted to borrow this ring because you could detect mana from it." Marcus asked curiously. "I thought it was just an old family heirloom, but what kind of power does that ring have? Does it help you in any way, Fapdu?" Ian explained that this ring amplifies the wearer's mana and helped him a lot when fighting goblins in the canyon. Hearing this, Marcus showed a joyful expression and told him, "Luckily, I want to give you that ring, Fapdu. Please consider it a token of our promise." Ian looked back at the Marquis when he heard that and raised his head to ask again, "A token of promise?" At this moment, Marcus declared confidently, "From now on, Ian Fapdu will forever be regarded as a distinguished guest of the Mughalian family, and this will be the token of that enduring promise. Do you accept this token?" Ian reached out to take the ring. "You don't need to rush to answer the Marquis because deep down you think of yourself as forever a distinguished guest, a 1,000-year-old tradition among the aristocracy of the Empire." Seeing your hesitation, Marcus bowed and continued sincerely, "Our family will always welcome you, Ian if you ever need assistance from us. We promise to always stand by your side." And in the meantime, the two of them place their hands over their hearts and swear that on the northern river of the 6 rivers, they will uphold this vow from generation to generation. The scene shifts to a trail through the forest near the Marquis's residence early the next morning, with Captain Mughalian and a few soldiers escorting Ian somewhere. After a while of not arriving, Ian anxiously asked, "Captain, how far is Loei town?" Anat replied, "We'll get there soon, just over that hill, and you'll see it." You hear that and say nothing, only turning your gaze toward the direction the captain just mentioned. At this moment, a memory flashes in Ian's mind. "Sir, I have something I want to ask. Do you know any alchemists in your territory capable of creating elixirs?" Marcus replied that there is an alchemist named Ridio in the town of Loei to the north. He placed his hand on his chin and added, "They came from the capital, but migrated north because of a special herb." Ian whispered the name Ridio Alchemist with a flicker of worry in his eyes. "This is a name I never heard in my previous life. I hope I can find a pill to replenish the mana I lost." A soldier's voice suddenly shouts, "Captain, the wizard over there, we can see the town of Loei," but the scene before us is completely chaotic, with the entire town of Loei engulfed in flames. Ian widened his eyes in shock as he saw the scene. Arnold and the soldiers immediately became alert and drew their swords, while below the town was a scene of devastation, with burning houses and the people of Loei being oppressed and bloodied by the bandits. Fresh blood still stained their axes. "So that axe belongs to the leader." He slung it over his shoulder and calmly ordered his men to gather the remaining loot and start the sacrifice. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he continued, saying they should finish quickly so they can go to the temple. After the leader's order was given, his men grabbed a nearby boy who struggled desperately and shouted, "No." The boy's father was Riddle, and he hurriedly rushed over, calling out his son's name. Douglas. Riddle just stepped forward but was knocked to the ground by the bandits. They kept kicking him while cursing, "You're about to die, worthless scum." He was kicked so hard he was covered in blood, but he still didn't stop. Seeing his father being tormented, Douglas couldn't bear it anymore and struggled. "Let go, let me go." Dad, hearing the gasp beside him, the leader turned and said, "This stupid kid is locked up." Then he cruelly spoke to the child, "If your father dies, will you shut up?" Douglas immediately subdued the man and tried to hold back his tears, fearing that any sound might cost his father's life, but the thief still didn't stop, raising his sharp weapon towards the father and coldly saying, "I will sell your son to a very good place. Goodbye." When he said those words, there was no humanity left in his eyes, only utter madness. At this moment, Douglas desperately shouted a heart-wrenching scream. At the very moment his father was facing death, he was stunned to see the thief, pierced through the body by an ice stake, with red droplets continuously splattering onto Douglas's face, leaving him speechless. The leader was already dead. Right after that, his subordinates finally realized the problem. One of them kept exclaiming, What is that?" Another then realized what had just pierced through the leader was ice, and Dowry also panicked. Where did that come from? At that moment, the bandits exchanged glances, while over there, the soldiers. Ian didn't bother to speak to them and continuously cast ice magic towards the crowd. Sharp ice spikes fell like rain, piercing straight into them, causing the bandits to panic and flee. "Damn it, run away." However, no matter how fast they run, they cannot escape Ian the mage's ice stakes. And now all you can hear throughout the town are the screams of the fleeing bandits. After a while, when everything was settled, Ian stood alone on the cliff, focusing on sensing the changes in his magical power. Ian looked at the Morglian ring on his hand and thought to himself, "It works." He then stared at it longer, thinking that thanks to the ring, his mana limit must now be equivalent to a level 3 mage. Back in Loe Town, although the bandits were eliminated and the hostages were freed, the damage they caused was countless, with many surrounding houses burned to the ground. The townspeople, from mothers and children to strong fathers, are now kneeling and crying over their lost loved ones. The young wizard Ian stood alone, gazing at the scene of devastation, when suddenly a voice called out, "Sir Wizard?" It was Arnold calling him, and Ian immediately asked about the situation. "Captain, are any soldiers injured?" He replied, "No, thanks to today, we weren't hurt at all." Ian nodded softly after hearing, "That's good." But he couldn't help but worry about the person he's searching for, wondering if they were still alive. Just then, an urgent voice called out beside Ian, "Hey, radio!" He immediately turned around and looked at the familiar name. A man named Barton is trying to support radio as he struggles to breathe, while Douglas nearby is also very worried about his father, calling out repeatedly, "Dad! Dad!" Ian, after seeing the person he was looking for, immediately steps forward, touches Douglas's shoulder, and says, "I will check." Are Ian's eyes talking? Because he sees that the current state of the radio is not very promising, with pale skin and no blood left, and his hair has turned white. A sudden thought crossed Ian's mind. Could it be mana poisoning? A disease that leaves people in a state of living death, considered a curse from the gods. Because if a certain amount of mana enters the mana brain body without a heart of mana, the mana fragments won't stimulate the brain and will cause intense pain. With no rest for the rest of his life, Ian assessed the current state of the radio. He can't inject mana into himself, so one of the mages must have tried to do it. You think to yourself, the symptoms look pretty bad, but Ian quickly figures out a way to treat him and then speaks. Wait a moment. Then you place your hand on his forehead because there is a way to temporarily suppress the pain. It involves transferring pure blood mana into him and releasing the turbulent mana within his body. A few minutes later, Radio's painful expression had eased. After finishing the treatment, Ian told Barton to take care of his wounds. Barton stammered a thank you, and just as Ian turned to leave, suddenly a small hand grabbed his shirt. Ian looked at the boy and replied briefly. While inside, he thought that temporarily treating the illness by transferring mana was possible, but the root cause of this disease could not be cured. Hearing that, Douglas asked anxiously again, "Will he have a seizure later?" Ian didn't answer the child, but only thought silently because the mana he transferred will also become unstable mana. That person will have to make a decision. Ian continued to silently watch Douglas in front of him. Honest words that should have been spoken were kept inside, as he kept transferring mana and enduring or dying, even though he knew the outcome. But he only told Douglas that it was probably so. And after hearing that, the boy understood and looked worried. Douglas's whole body trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks, and he immediately made up his mind. I have to find Landia's flower and create an antidote. After saying that, the child turned and ran away, and I saw him, so I hurriedly called out, "Douglas, where are you going?" "Douglas, what's wrong?" Ian reacted sharply when he heard that name. At that moment, he remembered the name of the greatest alchemist in history. A tall young man with a serious demeanor, completely different from the desperate boy Douglas is. Now that boy would later become the alchemist of the Douglas Hammond Palace. Ian remembered his cold gaze, a person who was once very poor but stood beside Emperor Jiangna thanks to his genius talent. When Ian saw him in his previous life, he always had a hostile attitude towards mages. Thinking about this, Ian recalled everything that had just happened. Connecting the dots. A master magician poisoned by a wizard searching for a herb in the north. The words Douglas just said echoed in his mind. I must find the Landia flower and make an antidote. It led Ian to a conclusion. A type of herb that can nullify mana in the body if it exists. A voice in his mind seemed to remind him that it was a poison that could disable his mana. At this moment, Ian remembered everything and stood there for a moment. Then, he quickly cast a spell to prepare to chase after Douglas. In the blink of an eye, Ian was right in front of Douglas, causing the boy to startle and stop. Then, Ian placed his hands on Douglas's shoulders to hold him back, with bandits still outside the village heading into the dangerous forest. Tears welled up in Douglas's eyes, but I couldn't wait any longer if I didn't find that flower and make the antidote soon. My father would. While Douglas was still sobbing and speaking, Ian cast a spell and made him sleep. Douglas mumbled unconsciously, "I have to," and then staggered and fell, but couldn't stand firm. As he collapsed onto Ian's shoulder, Douglas still muttered softly, "Flower," and Ian gently caught the sleeping boy on his shoulder. After a while, sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining across the forest, as Douglas slept soundly on the lush grass. That small face now looked peaceful and harmless, very different from the memories in Ian's previous life. As I look closer, I realized that if his face in the past wasn't so full of fear, then his current face would look exactly the same as before. Ian sat quietly beside Douglas, his thoughts flooding back. If I hadn't come to the village, his father would still be alive, and he would have been sold into slavery by the bandits. Douglas's indifferent appearance in his previous life makes Ian remember that the poison he ingested must have been created by him. He probably followed orders and made that poison despite knowing Jiang Ninga's plan. Thinking of this, Ian suddenly paused as if he had some plan in mind. He looked at this young version of Douglas, then a thought appeared in his mind. Should I eliminate him? But that intention was immediately challenged by him himself. No, such reckless actions could be very dangerous, because only Ian knows Douglas's limitless future. He has the talent to become the greatest alchemist in history. I could turn him into someone who betrays me. Although he thought so, Ian still couldn't shake his worry. Even if he survived differently before, he couldn't be sure he wouldn't betray him now. His hand with the Moglian's ring paused, and in that moment, the wizard seemed to have made a decision. So, just then, someone called Ian, and Wizard Captain Arnold stepped forward. Ian asked, "What's going on?" He, panting heavily, replied that the sudden rush made him chase after him. When his breathing stabilized, Arnold looked over and saw Douglas there. Curious, he asked, "Who is that child?" Ian didn't explain what had just happened, only simply replied that I thought he might do something reckless. So I let him sleep. After finishing, he slowly stood up and said, "If you have come here, please take him back to the village." Ian glanced at Arnold, who then asked, "Aren't you coming with us?" Ian looked back and hesitated before saying, "I have to go somewhere," but before he finished, he couldn't see his figure anymore, only the sound of the wind whistling around. "Douglas, are you asleep? And your father also heard that you tried to do something reckless again, you little rascal. He scolded you." Douglas nervously explained that he was just trying to find a flower. It seemed he also understood Douglas's intentions, but for his safety, Riddle frowned and warned that there might still be bandits near the village. "What should I do now? Since the wizard said you would be in pain," Douglas suddenly sat up and said with a mix of frustration and concern for his father. Riddle could only reassure him with one sentence. "Dad is fine." He added, "If Dad finds Landior's flower," hearing that, Douglas couldn't take it anymore, and tearfully replied, "It's been a year and he still hasn't found it. Does that flower even exist?" At that moment, suddenly, a voice spoke firmly, "It does exist." The father and son were startled, then both looked toward the source of the voice, as if someone was standing right at the door. Riddle tense and moving toward the door. "Who is it?" Receiving no answer, he called out again, "Who is it?" At that moment, the person standing at the door directly addressed the matter. "I hear you're looking for the landy or flower." Inside, the house suddenly fell silent for a moment, and after a moment of hesitation, Riddle slowly opened the door. When the person removed their hood, it turned out to be the familiar face of the wizard Ian, who politely stepped into the house. Douglas's eyes widened in surprise as he slowly recognized the wizard, and Riddle was also stunned to hear his son say that it was the wizard who saved him earlier that morning. "What?" Then Ian calmly introduced himself. "I am Ian Fay," and placed a small block of ice on the table again. That quickly caught Riddle's attention, and he asked, "What is that?" But then, when he saw clearly what was inside the ice block, Riddle couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "It is!" It turns out that the object Ian placed on the table is the flower Riddle has been searching for, the landior flower. Knowing how much Riddle needs this flower for healing, Ian offers it to him but then asks a question. Ian asked him seriously, how did he know about this herb if its effects were still unclear? Riddle hesitated before answering. It was because of the diary, and he finally responded to Ian. Riddle repeated again, "I saw it in a diary, then he didn't hide anymore, and directly took out that book. This is the herbal diary my father left me." At the same time, Riddle's hand turned each page and stopped at one, if you look at this page. In the middle of the journal, it clearly describes the landior flower, which can nullify mana, found only in the northern continent. A 12-petaled flower with toxic green stems that wither immediately after being picked and cannot be cultivated or harvested. Ian took the diary and looked at it directly. Then asked curiously, "Does your father also know how to craft potions?" Riddle replied that it was the family business, and upon hearing that, he immediately understood that this diary was a family heirloom, and he also confirmed that, well, it's pretty much the same. Ian looked up directly into his eyes and said, "Then you must know that for a mage with a mana heart and a mana brain, the landior flower is a deadly poison that can neutralize mana." Upon hearing this, Riddle paused for a moment before quickly explaining, "I understand your point, but our family's alchemist would never create pills to harm others." Fearing you might not believe, Riddle also affirmed that he could ruin the reputation of the family, but Ian's sharp gaze had already shifted elsewhere. That scrutinizing look finally settled on Douglas, making the boy a bit surprised to be stared at so intently. A few seconds later, Ian's blue eyes gradually relaxed as he said, "I understand," and then he picked up the ice block containing the ladino flower and said, "Thank you for answering my question." Suddenly, Ian slowly added 2 more words, and then he cast a magic spell on the ice block, blue flames blazing in his hand, before finally apologizing. A second later, the ice completely melted, and the ladino flower immediately withered. Ian looked at the fallen petals and said, "Even I can't find it. I can only freeze and preserve its shape." Riddle was stunned to realize, "You deceived me?" Ian replied, "I was just trying to prove that you can always find the landia flower." At that moment, he made another proposal, "Mr. Riddle, or perhaps trade with me." He was still hesitant to trust Ian after the previous deception. He hesitated and asked, "EG6. Sheet. Trade away." Riddle listened silently as Ian explained that I would keep transferring mana to him so he wouldn't die from mana poisoning. He said that I also promised to find a way for him to use the landia flower. But deep down, I believe I can find information related to it, the same information Jana and Douglas discovered. Ian added, "So please come with me to the capital." Riddle then asked, "Why do I have to go to the capital of the A continent?" "Now, I will state my condition. Create a mana potion to replenish my mana deficiency, and teach me how to craft an antidote for my mother's illness." Hearing this, he wondered why you couldn't ask a famous alchemist for help. "I'm not that skilled at crafting potions." Ian replied, "I want someone to stay with me and continuously supply me with elixirs." Then he looked at Douglas, the boy who had run into the bandit-infested forest to find a herb that could cure his father. "Please make the right decision, at least for his sake." Douglas was momentarily confused when he heard Ian mention him. An unexpected thought crossed Riddle's mind. He wasn't an ordinary child. Who is he? Then he made a small request. "Can you give me some time to think?" Ian didn't care about the time, so he simply replied, "How long do you need?" He thought to himself that in this life, Douglas didn't lose his father or become a slave. Ian's eyes kept looking ahead, silently waiting for Riddle's response. He looked at the innocent-looking Douglas and thought that his talent would not fall into Jiangna's hands. The next morning, Ian patiently stood watching that house, waiting for the father and son. Arnold's voice sounded from behind, and the wizard immediately turned around. He came to report that we are ready to return to the Lord's arena. Ian remained silent for a long time, as if he still wanted to wait for Riddle. but the door still showed no sign of movement. Ian had to reply to Arnold, "All right, let's head back." As Ian was lost in disappointment and still unsure if he had made a decision, the door suddenly opened slowly. Riddle and his son, carrying a few simple belongings, step outside as Douglas calls out, "Wizard!" Ian glances at them, his expression slightly surprised, but still turning to approach them, he asked, "Have you decided?" "Yet?" Riddle hesitated and replied, "I have made my decision, so what choice do I have? I have to live first." He said that and then went down the stairs with his son. Riddle's face now shows clear happiness. He says, "Please keep your promise." Receiving the answer he wanted, Ian brightened up immediately, of course. His gaze suddenly shifted to the little boy, as if Douglas was about to say something. The boy hesitated before asking, "Can you really heal my father?" Ian sighed in relief and then smiled at Douglas. "All right, I promise." The boy still wasn't entirely convinced and asked again. "Really?" Ian gently replied with all his patience. "Yes, it's true." Hearing that, Douglas immediately became cheerful. "So can I consider you my leader?" Ian felt a bit awkward, but still tried to respond. "All right, I can do that." Douglas placed his hand on his chest and said seriously, "Yes, leader." Seeing the innocent kid in front of him, Ian couldn't help but think of how cold and ruthless Douglas was in his previous life. "Get out of my sight." He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Was he like that when he was a child? At that moment, suddenly the sound of horses rushing from somewhere quickly reached them. Ian turned his head to look while Douglas paused, confused about what was happening. A soldier on horseback arrived, dismounted, approached Ian and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, we must return to the castle quickly." Ian asked him what was happening, and the soldier quickly explained the situation. Ian looked briefly surprised, then sped up the horse. "Is it over now?" The soldier stammered, "Yes, this news was just reported this morning." Ian didn't reply but thought to himself, "They only informed us after the fact. Then it seems you already know what to do next." "Can I borrow your horse?" he asked again. "Do you know how to ride?" Ian approached the horse and gently stroked it a few times. "Not very skilled, but it can become my friend." So it turns out Ian can befriend horses by using his taming magic. A few seconds later, the horse's eyes changed. It obediently follows Ian's commands. "I want to go to the castle. Can you take me there?" Suddenly, the horse took a few steps back. Then it gently lowered itself to the ground, allowing Ian to easily climb onto its back. While those around were still in awe, Ian spoke and asked, "Lord Anon, please bring Mr. Riddle along." Ian has now successfully mounted the horse and quickly added, "I will go ahead." The scene shifts to Prince Hayden's carriage continuing forward. Walking among the royal guards, the royal carriage passes by, inside which Hayden sits lost in thought, gazing out the window. He recalls past events, the person who called him child, and addressing the Emperor as father. Emperor Terry sternly said, "I have something to tell you before we leave." Hayden was startled when he heard his father say that. He listened silently, knowing that many noble families follow the Ivory Tower's lead, so he probably already knew how important it was who the Tower's master would endorse. At this point, Terry also realized that it seemed the Tower's master intended to endorse the fifth prince. More than anyone else, he always understands his own child. The fifth prince, Zhang Na, is a clever kid, and I am sure he will manipulate Herbert and try to bring influential people under his control. Terry paused for a moment, then looked towards Hayden. At that moment, he said, "Ian Fa, do whatever it takes to make him yours before the Ivory Tower reaches him." Hearing the long speech from the king, Hayden remained silent, but his voice kept echoing in his mind, telling him to make him serve me and build a foundation. Just recalling a tense memory, Hayden sighed in frustration. He helplessly ran his fingers through his hair. Even if he was a mage, what could a child possibly take from the Ivory Tower full of mages, yet none of them believed in him? Suddenly, Hayden's eyes became extremely serious. How dare he abandon me, the heir, and choose the fifth prince instead? The thoughts kept flashing through his mind. When I ascend the throne, I will eliminate his followers. At that moment, captain of the 2nd Night Squad, Oliver Zaywood, approached the carriage and called out, "Your Highness, I think it's best to inform the Moglian family." Hayden didn't even bother to look and directly replied, "I believe we've already discussed this, but look." But Oliver still tried to persuade us we need to give them at least some time to prepare before your arrival. Please consider them. Hayden suddenly raised his hand to his chin, clearly indicating he had just remembered. "Isn't your family part of the Moglian clan in the north of A?" Oliver replied, "Yes, that's correct." Hayden's voice echoes from inside the carriage. "How much longer until we arrive?" Oliver estimates the distance and replies it seems like it will take another 2 days. At this moment, Hayden's expression changed, and he smiled as he ordered, "All right, 2 days is enough. Send the message to them." My current state is one of anticipation mixed with a touch of contempt to see how the Northern Guards or the Empire's shield will prepare for the royal visit in 2 days. Oliver, hearing that, dared not speak further and had to obey the Crown Prince's wishes. Yes, Your Highness? The scene shifts to Marquis Marcus's mansion, where he is focused on directing the servants. This is where the Crown Prince will stay. Make sure not to miss a single speck of dust. Marcus waved his hand to give the order, but at this moment he looked very distressed. I thought they wouldn't come because no one had reported, but suddenly, as the Marquis of Morion territory, all worries must be kept hidden in my heart. So he turned to ask the butler Hagar if the other families had arrived. Hagar replied, then sighed. All the clans from Mactridon and Jeut have arrived. They have informed us they will come soon. Marcus, looking somewhat tired, asked further, and the mage, what about him? Still no news. Hagar, a bit confused, replied, no, not yet. At this moment, Marcus grew tense, thinking about the current situation. Things are too dangerous. Let's go outside for now. A moment later, soldiers outside the gate announced loudly that the Crown Prince had arrived, and then the carriage procession of the Crown Prince slowly entered the Marquis's estate. At this moment, Hayden's carriage finally comes to a stop. He slowly steps down, exuding an aura of dignity and seriousness that few can match. At that moment, Marcus and the other noble families were already waiting in the hall to welcome the Crown Prince. A man whispered to Marcus, Sir, where is the mage? Just as he was about to answer, a sudden loud scream interrupted him. Stop! From the voice that just sounded. A horse slowly approached and then stopped on command. It turns out the person on the horse is Ian, clinging to its back as if afraid of falling at any moment. A few seconds later, Ian slowly lifts his head, his hair messy, and then he speaks. Sorry for being so late. Marcus nervously replied, He's here, that's enough. Please, follow this way. And those around, seeing Ian's current state, started whispering among themselves. That kid is the wizard from the rumors, the child who can't even handle a horse. Marcus placed his hand on Ian's shoulder and said, The wizard has been ordered by the Emperor to be summoned. You must stand in the highest position according to the Empire's laws. After he explained the situation, the two of them went to meet the Crown Prince, and they stood there silently, exchanging glances for a moment. Hayden spoke first. You're Ian Fye, right? Ian didn't answer immediately, but carefully observed the Crown Prince in front of him, memories resurfacing of a face he hadn't seen in a long time. Then he looked over to the group of mages nearby, and on the other side, Ian noticed a black-haired girl among them. As if sensing someone watching her, she turned to smile at Ian. Her name was Cecilia. A smile appeared on Ian's face because he knew she was an agent from the United Empire. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the party inside Marcus's mansion. Oliver was patiently reminding the Crown Prince, Your Highness, not to drink too much, but Hayden ignored him and replied, There's nothing else good to drink besides this. Then he voiced his dissatisfaction, unable to believe I had to mingle with these disgusting nobles after traveling so far. This party is no fun at all, and I don't like that kid either. I just want to go back and rest early. Hearing the Crown Prince complain, Oliver only knew to quietly listen. She pondered quietly, indeed a strange coincidence. The Empire also interested in that boy. Cecilia then remembered that not long ago the Empire issued 2 directives to eliminate rumors about Ian by personally observing him. Thinking that, her eyes flashed with determination. If it's true, then both the mage boy and his mother must be captured and taken back to the Empire. Cecilia looked at the nobles in front of her but couldn't see Ian anywhere. What kind of person is he that he caused such a commotion? I guess I'll go look for him. She went alone to the training ground not far away, and when she saw the familiar figure, she recognized it was him. Cecilia stood behind, preparing to use her power to strike at Ian, wondering if she should test the rumored abilities of him, starting with something gentle. Something like a moon strike. As soon as she thought of it, the magic arrows shot quickly toward him. Cecilia's eyes remained focused, but suddenly she widened her eyes in shock as she realized, too late, that her entire attack had been blocked by the mage she looked down on. Was it a shield? Ian glanced at the girl suspiciously and asked who she was. Cecilia calmly replied, looking at my magic without understanding. I am your senior from a lower level. I'm just asking a few questions. He asked again, Do you usually ask others like that? With a condescending look at Ian, Cecilia spoke sharply. Oh my, look at this kid talking. Your senior is just joking around with a junior. You don't need to make me look bad. Before I could finish speaking, Ian called out your name, Cecilia, which made her momentarily stunned because she couldn't understand how he knew her name. Do you know Ian's name, Cecilia Kowalker? Only then did she truly become terrified. It seems my plan has been exposed. She hurriedly asked who you are and how you know that name, but Ian calmly replied, I know you very well. You wiped out the Kowalker infiltrators in the kingdom in your previous life. Ian, with a knowing smile, said if you want, I can even name some others. Cecilia nervously interrupted him, telling him to stop talking nonsense, but Ian kept going, mentioning the boy from the Newton family's horsemaster as his footsteps grew louder approaching her, and the familiar names kept being listed. Royal Secretary Robin, Ariel from the National Guard in Chapter 9, assistant to the chief maid of the palace. The chief maid probably hasn't arrived yet. As he said that, Ian tilted his head to look at her and asked, "Do you know what the common behavior of these people is?" "I think I do." Cecilia was about to lose her temper, glaring at Ian. "I don't know how you know these names." At the same time, Cecilia began to cast fire magic. She continued from earlier, but it's better if you pretend you don't know about them, then immediately launched a giant fireball at Ian. The blazing light lit up the entire night sky. Cecilia clenched her fists tightly, staring at the sea of flames she had just created, as if she thought she had defeated him. But in just a moment, from within the blazing fire, a figure as swift as the wind rushed out, and Cecilia was stunned to see Ian emerge safely without a scratch. Ian slowly approached with a magic orb in hand. I already knew that she was a co-walker. She calmly asked why I was here alone if I already knew, but inside she was still amazed. Did it really avoid my attack earlier? "What is it?" Ian said as he raised the light sphere high. "I knew you would come looking for me at the training ground." Cecilia's eyes followed his movement, and next thing I knew, she was opening her eyes wide in amazement for what must have been the nth time since meeting Ian. Because what she saw before her was a series of sharp ice tigers heading straight for her, illuminated by the faint moonlight making them appear even more mysterious and radiant like gods. He then confidently said, "I knew it." Then Ian coldly pointed his hand at her, and after his command, a series of sharp ice tigers charged at her. Cecilia hurriedly stepped back, luckily managing to create a mana barrier before her body was hit by the icy rain. But Cecilia's barrier couldn't hold for long, and soon it showed cracks. She shouted in horror, "Damn it!" At this moment, Ian conjured a massive fireball, its power said to be 10 times stronger than the one Cecilia just cast. Ian's cold gaze pierced through her as he recited a spell, fire blazing. In the very next moment, Ian hurled a massive fireball toward Cecilia. Now, fear is taking over her mind. She can't move with the mana barrier, and she'll die. In this life-or-death situation, Cecilia has no choice but to remove the mana barrier to be able to move. As it disappeared, she immediately turned and ran for her life. But the ice shards kept piercing through her flesh layer after layer. She was cut all over by the spears, but this was better than dying. With those decisive choices, Cecilia managed to escape the devastating explosion caused by the fireball. She often braced herself, turning around in horror to look at the shockwave right behind her. At this moment, she was still stunned after what just happened. I am still alive. Having just escaped death by a narrow margin, Cecilia collapsed to the ground, secretly thinking that he must have exhausted his mana by using fire magic. The spy's plans reappeared in his mind, and he knew others would start arriving soon. There's no evidence that I'm a spy, and they won't suspect just because of a kid. The mages of the tower won't believe me anymore. She kept lying there contemplating. So when she recovered, she would deal with it later. Meanwhile, Ian was slowly walking toward her and calmly said, "I plan to make a name for myself by selling her." Ian said those words with absolute calm. But at this moment, Cecilia still proudly said, "You think you'll get special treatment?" Ian's lips curled into a mysterious smile, of course, because there's evidence that even you don't know about it. She started to feel uneasy. What is he talking about? Immediately after, the royal knights and the mages of the Tower of Russia arrived. Oliver quickly asked what had happened. Cecilia and the other mages saw her lying on the ground, so they rushed over to help her up and asked what happened to her. "These wounds," Ian honestly admitted, "are my doing." Hearing that, everyone turned their eyes to him. Oliver seriously asked Ian to explain the situation and what had happened. Ian immediately switched to his acting mode, lying without blinking, saying, "I happened to see that woman talking to someone wearing a mask." Cecilia stared in shock, wide-eyed. "What?" His face then showed a look of helplessness. Then suddenly, "She tried to kill me." Hearing this, Oliver also roughly understood the story and concluded that the kid had caused her to become like that. Ian immediately justified himself, "Because I need to survive." Oliver cautiously asked, "Can the kid prove it?" Ian replied, "I appeared as if they were checking something. A mark on their bodies." Oliver hesitated and thought carefully. Then, without hesitation, ordered them to check the other person's body. 2 other mages accompanying them immediately stepped forward to protect her. A young man named Finn spoke up first, saying, "Captain, don't you think this is going too far? Did you forget that we are wizards of the lower tier?" As the captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver didn't hesitate and immediately drew his sword. "So, Tar, you stepped back a few paces." Oliver solemnly raised his sword and said, "The one with the highest authority is here, and this happened for that reason. Whether the mages of the tower are involved or not, it is our duty to uncover the truth." Finn lowered his imposing stance and timidly said, "So at least let me heal her first." Oliver sternly ordered, "You can do that after the overall check." Then he also politely waved his hand to call the 2 female knights to check Cecilia. A while later, the check was complete, and Cecilia asked the 2 female knights if there was anything suspicious. The 2 girls bowed and replied, "We found nothing." Finn started shouting again. "What did I say? Why would you doubt her? We must heal her immediately, urgently." At this point, Oliver didn't want to doubt but had to suspect Ian was causing trouble, but Ian shook his head and replied, "Of course not." Then he confidently stepped closer to Cecilia, causing her to startle in fear as if worried her secret would be exposed. Ian approached from behind and said, "Sorry." Cecilia glanced back and asked what the kid was planning to do. Ian didn't answer, but simply placed his hand on her neck and performed some kind of spell. Suddenly, everyone was stunned by what they saw, revealing a clear mana seal on Cecilia's neck. Even Cecilia was surprised by this seal. "Kid, what did you do?" Ian smirked and replied, "I was just wondering what you 2 were doing. It seems you checked because of this." Memories from the past life played in his mind like a film. Coldwalker was sent to a training school with a mark. They didn't know about it because only the manager knew. Even I only discovered it after questioning a manager within a year, and in my previous life, it took me that long to realize it. Oliver still doesn't know the secret of Coldwalker, so he turned to ask the 2 mages if anyone knew what this sign meant. Finn hesitantly said, "This is the first time I've seen it." Oliver then turned to Ian and asked, "What about the kid?" When asked, Ian seemed to pretend he didn't know and quickly replied, "It's also the first time." Ian smugly thought, even if no one knows what it means, it still serves as evidence. After some reflection, Oliver ordered, "Heal her first, then we will interrogate." Then he looked at the 2 top Nya mages again and asked them to prepare a mana prison. They reluctantly agreed, yes. After giving the order, Oliver looked at Ian again and said if everything is true. "The Emperor will reward the kid." Ian pretended to be surprised when hearing this, even though everything was part of his plan. Then Oliver reported what just happened on the training ground to the Crown Prince. Hayden asked in shock, "Did that child really defeat a level 3 mage from Thop Nga?" Oliver replied, "Yes." Hayden chuckled and said, "I didn't expect it to be true." Then the Crown Prince asked further about the person standing before him. "What do you think, Captain Oliver, about that kid?" Oliver also replied seriously, "It seems what the dispatched mages said is correct, that kids' behavior and speech don't seem like that of a child." Hayden folded his arms and began to ponder. He said, "I think I should meet that kid and talk to him before making a conclusion. Captain, bring that kid here." A moment later, Ian entered the room and bowed respectfully. "You called for me, Your Highness." The Crown Prince also got straight to the point. "Yes, from what I've heard, one of the sorcerers sent by the Ivory Tower is a spy from the Kow'un. And I also heard that she is a quite talented mage. Speaking of which, Hayden praised Ian again. I think the achievement of defeating and capturing him is very commendable." But Ian humbly replied, "I am merely following my heart." A satisfied smile appeared on Hayden's face as he continued, "And therefore I want to reward you. Please tell me what you desire." Ian could fully understand the true intention of the Crown Prince. He silently pondered. He was trying to discover his inner desires by asking what he wanted. Since he was here, maybe he should say no. Ian hesitated and said, "So if you please, I would like to see the old ivory lamp on the way to the castle." Ian looked directly into Hayden's eyes and said, "Why do you want to go there? There's nothing to see. You pretend to be confused, clasping your hands together and hesitating before saying, 'I've only heard about it through stories and I've always wanted to visit at least once.'" Hearing this innocent answer, Hayden gradually lowered his guard, thinking that visiting a historical site was just what the kid wanted, and since he could ask for anything, it was probably just childish. So Hayden easily agreed to Ian's request. "Very well, then I will take you to this place." Ian quietly bowed his head and smirked, thinking he might get it sooner than expected. He secretly felt excited about the upcoming event, the old ivory lamp and the artifact hidden deep beneath it. The power to control the source language's flow and the source language flow itself play an important role in monster research and spellbooks containing the essence of the source language. Excitement gradually appears on his face. In his previous life, he found it a few years before death, so he only understood a small part. This time, he hopes to understand even more. A few days later, the royal escort took Ian and his close companions to the capital, and inside the ancient carriage carrying Ian, the atmosphere was filled with joy. Ian's mother couldn't hide her excitement as she looked out the window. This was her first time traveling so far. Mom turned to her son happily and said, "Right, Ian?" Ian smiled happily at his mother and nodded. "Yes, that's right." Along with the radio, he sat beside me happily saying, "Once we arrive in the capital, I will be the guide, Madame Fa. Forget about the outside. I've worked in the capital with that illusionist for a long time." Vanessa chuckled softly and replied, "Oh my, thank you." Ian quietly thought, "Just look at this guy." Just then, the clatter of hooves on iron beside the carriage caught Ian's attention as Second Emperor Knight Vice approached to announce, "Ian, we have arrived." "This is the old ivory tower that Ian successfully reached," Vice said. "Our plan is to stay here for 2 days." He smiled and added, "And as the Emperor ordered, the kid will be free to explore this place during that time." Vice smiled and says to everyone, "Please follow me, I will guide you." So he led everyone to a small village next to the old ivory tower to rest for the night. The village is truly peaceful in this quiet night. The chief of the village came out to welcome when he heard that members of the royal family and the mage had visited, unable to believe that everyone had come to the village. It was 1,000 generations of honor. The two of them happily laughed and said it was nothing. Ian was a bit surprised to see the crown prince so friendly with the people. He silently thought that perhaps he treated the residents kindly, and memories from his previous life flashed through his mind. At that moment, he always had a gloomy and resentful expression on his face, partly because Jiang Na was always by Ian's side. Seeing that relaxed smile on his face, Ian also understood that perhaps he behaved that way towards those who were not part of the royal aristocracy. He pondered silently, realizing why the current emperor favored the eldest son. Suddenly, Douglas came to call, "Leader, whenever he arrives, the fall is the same." Ooh. Ian immediately asked back, "Why do you ask that?" Douglas hesitated and admitted, "I also want to go there." Ian sighed quietly and thought to himself that he needed to go to the underground area at dawn, then replied to Douglas that they could do it tomorrow when he had free time. The boy, as obedient as a puppy, asked with shining eyes, "Really, together?" Ian was a bit unaccustomed to the adorable image of the kid, so he just responded politely. While the two boys were chatting, Radio standing behind told Vanessa that Douglas seems to really like Ian. Then he turned to whisper to Mrs. Fa that he had something to ask. Curious, Radio blurted out his thoughts. "Is Ian always so mature? I don't see him acting like a 12-year-old at all." Vanessa looked at her son with a gentle gaze and said, "Ian matured too. Early. The boy is very kind and caring, just like his father." I also sincerely confided in Radio. I know he won't say it, but surely the boy is trying to fill his father's place, and I feel truly guilty. He thought to himself, so he's like his father, and Radio asked further, so her husband is also a wizard. Vanessa shook her head to indicate that's not the case, and replied, "No, Fen is an ordinary person." The image of her husband still lingers in Vanessa's mind, her voice tinged with sadness when mentioning Fen. He disappeared before Ian was born after going to work as usual, and only his belongings were returned home 5 years later. Her eyes dimmed as she spoke sadly, and now Ian was thinking of his father, who had been missing for 12 years. Vanessa's words caught in her throat. She sighed and told the Radio to forget it. There was nothing. Then they followed the villagers' arrangements to a resting place. The next morning, just as the dawn broke, Ian appeared at the old Nya Tower, walking slowly and reflecting on the similar scene from his past life, a journey carried by the wind along the path of the stars. Then Ian remembered his former self, an endless journey after the Unification War, and leaving the Nya Tower and its restrictions behind. Did all those thoughts just come back to me, or was it simply coincidence that I entered the Nya Tower? Then I contradicted myself. No, in that case, I was guided by something. Lost in thought, Ian had been standing in front of the Nya Tower for a while now, and whether in this life or the previous one, it still looks exactly the same. Ian stepped inside, his mind recalling the history of this place. 300 years ago, there was a war between the mages of the Russian Tower and the Dragonians, descendants of the dragons. At that time, Gogoy's army and the dark magic of the Dragonians were powerful enough to destroy the system, but Emperor and High Mage Nisen Greenriver led other senior mages. He fought bravely against the Dragonians and caused the Gogoy to become extinct, protecting the peace of the realm. But that great man, Nisen Greenriver, who led them to victory, refused the throne and instead became the owner of the tower, founding the capital, Greenrivarium. Finally, this place was destroyed and abandoned, and Ian wandered around the tower, seemingly searching for something nearby. Ian's hand lightly touched a mechanism, and immediately, the ground beneath his feet suddenly changed. In an instant, a staircase leading down to a tunnel appeared before his eyes, and without hesitation, Ian directly entered. The space below was completely dark, so Ian used magic to light it up, a small sun-like light sphere illuminating every corner here. Gradually, the rays of light dispel the surrounding darkness, suddenly revealing a statue shaped like a monster. The statue resembles a humanoid creature, but with long ears, sharp fangs, and wings, looking incredibly lifelike. Ian looked at it and thought to himself, I was truly surprised the first time I saw that statue. At this moment, suddenly it trembled and then roared back. Then immediately after, it moved and became a flesh and blood monster, roaring fiercely. The reason you were surprised to see it earlier was because you never thought that was a gaoi, an extinct creature from 300 years ago hidden here. In just a moment, it leapt off the stone pedestal, out of Ian's sight. But a second later, the creature appeared in front of Ian, charging wildly toward him. Ian remains very calm as another water sphere appears in his hand. The water sphere quickly enlarges and shoots straight at the monster. It leaves it no time to dodge, taking a devastating hit to the stomach. The force of the water sphere is so strong that it forces the monster to crash into the corner of the wall before stopping. Ian silently observes the scene before him because he is also quite worried. In his previous life, it was easy to kill it, but now he needs to put in more effort. As he feared, the Giegoi is completely unharmed. In its eyes now, only images of Ian appeared, as if it had determined that he was the target to be eliminated. The golem slammed into the wall to gather stones and lunged at Ian again. Seeing that, he quickly cast ice magic, summoning sharp ice spears that floated up from the ground as he chanted. The monster, unprepared, was pierced through the abdomen by the ice spear, its agonized cry echoing throughout the space. Not stopping there, Ian continues with his next attack, sparks of lightning flashing around his body. Ian's determined gaze fixed on Gagoi as the next move, a powerful lightning strike, descends upon the monster. After a while, it finally stopped resisting because its entire body was burned to a crisp. Ian looked at it and thought he had finished off Gagoi. He calmly considered his next move, now only a matter of time, and as he predicted, shortly after, a secret mechanism appeared beside him. The door slowly descends, opening a path inside. Ian smiles contentedly, just like last time, then gently uses a feather spell to land, softly stepping down from above without any difficulty. His footsteps began to take their first steps as he descended here. According to his previous dual memories, Ian confidently moved forward to the place where a book he was seeking was placed. He happily thought, see you sooner than I expected, the dragon language scroll lying abandoned on the table. A sudden thought crossed Ian's mind, not knowing who had hidden it here. He tilted his head curiously, wondering if it was a dragon or a wizard first. Ian gently held the book, the dragon language, a mysterious language he didn't even understand in his past life, hoping he might understand it this time. Thinking of this, Ian suddenly paused, realizing that this scroll was completely blank, with no words at all. Ian carefully turned each page, but still found no writing. What had happened? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Maybe it was because he had used it in a previous life. Realizing the reason, Ian slowly closed the scroll and silently thought, if only he could read it one more time in his past life. Ian opened his mouth as if to say something, but then he held himself back. Only now did he realize that he couldn't produce any sound. But he quickly calmed himself and thought, the language of the flow is not a sound through speech. It is a magical language that uses mana as its foundation. So there is only one possible explanation. I can't use the vanished language of flow because I can't manipulate time magic without it, and I can't turn back the past. Regret is clearly visible on your face, as if you thought you could keep going. But if you considered it from another perspective, knowing about this early on is actually good for Ian, because things could have gotten worse if he hadn't learned about it. More than anyone, Ian himself knows that his second life has just become heavier. Switching scenes, a prosperous city gradually comes into view, and the soldiers announce, Ian, we will soon arrive at Green River Capital. The convoy carrying Ian and his family gradually enters the city gates, and Ian looks out the window, finally reaching the capital. Behind the last carriage, Cecilia was inside, and Ian silently thought that he should be more cautious, because there was a real possibility that Cecilia might run away and contact another co-walker, which would cause the co-walker to start tracking her. For that reason, Cecilia will definitely talk about me, the one who knows everything about the co-walker's existence, and things will become more complicated in many ways. Ian's train of thought was interrupted by what was happening outside. Ian's convoy, led by Oliver, was stopped. Herbert and the people from the Russian tower demanded they halt. Oliver paused briefly to get a better look at the person in front of him, and it was then that he realized it was the leader of the Russian tower. Then he dismounted and questioned him. What right does he have to block the way? Oliver was surprised to hear him say, I have received the authorization paper. Herbert naturally took out the order paper. and said that all authority to interrogate Cecilia and related matters would belong to the Tower of Russia, so you must be in a bit of a hurry. Seeing this, Oliver also did not back down and asked him back, even receiving the authorization paper before the spies arrived. But Herbert insisted, shouldn't these things be dealt with as quickly as possible? He told you to rest. The captain of the Russian tower will take responsibility from now on, so don't worry. That phrase is no different from an insult to a knight captain like you. But Oliver could only grit his teeth and endure because he had an order, and he was forced to command his subordinates to hand over the culprit to the leader of the Na Tower. Hearing those 3 words, culprit, Herbert immediately felt uncomfortable and reminded him, Captain, she is not guilty yet. Before the truth is revealed, she is still a mage of the Na Tower. Please watch your words. Oliver clenched his fists, and though he was very dissatisfied, he couldn't disobey the Emperor's orders. Oliver's soldiers also couldn't take it anymore and started complaining among themselves, we're the ones who came to catch her. So why are they claiming such authority, Captain? It's not fair. Even if it's an order from the Emperor, I still can't accept it. Because you know very well that they are not really trying to protect her. As a mage of the Tower of Nya, they just don't want ordinary knights to interrogate a mage. Now they will imprison her in the deepest dungeon of the tower and try to make this situation even more painful. Even if she is an agent sent by your youngest brother, she won't be able to escape. Vanessa sat beside Ian, unaware of what was happening outside. Lung Tung asked, why is it so noisy out there? Ian reassured his mother with a few words. It's nothing, don't worry. Then he turned to the side and sighed. There's one more thing I need to worry about. Ian's gaze shifted to the call from outside. Ian, the prince wants to go somewhere before we return to the castle. The scene shifts to a luxurious, elegant, and spacious villa, and as Ian steps out of the car, he immediately recognizes it. This is the villa given to him by Jiang Na when he reached level 5 in his previous life. Hayden gently approached from behind and asked, Do you like it? He smiled and continued, This is the villa you were gifted. Ian respectfully bowed and thanked him. My gratitude is unmatched, dear Hayden. Hayden chuckled happily and replied, What are you talking about? Ian silently compared the 2 lives, in his previous life at 26 years old when he received this villa, and in this life, 14 years earlier, it's quite beautiful. Hayden didn't pay attention to Ian's feelings and happily nodded, thinking that now his family would stay here while he and I went to the castle. We need to meet the Emperor, right? Hayden said confidently, and Ian hesitated, as if he wanted to say something. Then he decided to reveal his feelings, asking if he could tour the villa with his mother if permitted. And Hayden readily agreed, of course. Now Ian's face showed rare excitement, and he immediately thanked the Crown Prince. The villa is obviously very grand, from the exterior design to the luxurious furnishings inside. Vanessa looked around in amazement and exclaimed, Oh my God, Ian asked his mother, Do you like it? And she hesitated. How could I not like it? At this moment, Ian finally told her that this is our house from now on. Vanessa asked in surprise, and her young son confidently replied, Yes. Ian looked at his mother happily and also felt happy himself. Then he remembered what had happened before. When I received this villa in my previous life, my mother had already passed away. And meanwhile, Vanessa kept marveling, unable to believe this was really a place to live. Impressive. Even more than a lord's mansion, Ian thought to himself. Even though he had been a great wizard, he still couldn't bring his mother back. Then he explained to her that this place had been used by the royal family, and she was amazed once again, the royal family. Seeing my mother's figure still present here, Ian quietly made up his mind. But now it's different. It's what he wants to do for her, and with her, he can now do. He stepped forward to ask her how she feels about this place, how does she see it, while inside, Ian was eagerly hoping that this time he would finally be able to see. The happy expression on my mother's face, something my past life could never have. The pounding of her heart and the rosy cheeks of a 12-year-old Ian eagerly waiting for her answer. Soon after, she replied that it was spacious and beautiful and very large, but also accompanied by the worry any mother would have, wondering how to clean it all. Ian's whole body suddenly froze when he heard his mother's unexpected answer, and with great difficulty he managed to say, Mom? She asked worriedly. What's wrong, Ian? Ian didn't say anything, but only thought to himself, I will make sure that from now on you don't have to do housework anymore, so you won't have to worry like this. The scene shifts to the Green River Doom Royal Palace, and Ian, adjusting his sleeve, ponders with a bit of worry. I've never met the Emperor alone before, not even in my past life. And now I'm dressed in formal attire suitable for an audience with the Emperor. In the previous life, after graduating from the academy and understanding how the world works, he was already lying in bed waiting to die. The leader of this country, in my and everyone's impression, was an emperor praised for his strength and wisdom. Ian followed the guide. looking around curiously because he hoped to learn from the Emperor if possible. Through the window, Ian gazed at the nearby palace and immediately recognized it as the prince's residence. Memories flood back. I wonder what that guy is doing now. The fifth son and the illegitimate child. Although he resembles the Emperor the most, he was born without his father's love. His name is Rang Na. At the same time, he is also Ian's old friend and his biggest enemy. Ian couldn't help but worry about what he should do when he meets him in this life. The guide finally stopped in front of a room and said, "Ian, please go this way. The Emperor is waiting for you." Then the door slowly opened and Ian straightened up, ready to face the Emperor inside. Inside that room, the Emperor and the Crown Prince are waiting for you. Ian kneels and salutes respectfully, saying, "I am honored to meet you, Your Majesty." Terry's stern voice commands Ian to look up. He glances at him and says, "Hero of the North, Ian Fa, you've achieved a lot in a short time." Ian replied, "Thank you, sir, as the Emperor of the land." Terry didn't pay much attention to details, he said. "There's no need to try too hard. You probably haven't been taught proper conduct." "That's enough now. Stand up." Ian calmly rose to his feet as instructed. He kept thinking to himself about what had just been said because he had never been taught how to act properly. So there was no need to try too hard since that phrase sounded very familiar to him. Even the first time he met Zhang Na, he said the same thing to me. Terry then said, "You've traveled a long way to get here. Do you have a private residence? I gifted you one of my royal houses," while he was talking to Ian. Hayden, standing beside him, also noticed you. Their eyes met. Hayden happily waved. Ian dared not be rude in front of the Emperor, so he had to respond. "It's a very large place, I can't even imagine," but inside he kept panicking about what he was doing in front of the Emperor. Terry then asked, "So do you like it or not?" With all his sincerity, Ian replied, "I do. My mother is very happy too." It seems Terry is also quite pleased with that answer. He smiled and said, "Really?" Then he immediately got to the main point. "Are you suspicious?" The reason we sent the heir here and gave him a villa as soon as we arrived was because of that straightforward question. Ian hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should be more direct. He looked at the handsome man in front of him and couldn't help but think of the fifth prince, Rangna, who liked to speak frankly and openly, just like the Emperor, so it seemed that day was the same. No, not yet. Ian clenched his fists tightly, trying to hold himself back because until he had everything he wanted, he was just a 12-year-old child and needed to behave properly. Ian thought that now would be the best time to act like a child, so he responded in the most poetic way he could. "Isn't it because I am more talented than others, since apparently my magic is better than theirs?" Terry interrupted him, "So you're more talented than others?" He asked again, "Do you think so?" making the atmosphere in the room suddenly tense. Terry said it properly. Hayden felt awkward and uncomfortable, so he raised his head and called out, "Dad!" Hayden tried to force a smile and then turned to help Ian. "What does a child know anyway?" Terry was a bit surprised when his son spoke up, thinking to himself that this was the first time he saw the boy defend someone. It seemed that this young wizard might be the best choice to help with Hayden's inheritance, he thought before replying, "Yes." Then Terry continued speaking to Ian, "Your talent is remarkable. That's why I called you here. Even the knights and mages who saw your talent had to praise you. I heard that you helped a lot in uncovering that spy." In the room with only 3 people, the Emperor's voice echoed evenly, because a citizen who has achieved success deserves to be rewarded. "Now tell me, do you want anything, Ian?" he asked straightforwardly. He secretly rejoiced because he had achieved his goal and finally had the opportunity. The current Emperor's authority, he had thought about it a lot, constantly reminding himself that he was just a child. At this moment, Hayden spoke up on Ian's behalf, saying that he had once expressed a desire to visit the old ivory tower, very curious. At that age, all children are like that, thinking that father should allow it, and hearing Hayden speak his mind. A faint smile appeared on Ian's face. Terry also didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. "All right, I will give you the sealed badge. So here, you can travel with that piece, then a servant hands it to you on command. Unexpectedly, it's made of gold, and Ian keeps it close, while Terry adds that you can also give it to someone else and ask for help." He asked, "Is that all you want?" Ian softly replied, "Is there anything more?" At this moment, the Emperor happily declared that he would reward you himself. "Now, bring it in." Following his command, the maids entered one after another, bringing in a large tray filled with gold and silver. Terry said, "This is your reward," and then turned to the dozen maids beside him, saying, "These maids will clean the villa every day and I will send them to the villa so you can relax." Seeing these servants, Ian couldn't help but remember his mother's worries. It seems she won't need to worry anymore. Ian sincerely said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After a while, everything finally ended, and Ian stood alone outside the door. Ian pondered silently, he must be different from others. Instead of feeling attracted, he felt more suspicion. You think that for everyone, just like Zhang Na, as you think this, you also carefully examine the seal you just received. Suspicion is a basic part of diagnosis and management. Zhang Na likes to say so. Each line of thought follows your steps, focusing on what's important. I don't have much time. After a while, Ian went alone to a garden inside the palace, and the guards there immediately took notice of him. He asked, "Sorcerer, what brings you here?" "What brings?" Ian replied in a dazed tone. "Where's the garden?" Then he happily took out the seal, and the Emperor told me to show this. The guard immediately changed his attitude and said, "Yes, this way please, I will show you." Ian silently thought to himself that he would pretend to be sightseeing at a famous location and then arrive there. After a while, Ian finally managed to get in, reaching the sacred ground of the Empire. That look was a bit unhappy when recalling a certain words. "I like it here, Ian. In the previous life, Ragna told you that this place serves the Emperor and Empress. No one else can enter except the royal family. I'm just a prince, so I can't do it now, but someday I will definitely get there, right?" He smiled and asked you like that. Back in the present, Ian has entered inside, the flickering oil lamp illuminating the surrounding space. Ian sneaks into a corner, seemingly doing something secretly. He saw the guard dozing off. Normally, other guards would be alert, but right now they were asleep because Ian had secretly cast a sleep spell on them. Once sure no one is watching, he goes inside alone to look for something. It should be near the Emperor's carriage, right? Ian keeps searching around. It has to be nearby. Suddenly, Ian's attention was drawn to a place. He opened his eyes in surprise and found it. Ian happily feels a surge of joy inside, like a heart-shaped mushroom. He immediately, skillfully uses a bandage to pick the mushrooms. "Got what I wanted," Ian muttered in relief. "Perfect. Now I have enough." Then slowly put them into his bag. Suddenly, a voice came from over there. "It's so late. Where are you still going?" Ian sniffed again upon hearing that voice. A thought never crossed his mind that someone might quickly disable the light sphere in his hand. The space inside suddenly turned pitch black, and those outside were whispering about something. Sometimes Ian could only catch a few words like, "What?" But he didn't know what they had said to each other. And someone replied, "I understand." Ian felt a bit nervous and quietly stood in a dark corner of the waiting room, watching for any signs outside. At that moment, Calvin entered and spoke, "Your Highness Princess." "Even so, this place is a bit..." Ian, hiding in a corner, silently thought to himself, "Your Highness Princess. Right now there are only 3 concubines. No matter who it is, it can't be Zhang Na." Princess Harry Green River softly replied, "Not many visit this place, and honestly, few pass by, so the sound won't escape from this room." She added also, "As a princess, my duty is to oversee this sacred place, and you will test the magic cast upon it. We each have our roles." Listening to her voice, Ian immediately recognized that it was Harry Green River, the younger sister of the Crown Prince. Calvin asked, "Your Highness, why didn't you tell Thapnga?" When he mentioned this, Harry changed her attitude and loudly protested, "No way." Her slender legs slightly raised. "Isn't it obvious that you know lighting the candles is very dangerous?" But when she thought of her father and Huang Huyen, Harry's face brightened as she said, "I am sure the ancestors will understand because this is for His Majesty and my Huang Huyen." Seeing the princess's determination, Calvin knew he couldn't persuade her and had to agree, saying, "I understand. I will do my best to help you until the very end." Then he turned to ask if she remembered the basic spells I taught her last time. She eagerly replied, "Of course I do." Calvin praised her very well, and then asked to see the light first. Harry also took it very seriously, so let the mana flow like this. Sure enough, afterwards, this princess was able to create a small light sphere. Ian, from the shadows, watched in amazement as the princess used a powerful spell. Harry, seeing his own light so small, complained, "Why is mine so tiny?" And Calvin patiently explained to her. Because she only recently started practicing magic, Ian remembered Harry Green River from his previous life. She had lived her entire life like a caged bird, and when Zhang Na ascended to the throne and the crown prince was executed, she followed her brother and quietly ended her life. It wasn't until this life that Ian realized that the woman was actually a mage, so why was she hiding something? Ian was a bit curious about her reasons, because in the Green River Empire, hiding one's potential to become a mage was a crime, and private magic education outside the Tower of Nya and the Academy was also forbidden, and she must have known this too. I don't know what Harry's intentions are, but she asked, "Your Highness Calvin, please teach me an attack spell again. Next time like a volcano or something." Calvin replied to the princess helplessly, "Even I can't use that spell, Your Highness." Hearing that, Harry quickly apologized. "I was just joking." Then suddenly Harry felt something behind her. She immediately turned around to look, and Calvin also asked, "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Harry said, Just now I thought I heard a sound, and this news hit Calvin like a thunderbolt. He's worried that they might be discovered, and he wonders if anyone saw us. Because that would be very bad. Calvin nervously said, "Let's end it for today," Harry reassured him. "Don't worry, Lord Calvin. Only royalty are allowed in here, and by now it's already evening outside." I don't know when, but Ian was already outside, looking up at the sky and thinking to himself that today he had discovered many surprising things. I never expected Harry Greenriver to be a wizard, something I didn't even know in my previous life. Ian recalled the princess's intense reaction earlier and could infer that she risked committing the crime to hide it from the tower, perhaps because she was wary of Zhang Na's support tower. Ian just walked out, thinking to himself that he had wasted quite a bit of time inside. As he reached the gate, Lin Khan immediately asked, "Sir Mage, have you finished your tour?" A bright smile appeared on his face. Ian looked at Lin Khan with a poetic gaze, thinking to himself, "But each day is enough." Then he replied, "Yes, I am satisfied." A moment later, at Ian's villa, as he stepped inside, the radio greeted him. "Sir Ian, you're back." He also approached and asked, "Yes, where are my mother and the others?" He replied that the lady in charge of the tea was talking with the servants sent by the palace, and Douglas was touring the mansion. According to the radio, his son was obedient like a little puppy excited to explore this new house, constantly marveling at how big it was. After hearing that, Ian said, "All right, radio, can I talk to you for a moment?" So they both went into a room to chat, and Ian finally felt at ease and said, "I want you to make a potion for me." Radio asked curiously, "Which type of biruk are you talking about?" Then Lin handed over a bag of mushrooms he had just picked. Then he explained more about these mushrooms. They are psychic mushrooms. They are toxic. They numb the body and stop the heart. Doubt was clearly visible on Radio's face. "You want me to make a psychic bomb with such dangerous mushrooms? A regular bomb is okay, but a psychic bomb?" At that moment, Ian mentioned again, "Have you ever heard of the return spell?" He paused for a few seconds, but then replied, "I have heard of it." Ian clearly states his intention. "I need a secret to escape that spell." "Can you do it?" Ian asked, and Radio agreed. "I will have to do the experiment. Is it urgent?" "Hurry! The sooner the better." Ian urgently made his request like that. While the radio was pondering something, Ian suddenly paid attention to the knocking sound from behind. A message is announced from outside the door. "Lord Ian, the Nai Tower has sent you a letter." After a moment, the maid respectfully brings the letter in. Ian slowly took out the letter and read it carefully, each word written meticulously from the mage Ian Fei. "Just like the royal family, the Nya Tower was also eager to meet you, so we should have waited until the official registration day at the academy to meet. But teaching only one talented mage along with other novice mages shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Ian carefully read each line of the letter, "So I want to suggest that we meet again in a week. And I hope you will accept the request from the Nya Tower, as a wizard whose name is on their list." After reading the letter, Ian the letter. Ian immediately told Radio, "You have 1 week." He asked in surprise, "A week? Ian has never shown such an attitude towards Radio before. Is it really difficult?" He also knew it was impossible to negotiate, so he reluctantly replied, "Of course not. A week is no problem. I will just have to sacrifice my sleep." Radio must have said so. Hearing that, Ian couldn't change his decision. "So I'm sorry to trouble you, but I will rely on you. That luxurious blue carriage is Ian's, and he's on his way to the Russian Tower." Ian sat alone in the car, rummaging through his jacket pocket for something. A dark-colored bottle in his hand revealed itself as radio medicine made from mushroom heart tissue, which would keep his heartbeat steady for 2 hours. Anxiety appeared on his face. Just 2 hours. Ian gazed out the small window of the carriage. He saw the Russian Tower looming ahead, the place he abandoned everything and left in his previous life. And now Ian has returned to this place. After a while, the attendant announced to you, "Sir Ian, we have arrived at the Russian Tower." As Ian stepped out of the car, a gentle voice caught his attention. "You have arrived?" Sir Ian said. A girl from the Russian Tower steps out, introducing herself as Maris, and smiling to ask if you're welcome to the Russian Tower. Maris enthusiastically says, "Follow me this way, I will guide you to the Tower Master." Then she leads Ian inside. This is the first floor of the tower, the entrance hall, as Maris introduced to you. Ian looked up and surveyed this place. Seeing this familiar scene, Ian thought that, then and now, no, in both the present and the future, this place remains the same. You see that golden disc over there? It is a device called Mana Ascension. According to Maris, the golden ones are for high-level mages to directly reach the top floor. "Please step onto the disc, Ian," and he slowly stepped onto the golden disc. She continued to guide him, saying the high-level mages are waiting for him in the tower's main chamber on the top floor. Well then, goodbye. As soon as Ian stepped onto it, the golden disc beneath his feet instantly lit up, revealing a magic circle shaped like clocks. In just the next moment, a blinding light illuminated the hall, and Ian calmly stood inside, perhaps because he was already familiar with this from his previous life. At this moment, Ian tightly clenched the glowing potion bottle in his hand and then immediately drank it. In a moment, the golden plate arrived and stopped. Now, Ian was ready, prepared to face whatever was coming next. You step towards a large black door, which slowly opens, and Ian follows inside. Upon seeing your arrival, the owner of the ivory tower, Herbert, greeted and welcomed you. Ian scoffed. He sat proudly on his throne and spoke in a superior tone, thanking you for accepting the invitation to our tower. Seeing that Ian still didn't react, he continued, "Don't just stand there. Have a seat. There are many others in that room besides Ian, or rather, you're probably quite surprised. But there's no need to be afraid," he said while everyone was staring intently at you. According to him, this is just a small test that every wizard must go through when joining the tower. Ian slowly sat down in the prepared chair, and from their reactions, he could tell enough. Herbert, meanwhile, was speaking while opening some kind of information board in his hand. "I already know about your talents, but even without considering them, you're pretty impressive. Honestly, I was still a bit suspicious," Ian replied in a dreamy, poetic voice, implying it would be the day they'd torture me. Herbert crossed his arms and denied it. "Oh my, how could we do such a thing? There's no room for such malicious acts in this tower." Suddenly, his eyes completely changed, becoming extremely cold as he said, "We just asked a few questions and you only need to answer them." In that tense atmosphere, he announced, "Now let's begin, starting with Ian's personal information." Herbert accurately reads from the line Ian Fa, born in 488, with the noble path of Hong Duong, his father named Fen Fa, a wandering explorer, and his mother named Vanessa Fa, who was once a servant in the castle. Is there any incorrect information? Ian also honestly replied, "No, they are all true." The bald man next to him asked further, "I want to know more about your relationship with the alchemist radio." From this information onward, Ian has begun his act calmly responding with the secret potion he secretly prepared. "My mother is very weak. I need an alchemist who can provide a steady supply, and the Lord introduced him to me." Another person questioned Ian again, asking why he visited the old ivory tower. He replied, "I saw it in books many times and always wanted to go there." Next, the man in the blue shirt named Ronan also spoke up. "Do you remember Mage Cecilia?" Ian replied casually, "Of course I remember." His serious voice echoed steadily, saying that he saw her talking with a masked man, and Cecilia was caught trying to kill him. He asked if these details could be true since she remained silent. Ian also pretended to be scared when recalling that scene and said, "I swear I thought I was about to die." The white-haired woman also asked, "Can you honestly say no one ever taught you magic?" Ian replied confidently, "Yes, never." She still couldn't help but doubt and kept asking you insistently, "So then, fireball. Are you saying that spirit of fire and ice spirit are the same? How do you know so many spells?" "I want to hear a reasonable answer. You're not going to say I should just do it, right?" Atien replied, "I just think about them." Then you explained further, like imagining fire in the palm of your hand. You said casually that I just need to imagine it, and someday it will become real. Hearing this answer, their reactions were immediately overwhelming, impossible, and absurd. After a long while, they continued to discuss Ian non-stop, only Herbert remained calm and thoughtful. He frowned seriously. Even the strongest probing spell from the Russian tower confirms that the boy is telling the truth. His gaze never leaves Ian for a moment, and a fleeting thought crosses his mind. Could that boy be the embodiment of the legendary first mage himself? But a series of other possibilities also appeared in his mind. The two boys being high-level wizards to such an extent that even a senior wizard's probing magic was ineffective, which was truly unreasonable given how much mana that child possessed. Herbert's eyebrows furrowed even more. What could this be? Just as everything was in chaos, Helen, a level 4 mage, stood up angrily and said enough. Her attitude now was very dissatisfied as she said, "Why do you keep asking useless questions? Stop wasting time and ask something real." Ian also didn't know what to do. In this situation, everyone around kept advising her to calm down. "Helen, stay calm. The Tower Master is still here. We all came to ask him, right?" But Helen continued arrogantly, stepping in front of Ian to question him. "What are you?" She spoke in a rude tone, using that mouth of hers to ask us what I am. Why don't I say anything except nonsense? Hearing Helen's harsh words, Ian silently thought, that's right, she's that kind of person. Looking at the red-haired woman in front of him, Ian remembered that Helen was the youngest fourth-level mage before he arrived, and just like her fiery nickname, she was very fierce. But he also didn't want to back down from her. Didn't she already know? Helen sniffed in response when questioned back. What? Ian pointed to his information board and said, It's written over there, his voice echoing as he read out the details. Ian Fay, born in 488 Aries. Haven't you read it yet? Hearing that, Helen immediately got angry and clenched her fists tightly. His face now is filled with anger. How dare you say that? As the two of them continued to argue, Herbert finally raised his voice to cut in. Enough. His gaze seemed to pierce through him, and Herbert said firmly, Ian Fa, let me ask you the last question. Just like before, when you took the mana reaction test, I heard there was a small incident. The soldier who often bullied you and your mother, do you remember that soldier's name was Jonah? Ian listened silently as he continued speaking, Herbert's tone tinged with suspicion. The next day it was discovered that the soldier had died, and when he was found, there were reports of mana traces on his body. Then he directly got to the point and asked if Ian was involved in the soldier's death. Ian remained silent, silently thinking that the Tower Master truly lived up to his reputation. He looked at his serious face and judged that this man was not overly confident in his magic, always considering a third possibility. In a situation like this, an ordinary person would lose their composure and be afraid of being suspected as the murderer, but at this moment, Ian remains incredibly calm. The detailed calculations quickly run through his mind. If his heartbeat stays steady, he will be suspected even less. Ian was now hesitating, thinking that since he was told this was the last question, should he now remove the effects of the potion? His determined gaze showed he had made up his mind to give them the answer they wanted to hear. At that moment, Ian skillfully nullified the drug's effect, and his heartbeat became irregular as he responded to the next question. I don't know anything. Everyone in the room immediately noticed this change and looked at him in shock. Because they all thought that boy was lying, Herbert's face finally relaxed a little as he said, You're not involved in this, are you? Ian calmly replied, Yes. Herbert seemed quite pleased with this answer and said, Of course, you can't help him. Thank you for your honest answer to this difficult question. Then the Tower Master tried to justify himself with another statement, claiming that the mana traces on his body were just made up. He slipped up and died, and that remark seemed to be his way of thinking he had successfully tested Ian's resolve. Ian remained silent, knowing that his performance had succeeded beyond expectations. But the story wasn't over yet. Herbert added, I want to end the meeting here and go for a meal, but I still have work to do, so I hope you understand. In that room, his steady voice echoed, As you might have guessed, your talent has never been seen before. Not even in the tower, an unknown mysterious power. So we must be more cautious, he explained, then continued to talk about your current limits and how far you can go. A glass sphere is placed where Ian is sitting. According to Herbert, the device in front of him is called a mana vessel, an essential component that operates most of the tower. Its function has been explained to Ian by the Tower Master. Currently, it contains little mana, so it appears this color, but when it holds more mana, it will turn blue. Herbert ordered him to pour mana into it. Ian asked again, all of it, and he replied, Of course, because we want to see your limit. Ian approached the mana vessel, silently calculating in his mind that it could not withstand the mana of a level 3 mage. Pouring in an amount equivalent to a level 2 mage would be the safest choice, so he placed his hand on it. Ian silently told himself that if he showed them the amount of mana he planned, he could minimize suspicion and be classified into a lower tier. Suddenly, he hesitated a bit as his thoughts kept flowing. But why was that? He was only an 8th level mage, not a legendary witch or a renowned leader in history. I have always understood people's feelings and lived a cautious life. But while you were lost in thought, the container had turned green somehow. Remembering my past life, I could have given up everything. Power, fame, glory, and I could have abandoned everything I once had. The source of mana continuously emanates from Ian's body and flows into the container, but he remains lost in thought. As for magic, I don't understand anything better than magic itself. The powerful mana surges more and more, and one thing can be confirmed, when it comes to magic, no one stands above Ian. The mana container absorbed a large amount of energy, its color deepening to a darker blue. Just a second later, it could no longer hold any more and cracked open, and in the next moment, the container exploded completely. Making everyone around gasp in amazement, streams of mana still emanated from the container, filling the room, as it seemed Ian had truly poured all his magic into it, and his breathing now grew more labored. You try to regulate your breathing, and even Herbeck can't find words to describe what he's seeing. The people around are still frozen in place. Only Helen speaks up. How could it be contained? She picked up the broken piece of the container. The mana vessel could hold the mana of a level 3 mage. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, so that child is even stronger than a level 3 mage. Ian had regained his composure. A moment after Ian left, with the sky already turning golden, a threatening hand slammed down on the table and shouted loudly, Ian spreading rumors about that boy being true. Ronan couldn't keep his composure, stood up and shouted, he's also a level 4 mage, which means he's on par with all of us, not the Tower Master. His anger grew even more intense when he remembered Ian's reaction when asked about Jonathan's death, clearly the reaction of someone lying. He took the opportunity to continue. What does everyone think this means? Before Ian Fa becomes a dangerous threat to us, we have to restrain him. Everyone in the meeting was silent, contemplating after hearing that. Ronan believes that after entering and graduating from the academy and serving 5 years, we shouldn't think about canceling all that and taming him immediately, right? Herbert finally spoke, saying it would be a bit difficult, but what you said isn't wrong. He said Ian Fa's time at the academy was just a waste, and instead he was a threat to the other students. High-level mages like us already find it uncomfortable. How do you think the new and young mages will feel? As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the other mages grew even more grim. Then Herbert ignored everyone and said that whether Ian Fay kills a soldier or prevents a death, it doesn't matter. Because he believes that although the visit is harmless, we will never know if his lies will affect us or not. Herbert carefully reiterates an important point which everyone might already know, but our top priority is the value of this tower. For him, the more powerful mages there are here, the higher the status of the tower. Suddenly, someone asked, why not accept Ianfa as the 12th senior mage and officially announce the emergence of a level 4 mage? Of course, Herbert also knew this, but given his talent and age, I think it's best for a special senior mage to teach him. What does everyone think? All the mages present agreed, saying it sounds good. I agree. I hope so too. Hearing the agreement, Herbert nodded and said, very well. Then, he immediately assigned someone to be responsible for educating Ian Fa. But suddenly, a hand from someone reached out and said, I will do it. A few days later, Ian returned to the Ivory Tower, but this time in a different role. He still felt a bit stunned, not expecting to be recognized as a high-level mage so quickly. At that moment, the familiar figure of Maris appeared again, and as soon as she saw him, she called out shyly, Ian. Seeing her, Ian was also a bit surprised and said, we meet again. Maris hesitated and replied, I've heard the news. That she is a level 4 mage? Ian felt a bit embarrassed when he heard her say that. Yes, that's how it is. Maris's eyes sparkled with admiration. It's amazing. A high-level mage at just 12 years old. That terrible rumor is true, Ian replied politely. What kind of rumor is spreading like that? Then she happily looked at him and said, you've heard the news, but I've been assigned as your support mage for a year. She still spoke politely, but you stepped back and Ian also smiled and replied, you can speak comfortably. You are my senior. Senior? That word immediately surprised Maris. She seemed to be energized, her enthusiasm surging. Since I am your senior, I will show you around the Nya Tower, Ian politely replied. Thank you. Then the two of them went together to visit the Nya Tower, with Marisi pointing to a building ahead, that is the Magic Academy of the Nya Tower. She explained further that today you were supposed to register there, but instead you will receive special training from high-level mages. Ian simply followed silently, thinking to himself that they call it special training. It's just a plan to turn me into a loyal dog, as expected from Hobeck. At this moment, Ian's gaze suddenly paused for a moment because he saw his friends from his previous life at the academy, and he remembered that he had also stood there. But in his past life, they were all assassinated by his younger brother's snake spies during the First Unification War, so he never thought he would meet them again. Ian felt a sense of anticipation. It might be difficult to become close friends, but he should greet her soon. After a moment, Maris was ready to introduce him, saying this is his private laboratory. She also thoughtfully said, I heard you would use it, so I cleaned it up with a spell. The door to the laboratory slowly opened, and Ian was surprised to see the room inside. Ian's eyes widened in amazement because this was also his room from a previous life, and seeing his reaction, Maris immediately spoke up, explaining that when this tower was built 300 years ago, there were 24 high-level mages, but now less than half remain. So many rooms are unused. She said that the Tower Master wants you to use this room for your private matters. Then she left you alone in that room, so please wait here. I will go call the sorcerer in charge of you. The door to the room suddenly closed, and inside, the air became silent as Ian was left alone there. He pretended to reach out and touch familiar objects that he hadn't seen in a long time. Since the last time I entered this room, Ian reminisces about old memories here. Unlike before, this time I got this room 7 years earlier. Now I have the rank of high-level mage. A meaning appears in my mind. There's something I must do. That is to create a new power within your tower. Ian quietly calculates the time, within 6 years from now. You think this is the time Jung-na begins to act under the tower's protection. I have to create it before then, a force capable of resisting Jung-na who is under the tower's safeguard. But even Ian himself knows that this is very difficult to achieve because it's hard to say that power here is based on loyalty to the tower's master, but rather on overwhelming strength and high rank. Only one possibility can help Ian do this. If he reaches the same level, no, even higher than the tower's master, then it will be time for him to take full control of this tower. Thinking of that, Ian sighed and thought it's best to just act like a polite child until then. Even he can't surpass level 5 with this small body. Suddenly, the door was slammed open violently, startling Ian. Someone enters from outside without asking for your opinion, just saying hello. Ian turns around curiously, a forced smile on his face, as if trouble is about to happen again. Do they have to send her here every time? It turns out that person was Helen, standing there confidently saying it's been a while, then smirking in a way that provokes Ian, the brat. Ian looked at her and thought to himself, Helen, they just keep sending her. At this moment, Ian, about to speak with his mouth full, naively said, You are the one who cleaned up the broken vase. But she was no longer angry and only sighed. It seems you are even more mischievous than I thought. Helen calmly steps forward and says, Fine. You've probably heard the news. Then she continues, Proper conduct, the history of the tower, magic theory. These are the things you will learn at the academy, but the Archmage wants to teach you inside the tower. Remembering Herbert's words, he said that other children would lose confidence if a monster like you studied with them. Helen was muttering some spell while speaking, but the problem was, a book on the shelf fell down due to Helen's magic. She arrogantly held a book in her hand and said, What's the point of doing that? While a series of other books also floated out, and immediately afterwards several books fell to the ground. She waved her hand dismissively and said, I'm not good at trivial things like that, and those old women teach better than me. Suddenly, Helen leaned in close to Ian and asked, Cecilia, you defeated that girl, right? She kept rambling that she had high hopes for Cecilia, who was quite skilled in combat magic. If Ian hadn't discovered her, she might have continued and followed in Helen's footsteps. Who would have thought that she was actually a spy? Her gaze fell on Ian again. But he was able to defeat Cecilia, and Ian silently listened to the red-haired woman ramble. Helen added, Because I became your teacher, I will teach you something. A list of different types of mages was outlined by her, including various kinds of mages trained for combat, support, and those dedicated to the study of alchemy for life, while she looked down on others as mere useless leftovers. Then she turned to ask again, What kind do you think I am? Ian sighed and replied, The first type. Exactly. She happily and proudly believed that no one could defeat her in that field. Helen thought that she was different from other mages, only caring about the elegant appearance of a high-level mage. I will teach you my way. Then she turned and walked away, looked at Ian and said, Follow me. Seeing Ian silent, she insisted, Of course you have no right to refuse. A little while later, the two of them arrived at the training ground. Helen looked disdainful. Now, do you understand what you have to do here? Her voice rang out full of challenge. Attack me and make me want to teach you. Ian looked at the vulgar woman in front of him and thought, She's no different from in my previous life. Even then, she still annoyed me by challenging me, but this time I won't let her start it. From then on, Ian's eyes clearly showed his determination. I will cut off that thought. The surrounding mages immediately became curious because of the two of them, and the constant murmurs echoed in my ears. What kind of challenge is this? Hey kid, Ian, letting the boy fight her might be a bit dangerous. Helen still maintains her confident and playful look. It seems like there are enough spectators now. Shall we start? While Ian was warming up, she said again, You go first. I'm a teacher, so I'll let you. Ian took off his shirt and seriously asked back, Are you sure? Are you? That one successful provoked her. Helen irritably replied, Who's worried about whom here? He prepared his stance, then replied, I won't hold back, Ian said, as he extended his hand to cast a spell. His eyes gently closed, murmuring softly, revealing streams of energy radiating around him. Helen just stood there watching without any defense. It seems she has seen a lot. Is she planning to set up a barrier first? Her eyes full of contempt. No matter what barrier it is, I can break it right away. Watson just finished speaking, and giant fireballs were already behind Helen, ready to attack at any moment. At that moment, Ian cast the ice block spell, with chunks of ice freezing from his feet upward. In just a moment, the EC blocks reached up to your neck. Then Ian completely froze himself. Helen stared in amazement at his action. Is he joking with us? She tapped a few times on the ice block and said, The best thing you could think of was just an ice block.
You plan to sleep inside until your mana ran out because the ice is the strongest defensive spell to protect the user, but when activating the ice, the user falls into a deep sleep so they cannot use other spells.
She kept rambling. Oh my God, I really don't know what you're thinking. I was foolish to hope that suddenly Helen's words caught in her throat as she heard a sound coming from behind her. The people around also heard the sound and wondered what it was, but only Helen could sense that the sound was coming from Ian's ice block, so she immediately turned around to look. A fleeting image of anger flashes through her mind. It's impossible. That can't be true. Helen keeps denying herself as she stares intently at Ian. At that moment, Ian's seemingly closed eyes suddenly opened. Helen couldn't believe it, and thought to herself, is it still moving inside the ice block? That thought made her instinctively step back a few paces. Suddenly, a series of vines appeared around Helen, surrounding her. She gritted her teeth in frustration and cursed. Damn it! At this moment, the vines kept growing longer and attacked Helen. One by one, they all moved at an extremely fast speed. Just a second was enough for one to be pierced if not dodged. She had to try her best, using fire magic to counterattack at the same time. Helen looked at the trees chasing from behind and muttered annoyed, Damn it. Even if I burn them all, they won't retreat. If this keeps up, I'll be the one to fall into despair. Then her attention shifted to Ian, and before anything happened, I have to reach the kid inside the ice, she thought to herself, trying to find a way to push him out. But now Helen still hasn't come up with a plan. How could it move and cast magic inside the ice block at the same time? While she was lost in thought, a vine suddenly lunged at her from behind. Helen was caught off guard and could only stare in horror. Then her scream echoed through the space as the vine woman finally gained control. After everything was over, he finally freed his ice block and stepped out. Only now did she admit that the rumors about his talent being similar to the first wizard's were true. Helen calmly says, Fine. I admit defeat. So can you take these dirty vines off me now, kid? But, Ian replies, No, not yet. Ending this quickly would be very disappointing but not trusting himself. She asks, What do you mean? A flicker of fear crossed Helen's face. What more do you want? I already said I lost. You still won't stop. And your arm slowly raises, ready for the next strike. At this moment, sparks of electricity flickered across Ian's hand, and even the dark clouds in the sky began to gather. Seeing the terrifying scene before her, Helen screamed in fear, Wait, kid, Ian! Lightning bolts on Ian's hand grew thicker and thicker, despite her continuous screams that this was just a practice match. Helen desperately shouted, Ian, stop it, stop! But Ian showed no sign of stopping at all. Right after that, he cast a full spell, and the sky behind him immediately lit up with a large flash. Lightning bolts descended one after another, leaving Helen in shock, while the onlookers fell silent. All the vines and trees around were burned to ash, and only then did she realize that she wasn't hit. Ian had precisely aimed at the trees that were blinding her. I live in chaos. I never expected that someone as arrogant as Helen would finally think like this when facing a 12-year-old kid. The fear grew even more when she realized Ian was approaching her. Even though he hadn't done anything yet, she panicked and backed away. Now, Ian spoke softly. Miss Helen, just calling your name made you freeze in fear. Your whole body trembles just hearing Ian speak. Can you still handle this? Ian smiled mysteriously and asked if there was anything else he could teach her, making her too afraid to say anything and only shake her head repeatedly, while Ian was pleased that he had achieved his goal. You say, then I will go first for now. After speaking, Ian turned and left, each step of his walking light and gentle. Seeing the onlookers in front of him, Ian spoke up, apologizing for the request. After that, they all stepped aside to make way for Ian, as the recent scene probably made them realize they could no longer underestimate this young wizard. One afternoon at the Russian tower, the mage hurriedly walked, and Tower Master Herbert turned to ask his subordinate about Helen's current condition. He bowed and replied, She looks quite exhausted. She has been skipping meals for the past few days. His face darkened in anger. He never expected her to provoke a 12-year-old and ruin his dignity. How foolish. He was so wrong to think that by breaking Ian's pride and making her obedient, Helen would never be defeated by the boy. Only now does Herbert realize too late that this was never something he could control. It's not a dog we can leash and tame, but a wolf king. Herbert tries to justify his mistake by reassuring himself that we will need more time than expected to turn it into a useful tool we can wield. He hurried to a room, which opened as he arrived. It turned out that the one waiting for Herbert was the fifth prince, Zhang Na, who said, You're here. Herbert respectfully bowed and apologized, saying he was late, Your Highness. Zhang Na quickly closed the book in his hands and replied, It's okay. Then he asked the tower owner, Could you tell me the details beforehand? Zhang Na's face now looked more interested in the story. He expressed his desire to know about the wizard Ian Fei and what happened to Huan Xiaomis. On a beautiful morning at Ian's villa, Douglas happily jumped out of bed. He is now wearing a new uniform with intricate stitching, completely different from his simple clothes before. And with an excited expression he says, "Dad, I'm ready to go now, let's go." The video is the same. He put on a new suit and happily replied, "Okay, let's go out." "Ian, I will take Douglas to the academy." Douglas chirps like a little bird. "I will be back, leader." Then the father and son gently closed the door and left. As they departed, everything became quiet again because only Ian was left there. He pondered that today was Douglas's first day at school. The reason the father and son were so happy was because Douglas was accepted into the Royal Alchemy Academy at the top position immediately after applying, proving his exceptional talent. Ian also felt quite reassured, thinking that he understood the program involving one-on-one ivory tower sessions, so it should be relatively easy. At this moment, he closed the book in his hand and leaned back on the sofa, meaning he would have some free time. But he couldn't rest for long, and Ian stood up, once again pondering that since turning back time, he had been constantly racing. Rana hadn't shown any clear movements yet, but that didn't mean he would sit still, so Ian decided to walk somewhere. "To regain all my strength, my body needs to grow stronger." Ian's thoughtful gaze looked out the window. His small hand gently tapped on the glass, seeming quite worried, but "Can I just rest like this?" At this moment, a maid hesitantly entered and handed Ian a new invitation from the palace. Ian looked at the card and asked, "A new invitation?" When he finally held it in his hand, he still wondered what event it was. Ian examined the seal carefully and realized that the new invitation was from the Crown Prince. That night, Ian arrived at the party venue, which was also a grand hall full of harmony. Even after arriving, Ian couldn't believe he was truly invited to such a place because there was an unwritten rule that non-noble sorcerers were not allowed to attend such parties. He placed his hand on his hip, hesitating and wondering what this guy was thinking. Looking at the grand palace, Ian thought to himself, I never expected the party to be organized personally by the Crown Prince. Maybe because in Ian's memory, the prince was very reserved in his interactions with other nobles and had never hosted a soul-sharing event with any noble. His attitude caused him to lose the chance to make an appearance in the political circle, and as a result, all the nobles turned their backs on him. Clearly, Hayden in his past life was not like the Crown Prince, who built trustworthy relationships with other nobles. In the end, he seized most of the Crown Prince's political power. Ian let out a sigh, resigned to the fact that the Crown Prince often ignored the Emperor's advice due to his impulsive nature and laziness. But I couldn't help but wonder what made him act so proactively, though I figured this might work in my favor. However, thinking back to his past life, Ian had never been close to places like this, so he probably would just sit quietly in a corner. Finally, Ian gathered his courage and stepped inside, handing the invitation to the servant, feeling awkward and shy. Then, the door gradually opened, and who knows what was waiting for him inside. Inside the castle, everything was decorated magnificently but still elegant, true to the royal style. As Ian stepped in, all eyes turned to him, everyone glancing and whispering among themselves. Ian forced a polite smile, but it was clear he was far from comfortable. At that moment, the servant's announcement rang out. The Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone in the banquet hall paused and bowed respectfully before the Crown Prince. Hayden's graceful steps are approaching, dressed in a neat hairstyle and a striking blue formal suit. Hayden softly spoke, I would like to thank the esteemed guests for attending my party today. Standing from the upper floor, his voice echoed throughout the hall. As everyone knew, I will host tonight's banquet on behalf of Emperor Beha. Hayden continued speaking. Normally the party would start with a speech, but today I want to introduce someone to you all. After saying that, Hayden smiled and turned to look at Ian, making Ian immediately understand his intention. He was about to be introduced. At that moment, Hayden announced loudly and ceremoniously that tonight's special guest was the youngest level 4 mage in the history of the Tower of Ha, a distinguished guest from Moglion, who pointed directly at Ian as he finished speaking. The name Ian Fei was announced loudly, causing him to freeze for a few seconds, and the entire banquet fell into silence for a moment, but Hayden broke the atmosphere with a bright, mischievous smile at Ian. He kept talking non-stop, so you probably guessed that I organized this banquet to introduce you. Ian had to reply. I thank you. Hayden thought Ian really liked it, so he replied, no problem. Now, Ian just realized he had fallen into a trap, and silently thought to himself, this is a scheme to make the nobles see him as the prince's supporter. With Hayden's personality, Ian was sure that the plan was definitely made by the Emperor, not the prince. Hayden is really boastful. He was ranked as a high-level mage immediately upon arriving there, and I can imagine how the faces of those arrogant old men looked. The Grand Prince recounted that when he first met you in Moglion, he wondered why he had to go all that way for a kid who only cares about tigers. Ian replied discontentedly, "Tigers?" But he didn't expect you to be so amazing, and a look of joy appeared clearly on Hayden's face. Then, from the bottom of his heart, he sincerely told Ian that although he organized this party because of his father, he truly thought meeting him there was a great choice. After saying that, he winked at him, but everything was just beginning, because Hayden said that he also wanted to introduce him to someone. He pointed across and said, "This way." Ian was still stunned by the surprise, and now faced another shock. Following Hayden's gesture, a girl with blonde hair styled in a sleek bob and dressed in an outfit similar to the prince's was introduced as Harry's sister, which didn't surprise Ian at all. She gently spoke. "Very pleased to meet you, Ian. I am Harry Greenriver." Harry's voice echoed in his ear. "Your name has become quite famous, even in official circles. So I have heard of you too." Her radiant energy overwhelmed Ian. "I am truly honored." Harry shyly said, "Unfortunately, I can only come to greet you today, but please accept my invitation for lunch so you can tell me about your achievements in Morgan." Ian replied, "I can only tell you a few stories about magic and monsters, so I'm afraid you might get bored." But she still responded enthusiastically, "It's okay. I am not only interested in magic, but also in how this world operates." Harry smiled brightly and sincerely said, "I really want to have a conversation with you, Ian." She added, "I will contact you soon by letter, and I hope you enjoy today's feast as well." Ian politely replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Princess." Then Harry and Hayden left, leaving Ian standing alone, quietly watching the princess's back. Seeing her happily chatting with other ladies, Ian couldn't help but wonder how Princess Harry seemed completely different from what he had seen at the palace. Then he looked over at Hayden. The Crown Prince seemed worried, but he was doing quite well as the host of the party. After thinking for a moment, Ian decided that he should leave before things got complicated. Ian quickly pushed the door open and immediately noticed a young man there. Looking at the person before him, Ian softly called out, "Lord Oliver, is that you?" He also turned to look surprised and asked, "Ian?" As Ian approached, he praised Oliver. "Oliver, you look very impressive in this formal outfit." The knight's cheeks immediately flushed red as he shyly said it was a command from the prince. They suddenly fell silent, perhaps because there was nothing more to say, and the surrounding atmosphere became strangely tense. Ian awkwardly thought maybe he shouldn't have stepped out onto the balcony. At this moment, Oliver stepped forward first. "I've heard the rumors." Hearing this, you loudly asked again, "Rumors?" Oliver said, "Huh, the senior mage of Na Tower. I heard you defeated that woman."
I heard that kind of rumor going around. I thought most of what happens in the Na Tower was kept secret.
For Oliver, this is probably just another everyday matter, so he casually said that, with not much information, what more can knights do in this era? Hearing those three words, "this era," Ian fell into deep thought. You think that currently the Green River Empire has a few top-tier energy mages. Only the knights, who are significantly weaker, are considered no more than decorations or ornaments. Meanwhile, Oliver spoke up, saying, "I am the youngest fourth-level mage who also defeated Helen, the so-called Lady of Peace. Sometimes I even wonder if you are really as young as you appear." "Just mentioning age," Ian confidently said. "You overestimate me." Suddenly, Oliver spoke seriously. "Now no one can doubt that you have the trust of the Crown Prince. The prince usually avoids communication with other nobles and came to this banquet only for you. But because of that, there is something I need to confirm. The captain of the night squad is kneeling before you just to determine one thing. Who will you support?" Ian hesitated for a moment when he saw how serious he was. "For me, who you are or whether you reached that rank at a young age doesn't matter. What I am worried about is the fact that the mages of Longa are openly supporting the fifth prince. So now I ask you." "You will side with the Longa," Ian calmly replied. "That's a meaningless question. Who could give a proper answer in a situation like this?" But Oliver still insisted, as a knight serving the prince, "I need to hear your answer." His sharp gaze fixed on you as he said seriously, "Are you a friend or an enemy?" Ian also knew clearly that Oliver, the youngest and loyal knight who stood by the Crown Prince until the very end, still gave an unclear answer. "I am not sure yet." A sudden idea flashed in his mind. "Maybe I can suggest something to Lord Oliver." Then he continued speaking. "However, I will never betray the fifth prince," Ian said firmly and clearly, which surprised Oliver greatly. He looked around nervously to avoid being overheard, but Ian had already anticipated this, reassuring Oliver, "I used magic so only you could hear, so don't worry." He asked Oliver, "Is that answer good enough?" He smiled and replied, "For now, that is a perfect answer." Now, Oliver felt more at ease. "So may I ask, can I make a request? Ian wondered what kind of request that was.
With all seriousness, Oliver said, until you give me a definite answer to my question, please spar with me. I need strength.
Hearing that request, Ian immediately guessed that it was a training duel.
Does His Majesty want me to teach him how to fight against mages, and does that sword eventually have the ability to heal me? But Oliver didn't confirm, and instead echoed Ian's half-asked question. I can't completely dismiss that possibility.
Ian, half joking, half serious, said, Lord Oliver, your face looks a bit long. You looked straight at him and said, Clearly, I will refuse this request. I won't get anything out of it. Suddenly, Oliver took something off his neck and carefully held it in his hand. This prayer necklace. Empress Lai personally gave it to me on the day I was appointed as the Crown Prince's bodyguard, he said sincerely. Oliver said it was the enchanted necklace that filters the mind. Ian seemed to recognize it as well.
One of the royal treasures I couldn't find any information about in my previous life, except that the last owner was the Queen. Oliver handed that precious necklace to Ian. I will pay with this necklace. I believe it will be more useful to you, the mage, than to a knight like me.
Ian asked again. Wasn't this personally given by the Queen herself later on? Oliver also didn't hesitate to say, She gave it to me to serve my master better. My purpose is to fulfill that request. I'm sure she will understand. Ian hesitated for a moment, but finally decided that if you were willing to go this far, I would accept it. I will take this pendant, he said, then reached out and placed it in his hand. Oliver's face showed clear satisfaction at that moment, when suddenly there was a huge explosion right inside the banquet hall, and they both looked in shock. The explosion was so powerful that even the tightly sealed door shattered into pieces, flames and smoke pouring out wildly.
Oliver's eyes immediately lost their usual calm, as he realized the Crown Prince and Princess were still inside, and he shouted in despair, Your Highness!
Ian and Oliver quickly entered, Oliver's urgent voice calling out, Where are you, Your Highness? Immediately after, Hayden responded, Captain, this way. Luckily, both the Crown Prince and the Princess are safe. Hayden frowned and said, Why did something like this happen inside the palace? Oliver hurried over and asked, Princess, are you both all right? Hayden replied, We're fine. The night squad indeed acted quickly, as Deputy Captain Paul Lenz and other knights rushed in, asking Your Highness if he was all right, then turning to Oliver to ask if he was injured. I'm completely fine. What's the situation outside? Please report the current status quickly. A series of unidentified explosions are happening inside the Hall of Unity. We have activated the emergency communication orb and are mobilizing all forces to find the source of these explosions. Does Ian seem worried when hearing about the emergency communication orb? Because the palace's emergency orb connects to the Night Squad Command military camps and even the Tower of Nga, allowing all available forces to be mobilized to the Royal Hall. And that means the emergency communication orb has been activated, which means all soldiers and mages will gather at the Hall of Unity. A bad thought crossed Ian's mind. What if this explosion was aimed at that? You're worried, if you see, Your Majesty, that it might really happen. Could that be? Ian decisively activates the mana barrier. A mana barrier covers everyone in the banquet hall. Remembering that Harry also knows magic, Ian turned to ask, Princess, do you know how to transfer mana into the barrier? What? I said in surprise. Ian's tone was extremely serious. This is an urgent situation, so I need an answer. Harry hesitated and replied, I have learned, but before she could finish, Ian cut in. So then, can you maintain it? Then he decisively turned and walked away, and Ian approached the maids beside him. I have something to ask. Has a maid named Isabel ever been here? They all trembled when Ian questioned them. A frightened maid answered, yes, she was assigned to a separate palace, but she said she wanted to see the party. Hearing this, Ian understood. As expected, their true target is Cecilia. By concentrating their forces on the palace through the explosion, they will infiltrate the ivory tower when the surveillance is lax. Ian calmly analyzes the current situation. What happened to Cecilia doesn't matter, but he must ensure that the information she has about him isn't passed on to the enemy. At the same time, in the ivory tower's prison, someone was stealthily sneaking in and stopped in front of Cecilia's cell to speak. Long time no see, Cecilia. I'm surprised you're still alive. Then, the first thing he said to Cecilia was a scolding. I am very disappointed in you. I thought you were a talented and beautiful spy. Seeing him, Cecilia immediately became agitated and shouted, Daniel, take me out of here! He calmly replied, of course, but I have something I need to check. I haven't said anything yet. That guy Ian Phi, he knew everything from the beginning about the existence of the co-worker house and the people inside it. Daniel looked suspicious and asked, Is that true? She shivered and said, He also knows about the monoseal that neither I nor you are aware of.
Hearing that, he replied that Cecilia, that is something most co-workers don't know, and our superiors only told us after you were captured. Then Daniel asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Cecilia replied, "That's all. We don't have much time. Let's go out."
However, at this moment, his attitude suddenly became hesitant. Just then, the prison door slowly opened, and Cecilia's face lit up with joy, thinking she was saved. Daniel called her name, Cecilia, and in that instant, as she turned to speak, he directly stabbed her in the neck. Those eyes widened in disbelief at what just happened, while Daniel coldly watched her writhing in pain. Now he finally spoke, explaining that when she was imprisoned in the tower, we debated for a long time about what to do. Blood keeps flowing from Cecilia's wound, leaving her only to wait for death as he continues speaking. "You are a fairly rare level 3 mage, so we considered saving you. And this is the conclusion we reached." Just as she finished speaking, Cecilia collapsed onto the cold ground. Even after killing someone, he smiled and said, "Well then, stay strong, goodbye." Suddenly, a voice responded to him, "You too," which made Daniel instantly alert and turn around. Then he quickly threw the knife straight at the voice, and the knife sped toward the target. But Ian only needed to tilt his head to easily dodge it, though it still cut across his face. Seeing him standing there so calmly, Daniel shouted, "Who are you?" Ian didn't answer him, but looked down at his feet. Seeing Cecilia's body lying there, he finally said, "So you have eliminated Cecilia. That's good. Now, I have one less worry. Thanks to you. I don't know when." But Ian had frozen his legs, and then he slowly approached Daniel. "It's a pity I met you today." Ian's gaze hardened as he coldly said, "I will personally kill him." Daniel, realizing he couldn't resist, quickly spoke up. "Wait, wouldn't it be better for you if I stayed alive?" Of course, Ian had no intention of forgiving him. "Finally, I can also respond to the suffering of my friends." Daniel panicked and justified himself. "What are you talking about? I've never killed your friends." Ian replied, "Not yet." Because only he knew, and it was still 10 years before that happened, the cold ice kept freezing his entire body. At this moment, Ian continued, "I promised myself that when I returned I would put everything back in its place." Then his hand gently touched the ice block. In just a moment, it shattered into 100 pieces. Ian looked at the murderer before him with a cold gaze, then stepped closer to the corpse. Right after, his girl indeed also has a mana seal. I confirmed the seal on his neck. So that's enough. Ronan and Thopnga's mages then arrived. He opened his eyes wide in amazement and shouted, "What is going on?" Ronan hesitated and said, when he saw the 2 corpses lying at his feet. On the other side, in the Emperor's palace, Terry angrily slammed his hand on the chair and shouted, "2 people have gone missing inside the palace. What is Thopnga doing while criminals are running rampant in the palace?" "Tower Master, answer me. Weren't you the one who promised to root out all the deep-seated problems within the kingdom and requested full authority to hunt down the enemy's snake?" Every word of Terry's made all the nobles there tremble with fear. Then he made a decision. "I can no longer trust Thopnga, so I will revoke all of Thopnga's related authority. From now on, wait and share any information obtained from the search with the knights and soldiers." "Do you understand?" Herbert nodded and replied, "I will obey your order, your majesty." Terry rubbed his forehead and said, "You can go now. There will be many things to do from now on." Herbert quietly stepped out as ordered. At this moment, the Emperor's close aide announced that the mage Ian Fa should step forward and pay his respects to Biha. Ian slowly approached. Terry looked at him and said, "So we meet again. Thanks to your cleverness, this time we were able to protect the Empire." Ian remained silent, listening as he continued. "Without our people, we would have been powerless and lost crucial information. In the hands of unknown enemies, that would turn the Empire and the royal family into a joke for the entire world. For all these reasons, I will never forget your achievement in this incident. That is why I want to personally express my gratitude and the reward I wish to bestow upon you." As soon as he finished speaking, a servant brought the reward in front of Ian. It was this, a striking blue robe. Terry said, "This robe is the only item Michelle Greenriver left behind, our ancestor, and the only wizard of the royal family. He explained that due to your legacy, I couldn't give it to anyone outside the royal family. So I want to say that I am only lending it to you. Of course, I will lend it to you until your last breath, or until you no longer wish to keep it." Ian was a bit surprised when he saw this, thinking to himself that Michelle Greenriver, the first and last wizard of the Greenriver imperial family, was the hero who saved the Empire and rose to the top of the tower with his magical power. His robe was a rare item even in his past life. At this moment, Terry made a suggestion. Since it's just a magic robe, I don't think you need to change clothes. Do you want to try it on right now? Ian also followed the order, took out the robe, and clumsily put it on himself. Seeing Ian's messy appearance, Terry burst into a cheerful, somewhat hearty laugh, wondering when it would finally fit him. As Ian put on the robe, he realized it was a magically tested robe. He raised his head and told the Emperor that he would make it fit him. And then the shirt gradually shrank until it fit Ian's small body perfectly. Seeing that scene, everyone around was stunned, wondering how he managed to do that. Terry also watched him closely and praised him, saying it suited him well and the blue color matched his eyes. It seems Ian really likes this gift. Then he knelt down before the Emperor, earning his favor. After a while, outside the palace grounds, Harry saw Ian's figure and hurried over to apologize, feeling guilty. He also bowed respectfully, greeting the princess, but she waved her hand and said, "Please don't be too formal with me." At this moment, Harry clasped his hands tightly together and gently rubbed them, feeling shy around Ian. Harry hesitated before expressing that he actually had something to say to him about what happened earlier. Ian quickly spoke. "I was too busy and extremely rude to you, Your Highness. I hope you will forgive me." Harry immediately retorted, "That's not true at all." Having understood this princess's intentions, Ian reassures her that the worries won't come true. Please rest assured, Harry also feels relieved upon hearing that answer. Suddenly, from behind, footsteps sounded. Ian immediately recognized the voice. "You truly have achieved a remarkable feat, Your Majesty," he said calmly. "Thanks to your grace, the safety of the entire empire and the royal family has been preserved." Without waiting for Ian's response, he continued, "And as His Majesty told you, your achievements in this matter are very significant." Ian's eyes now showed clear surprise as he saw the person before him, who suddenly said, "Forgive me for the introduction, perhaps Your Majesty already knows who I am. But I want to introduce myself officially. I am Jiangna Green River, the fifth son of His Majesty the Emperor, and behind him are several knights following." A series of memories from a previous life flooded back into Ian's mind, revealing that this person was actually an old friend of his. Back then, Ian had desperately knelt at his feet, begging for mercy, but when he looked up at that person, all he saw was indifference to his pleas. In this life, I never expected to see that face again. But Ian is still overwhelmed with confusion when thinking about the name Jiang Na. He said again, "Although I arrived late, I want to congratulate you on obtaining the position of senior mage in the tower." Meanwhile, Ian still stood lost in thought. It was too soon to meet him. Jiang Na also said, "I want to express my gratitude to you for protecting the Empire's security from spies in the Moglien territory. And today I also wish to invite you to dine with me to show my appreciation." Without regard for Ian's current expression, Jiang Na continued, "Are you available to accept my invitation?" He clenched his fists tightly and softly said, "Oh." Just as Ian was feeling awkward, Harry quickly stepped in to save the situation. "I'm sorry, Rang Na, but today he has plans with me." He responded as if he didn't understand. "So then tomorrow." Only then did Ian calmly speak up. "I sincerely apologize, but I'm afraid I can't, Your Highness." Rang Na looked directly at Ian and said, "It's very unfortunate, but I will look forward to next time. Very pleased to meet you, Lord Ian." Ian responded with silence, and before leaving, he added one last word, "See you then." With that, Rang Na and the two knights left together, leaving only the two of them watching the fifth prince walk away. After confirming no one else was around, Harry hesitated before speaking. "Lord Ian," she said shyly. "I spoke without thinking." "I'm sorry," Ian replied. "It's okay." Then Ian still looked back at the familiar figure of Rang Na. "Then my thoughts continued to flow within me. I met him 2 years earlier, and now he is just a prince hiding his true intentions. Now, Ian has made up his mind. I will stop him at all costs. Rang Na before you have the chance to prove your strength, so you cannot move forward even a step. Ian will not stop until he makes him despair and meets a tragic end. I will be his rival in this life." The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. Right now, in the Crown Prince's study, Hayden is reading a book and muttering, "I have no idea what it's saying." He said, "Can't they write so that everyone can understand? Who writes books with such complicated and confusing language?" Professor Lauren, standing beside, immediately explained, "Your Highness, that book was written by the first king of Green River. Forget about the details of becoming a person just because you're good at explaining methods and governance. As the Crown Prince heir to the throne, you should learn these things." Hayden looked at the pile of books stacked on the table and silently lamented, "Do I have to read all of this?" In just a few minutes, Lauren brought more books to the table and promoted him to a higher position, saying that he also needed to learn history, diplomacy, economics, politics, and etiquette. When the number of books nearly surpassed Hayden's height, he finally stopped. These were all the books he needed to read. The more Hayden looked, the less he wanted to learn those things. I don't care anymore. He quickly looked for an excuse to avoid it.
Your Highness, today is not a good day for studying, and Lauren tearfully said, if you don't read now, your father will scold you.
So Hayden changed the subject, asking Vice if today was the last day the team captain trained with Sir Ian.
Vice nodded immediately, and Hayden drifted off, probably thinking they were fighting now, and no longer caring about studying.
Then he immediately stood up. Let's go. I haven't watched their sparring for a long time at the Royal Knight Team headquarters on the main training ground. Oliver was slowly regulating his breathing and gradually lowering his stance with great caution, thinking to himself until the very last moment. I swear. He clenched his hands tightly around his sword, then suddenly opened his eyes as if sensing danger approaching. Just as I predicted, in front of Oliver now is a rain of ice spears rushing straight down. With his determination, Oliver did not hesitate, but boldly charged forward. Using his agile body, honed through thousands of training sessions, Oliver easily dodged all the ice spears. Oliver's feet slammed it into the ground to stop quickly. Thanks to his decisiveness, Oliver avoided another deadly blow. Immediately after, a series of sharp landmines burst up from the ground to attack him. Oliver quickly jumped high to avoid. He used the tall landowners as stepping stones to fly up. Oliver's movement was so fast that only a streak of light could be seen, and before anyone knew it, he had successfully escaped that attack. Oliver did not become complacent. He immediately focused all his attention on waiting for the next attack. This time, his opponent's attack was a giant fireball. The fireball grew closer and closer, and Oliver was now no bigger than a bean seed compared to it. But there was no fear in his eyes. Oliver now raises his sword, ready to fight it. Each of his strikes tears through the flames before him, because at this moment, the captain's mind always believes that he can reach him. He opened his eyes wide and looked through the curtain of red flames, then silently thought, a mage's limit. Oliver faintly saw Ian standing behind him, so he immediately acted, rushing forward like an arrow. Immediately after, his spear successfully pierced through Ian's chest, and that glorious moment seemed to slow down. But at this moment, Oliver realized something was strange. Ian's hand actually touched his back and then said, well done. So I didn't even get to exhaust you, Ian. Ian just smiled at him before softly replying, joking about burning out while aiming at his heart. If I get hurt, I'll definitely die. The two happily shook hands, and Oliver then said, thank you for helping me all these years. Ian also politely replied, it's just a fee for the chain. Even Oliver knew that he had received help far beyond its value. And your efforts have also been recognized by Ian. You have indeed made significant progress compared to 5 years ago, cutting through the fire with that sharp sword. Oliver said, Ian, can I ask you something? He agreed immediately, of course. How strong are you now? Oliver asked directly. But Ian slightly dodged the question, not as strong as he thought. Currently, Ian is a level 5 mage, even though in his previous life he only reached level 5 at 26 or older, and usually advanced quickly, but he hoped to at least reach level 6. Ian looked at his palm and felt that he couldn't increase his body's development or mana core, so level 5 was his limit. Then he clenched his fist again with hope, wishing his body would stop developing as soon as possible. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, indeed, the greatest mage in the Empire. Ian turned to see that it was His Highness Hayden, happily saying, I heard today is your final practice match. Every word he said was full of concern, all right. Let's go have breakfast together, so I can strengthen my right and left arms and give you the best meal. But Ian refused. Sorry, but today is my graduation day at the Tower of the Ancients, and I, having been entrusted with the duties of a more powerful mage, must go meet the Tower Master immediately. Hayden reluctantly replied, I understand. Then it cannot be avoided. He was disappointed, but still said, Go ahead and eat next time, Ian replied. I will arrange my time as soon as possible. Then Ian cast wind magic to envelop himself and bowed respectfully to the Crown Prince. In the blink of an eye, he was gone from the ground, soaring high into the sky. Ian smiled calmly and said, I will return, then immediately disappeared into the air. The three of them below kept watching Ian until he was gone. Hayden sighed and said, The cloak my father gave me has a flight spell. I don't know about other things, but I do feel quite envious. Suddenly, Hayden turned and called out, Captain, and Oliver immediately responded, requesting your command. Only then did Hayden speak again, the person who fought Ian directly. What do you think now? Can you fight a wizard too? Oliver replied, The god's answer has two parts. Oliver admits that first, the god cannot make Ian burn out, and the gap between them will continue to grow. However, with other mages, just hearing this, Hayden could already guess the next answer. Oliver's smile showed he was completely confident in his abilities. He spoke confidently, as long as it wasn't Ian, the god could handle it. That same morning, at the Ivory Tower, the Tower Master's room door was opened again. When Ian entered, he heard Herbert's voice saying, "You're here." He struggled to stand up, feeling strange, as if just yesterday he had heard news about a special boy from the north. But that boy has grown into a young man now, his voice hoarse, and his face appearing more wrinkled than before. Herbert continued, "Which probably means I'm getting old." Ian replied that he would remain healthy for at least a few more decades. Herbert, holding some papers he had just finished reading, then said, "Excellent. I have nothing to say but praise. He said that you are truly a great fortune for the Empire and the Ivory Tower, and all the ladies want to meet you. Aren't you the role model that every mage aspires to be?" Hearing that, Ian immediately denied it, saying it was too much praise. But Herbert remained firm, and we will soon see whether I was exaggerating or not.
At this point, he changed the subject. "You know, today is the last day. If you were an ordinary student at the academy, you would be sent to nearby regions, but you are a special case." "The last day is just for chatting with this old man," Ian replied. "No, actually, it's an honor."
"Thank you. Even if those words might be empty promises," he said as he looked for something on the table and then handed Ian a card, congratulating him on becoming an official mage. Herbert explained that it was a symbol of your status, which would help you command soldiers and citizens of the Empire as you wish, giving you many opportunities to use it. Ian asked hesitantly, "Are there many places that need high-level mages?" Herbert's voice echoed again. "It's not just about the demand." His eyebrows furrowed slightly. "There are very few high-level mages now because Helen has been captured." "What are you waiting for? I don't want to pressure you, but your help is truly crucial,"
Ian replied. "So I have many things waiting for me." Herbert reaffirmed that you are the strongest and most important force of the Manga Tower, so you will soon be bound by many responsibilities.
He then opened another information sheet in his hand, but since this was the first time, I would let you choose which sheet clearly shows the 3 locations. Ian also looked up accordingly, the first place being Rodmere, the city with the largest port in the Empire. Next is Benson, the city that produces the most iron in the Empire. Ian then turned to the last one, which was Fyrick, the northeastern region where he was assigned in his previous life. That time, Ian was assigned to that place because the previous wizard had died in an accident, so he had to go in his place. Ian approached the third board and then decided, "I am interested in Fyrick." Herbert also agreed with that choice, as it was a place in dire need of help. He explained that they had already sent 2 level 3 mages and some soldiers from the army, but it still wasn't enough, as monsters from the Great Plains seemed to be causing trouble. Then Herbert handed Ian a piece of paper. "Everything is written on it. Read it. Do you think you can respond to them today? If you refuse, we will have to find someone else." Ian interrupted him. "No, I will go there." He firmly declared, "I will go to Fyrick." That noon, at Ian's villa, Douglas's meat in his hand hadn't even reached his mouth yet. "You were so surprised, you exclaimed. You're planning to go to Fyrick on your first trip." "That place is notoriously dangerous." Douglas was cut off before he could finish, silenced by Ian's piercing gaze. Ian's mother, sitting beside her, also put down her fork and said worriedly, "Ian, isn't that a dangerous place?" He reassured her, "No, it's not that dangerous, just temporarily, so I will come back after a few months." Vanessa respected her son's wishes, but a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. "I understand now. You said you're leaving next week, right? This large estate will be left unattended." Seeing her worried, Ian promised that he would finish his work as soon as possible and return. "Yes, Mother." Seeing the atmosphere grow a bit tense, Douglas cheerfully said, "Leader, can you check out the stuff I made in the lab before you leave? I've created a few good things that might help you with your mission." Riddle reminded his son Douglas that he's grown up now and should start calling Ian by his name. But Douglas's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, asking if there was anything wrong with calling him leader. Then he looked at Ian again, not understanding what he intended by staring at him. Douglas innocently said, calling him brother, which made Ian almost spit out his drink. The words big brother shocked Riddle to his core, and at this moment, Ian and his mother were speechless too, but Douglas seemed to really like the name, a smile creeping up his lips. Then he called again, "Brother Ian!" Ian froze for 5 seconds. Is he really Douglas? "I knew in a past life." Unlike Ian, Vanessa was very happy. "It's wonderful that you have a cute little brother." I have another brother now," Ian called helplessly, and Riddle's heart suddenly started pounding. He stammered, "You, miss? What do you mean?" Ian thought to himself, then suddenly blushed. Afterwards, the father and son started to get all flustered. Riddle reminded them, "You have to call him Lord Ian." But Douglas replied, "Are we a family now?" You sound too distant, Riddle said plainly. Just because you're staying somewhere doesn't mean you get to be picky. Douglas retorted, What do you mean? My genius brain is very beneficial to the family. As she spoke, Riddle also gave in. A genius, huh? Fine. Whatever. You are a genius. Vanessa softly smiled as she watched her family being so close. Meanwhile, Ian quietly looked at his mother, who was very happy at this moment, and that made him feel happy too. Another thought crossed his mind. This wasn't so bad. But then Ian changed his mind and told them not to call him brother, causing Douglas to weep openly. A week quickly passed, and now Ian was standing in front of his villa when Riddle's voice echoed in his ear. Have you finished preparing? He asked. Are you planning to go straight to Fia Rick? And Ian replied first. I need to say goodbye to the Ivory Tower Master before planning to go there. But Ian still worriedly asked again, Riddle, about the mana trap I set in the mansion, and he smiled and answered, You explained it yesterday. Don't worry, I will use my life to protect you, Fa. Ian replied. I hope you won't have to. At that moment, Douglas casually called out, Hey, brother! Ian and Riddle immediately looked annoyed, causing Douglas to quickly change his way of addressing them. I mean, leader. He's holding a bottle of medicine and hands it to Ian, saying, Here, this is a potion I made myself. Douglas glances at the video briefly, then hesitates before whispering close to Ian's ear. Probably better than your father, Douglas said with a confident smile. Ian also smiled in response. Thank you. He secretly thought that Douglas still had 3 years before graduating from the Royal Academy, but he had already been promised a position as a royal alchemist thanks to his abilities. Unfortunately for Douglas, his father overheard what was just said, and he gave his son a hard smack on the head. Not a chance for you yet, kid. Looking at the vial in his hand, Ian was completely confident it would work well. After a moment, Douglas asked a naive question. Leader, will you fly to Felix using the flying cloak? Ian firmly replied. No. I will take a carriage to the outskirts of the capital. I don't want to attract too much attention. Vanessa quickly ran over, shouting. Ian was still holding a large box in her hand. Ian saw that his mother also called her mother and carefully handed him the box. Eat this on the way. Mom packed a lot. Vanessa thoughtfully prepared everything. The first box contains the food he needs for today, and the others have dried snacks and dried fruits for later. Her loving gaze looked at her son as she baked his favorite red bean cake. Ian replied, Thank you. I will eat a lot. Suddenly, she stepped closer and hugged Ian tightly, careful not to hurt him, and told him not to skip meals. Ian was a bit surprised by that hug from his mother, but quickly accepted it. He wrapped his arms around her waist and held her tight, then looked at her and said, I'll be back soon, so don't worry too much. After saying goodbye to everyone, Ian finally spoke up. I'm leaving now. The carriage started rolling towards a new journey for Ian while his loved ones still stood there, gradually disappearing from his sight. A young man who has gone through 2 heartbreaks, seemingly unaffected by anything, but now that he's apart from them, he still feels a bit empty inside. Ian reassures himself to believe that the mothers he loves are safe, even if he's not there. Because this is a mansion protected by the palace and the crime rate in the city is very low, plus there is a secret only my mother, Rilo, and Douglas can activate. The mana trap! Ian clenched his fists tightly, thinking that with that, he could eliminate most threats. At this moment, Ian muttered a name. Fyrick territory. He remembered everything that had happened over the past 25 years, and elsewhere. A battle was taking place in a canyon near Fyrick. Callion Fyrick ordered his soldiers to behead them 100 times and bring their heads back here. Until then, don't even think about escaping. Hearing this, the entire army was reinvigorated and continued fighting the monsters. Just hanging by a thread, a messenger hurried over. Lord Callion asked, What's the matter? He stammered in reply, The supply forces behind us. Then he immediately shouted loudly, Our rear supply forces are being attacked by the brain monsters crossing the mountain. Callion stopped him upon hearing the news. Seeing the monsters here, still charging forward, he thought angrily, Damn it, how can they break through the line? But as a general, he had to make a quick decision. Units 2 and 3, hold your positions with the mages. Unit 1, follow me. Everyone responded simultaneously. Understood. He quickly mounted his horse, pointed behind, and said, We will handle the brains at the back. Then Callion rode straight there with Team 1. On the way there, he quietly calculated that their individual intelligence was very low, but they moved like an army. Well-trained soldiers could handle them, but they are more than capable of handling it, except for the supply team who lack combat experience, and worry is evident on Kalleon's face. At this moment, he can only pray, hoping he won't be too late. Suddenly, snow started falling around him, and Kalleon was stunned for a moment. This is superior snow.
With his knowledge, he immediately realized that there was no snow falling in the north.
But the white snow continues to fall before their eyes, covering even the tree branches with a thick layer of snow and freezing some of them solid, as Kalyan's group ventures deeper and encounters a large ice block in their path. Inside those ice blocks are the brain monsters, all of them frozen solid. Kalyan still can't believe his eyes. What is going on? In the distance, there is a shadow of someone standing on a tree, but in the blink of an eye, the shadow becomes blurry, as if it has disappeared from that spot. The brains scattered on the ground are all pierced through by icy spears, while others are frozen into cold brains. In the snowless mountain region, a large ice block has suddenly appeared, with snow falling everywhere. From the top of the ice, Ian's footsteps gently land. "When you appeared," Kalyan spoke up, revealing himself. Only then did he respond, "I hear you need assistance." Meanwhile, Kalyan was still stunned in surprise. Then he introduced himself to them. "My name is Ian Fa, a high-level mage who has fallen from grace." "Ian Fa." Kalyan repeated the name unconsciously. Only then did he realize that your lordship is a noble from the north of Moglien. "Lord Ian Fa is admirable." Then Kalyan happily said, "I didn't expect such a young man to help us. I have heard of your achievements in defeating the goblin army in the Moglian mountains when you were very young." He stepped forward and extended his hand, expressing his honor to meet you. Ian also responded, "I am also honored to meet General Kalyan Pierik, the greatest warrior in the East." Kalyan's hand suddenly clenched tightly, clearly exhausted from his long journey. His eyes grew serious as he said, "But could you spare a moment, because we have a lot to discuss?" That afternoon, at the army camp, Kalyan tiredly said, "I don't know. They appeared again in such large numbers." Then he added, "No, I guessed, but not to that extent. Lately they seem quite aggressive." Ian stood to the side listening to him recount, seemingly some trouble at the Great Plain, if not. Kalyan's serious tone rang out steadily. "You know, Lord Ian, we have sent requests to the palace and the Tower of Ha. These are urgent requests, first for supplies and aid to continue the fight, and second for a high-level mage capable of overcoming our current situation," and Ian remained silent. Remembering the incredible scene this morning, Kalyan said, "I was amazed by your ability to destroy the monster army in an instant and to erect the ice walls. The canyon has been barricaded, giving us more time, but this is only a temporary solution. Because of a main reason, we are about to face a battle with the monsters on the Great Plain, as they have been invading for many years, causing our army to grow tired and our supplies to run low." A fleeting worry crossed his face. If only reinforcements and supplies arrived, we could continue fighting the monsters. At this point, Kalyan slightly furrowed his brow, but it seemed the Empire had postponed that request, and it appeared that he had taken the place of the reinforcements, so we should consider a more long-term solution to this problem. After hearing the situation, Ian replied, "I understand everything is within Ian's plan." "You speak slowly, and the ice wall could hold for up to 10 days if we dare to act against the monsters invading from the Easy Mountain. Maybe we will be safe for now. During these 10 days we can go to the Great Plain," Kalyan suddenly asked. "Lord Ian, will you go alone?" Ian replied confidently, "We must find out the cause of this and perhaps also a definitive solution. But it seems Kalyan still doesn't trust your abilities. I am very pleased because your highness seems very confident." He continued speaking, "But I have already sent countless armies to the Great Plain over the past few months, and it has yielded no results." His voice clearly showed helplessness. "The only thing we discovered was that monsters of different species had stopped attacking each other, as if they had formed an alliance and were only attacking humans. Those terrifying monsters seem to have weakened Kalyan's mind." He pointed to a spot on the map and said, "The monsters are not only attacking the Green River Empire, but also invading the northern border of the Great Plain, the old Yuan Empire. The duchy is always on the western border. They invade those frontiers at the same time. You mentioned that some countries have fewer routes leading to them, so they suffer less damage." Then Kalyan pointed to a place with a large canyon leading to the Pyrrhic farmstead, where the monsters focused their attack. After careful analysis, Kalyan realized one thing, but what was strange here was that on the southern border of the Great Plain, the tribal nomads were not invaded by the monsters. He was speaking while pointing his finger at it. Ian listened as he continued, as if something was preventing us from approaching this area. At this point, Kalyan concluded that we suspect that thing is related to the barrier in the southern part of the Great Plain, but we cannot break through the monster's attack in the canyon to send troops to the southern tribal village for a more thorough investigation. After listening, Ian pondered for a moment. The illusion on the Great Plain is something he couldn't have known from his previous life. He thought to himself that many sudden attacks have come from the Great Plain, but this is the first time on such a large scale. Then we should go to the southern border to observe the tribal dwellers. Kalyan agrees. Yes, if it's the leader of the tribal dwellers, the king of the sorcerers, he will surely know something about this. But Callion was a bit hesitant and asked, "Do you think we can meet and talk to him?" Ian confidently replied, "Of course we can." And soon night fell, and amidst the vast mountains and forests, the sky seemed even more mystical. Ian stood alone on the tall tower, gazing up at the sky, letting his thoughts swirl freely. And perhaps that thing still remained there. The artifact passed down to the king of the sorcerers, the leader of the tribal folk, the staff of the Great Plain. Remembering it, Ian nodded to himself. He quite liked that staff. A scepter made from silver oak wood was also rare. Then practical thoughts pulled him away from his dreams. In 3 years from now, the Green River Empire, the Ko-Ute Empire, and the Ron Duchy would form an alliance to fight against the monsters in the Great Plain to completely eliminate them. In the end, most of the monsters will be destroyed in the Great Plain, and the 3 nations will divide the land filled with natural resources. Ian clenched his fists at the thought, for at that moment, the king of the mages disappeared, and the tribal dwellers in the Great Plain were turned into slaves. He kept wandering in his mind, imagining something that didn't happen in his previous life actually took place. Ian thought maybe this change was because he had come back. A fear arose in his heart, a mystery in the Great Plain that he was completely unaware of. Recalling that conversation, Ian had told Callion that in 10 days the ice would melt and break apart, and by then he was sure he would find the cause and solution to this situation. "If you don't return within 10 days, as he was about to speak," he paused in, "but I believe you will come back in 10 days. Good luck, Lord Ian." Now, Ian faces a remote mountain area, where the land is so barren that even the trees are withered. As discussed with Callion earlier, only Ian went to this land. Looking at the scene before him, Ian silently thought this was an area bordering the land of the natives. The surroundings are so quiet that Ian begins to doubt. The silence is strangely eerie. Every path Ian takes shows no sign of life. Compared to the monsters in the north, I haven't seen a single creature since heading south. I wonder if this place is the reason for the change Lord Callion mentioned. But he remained calm deep inside as his footsteps were heard by the tribe members. They asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Ian calmly replied, "I am not an enemy. I am a wizard from the Green River Empire." One of them asked loudly, "How do you know our language?" Ian didn't answer, but directly said, "I don't have time to explain. I came to see the Archmage." What did they just say? The Archmage is the chief of the native tribe. The indigenous people are also born with mana hearts and mana brains. Their way of controlling mana is quite basic, but they are raised to become priests rather than typical mages, with the Sorcerer King being their ruler and holding the highest position. At this moment, Ian still didn't care about their attitude and continued to speak about his purpose, which was to address the problem caused by the monsters in the north. The Sorcerer King knew about it, so please, before Ian could finish his sentence, a sharp spear was already pointed directly at his neck. "He is acting so arrogantly. How dare the people of the Empire be so brazen? Do they think the Archmage will be faced with someone like him? None of them are waiting for you, and they even threaten loudly. Go ahead, keep talking nonsense, and we will offer you as a sacrifice to the spirits of the Great Plains." Facing those evil words, Ian calmly said, "Do I look like someone who would run away just because you tell me to?" Ian's face now seemed unable to hide his impatience. He still didn't fear and charged forward with his spear, thinking the one who would die first was himself before understanding the situation. That savage disregarded the attack on Ian without realizing that he was the one about to be in danger. From the void, Ian summoned a frost spear and swiftly cut off his opponent's head. "The next thing your head will fly off," Ian warned softly but deadly. "Don't cause trouble here. Take me to the Archmage." Amid the chaos, a disguised voice suddenly spoke, asking what someone from the Empire was doing here, and everyone, including Ian, turned to look. Seeing the familiar staff in his hand, Ian hesitated and realized that was the staff, then directly asked, "Are you the Archmage?" The old man nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I am called that." "I'm surprised you came all this way." Without waiting for his response, I straightforwardly addressed the matter at hand. "The monsters invading the Great Plain are threatening the borders of the 3 nations, but when I moved south, I saw no monsters at all. Do you know why that is? Does the monsters only attack from the north?" He replied, "The monsters invading the borders are common. We don't know why this is happening." But Ian immediately realized that what was just said was a lie. The wizard's way of handling people was unexpected, and he didn't expect his words to be exposed. That dishonesty made Ian uncomfortable, and he said, "Your lies don't work on me." Ian's serious tone asked again, "Please tell the truth. What is really happening?" One of the tribe members suddenly raised his voice. "How dare that bastard act so arrogantly in front of us?" But the Wizard King quickly stopped him. He calmly said, "I heard that the Empire's mage had developed a lie detection spell, but seeing it with my own eyes was still quite shocking.
Looking straight into Ian's eyes, the wizard had to tell the truth. Lying to him was useless, so I will tell you the truth. The old man recounted seriously that many years ago there was a prophecy that the beautiful Great Plains would turn into a sea of fire and the golden light would turn red over the land. Our tribe has lived on this land for thousands of years and will be destroyed and turned into slaves. This news shocked Ian deeply, and then he slowly explained the full story. We couldn't do anything. We knew our tribe would be destroyed if war broke out. Nevertheless, we couldn't sit there and wait, hoping that the prophecy would not come true. The truth continued to unfold through the wizard's story. One day, a young lady found us. That lady secretly cast some spells on this staff, sharing her power with us before disappearing, said the wizard. Ian's eyes slightly furrowed. A lady, huh? Then he added, she also said if an outsider comes here at this moment, the space behind Ian burst into fierce flames. And ahead, the wizard had already summoned a series of corpses rising from the ground. His voice slowing as he said, if any outsiders come here, they must not let him escape alive. A whole army of corpses kept rising, and their target was, of course, Ian. The wizard hesitated and said, I am sorry, but you must die here. After finishing, he straightened his face as if ready to attack at any moment. Ian watched the scene, understood. It was dark magic. He thought to himself, I thought it had ceased to exist 300 years ago when it was banned. But I didn't expect the vulture to turn out like this. But Ian was not at all intimidated. On the contrary, he was even more excited because he knew they were underestimating him. Ian immediately told them, I'm sorry, but I don't intend to die fighting. I'm certain that even if I have to use force, I will take that staff enchanted with dark magic. The old man stubbornly replied, if you think you can do it, then try. From Ian's palm, the magic also begins to unfold. What he just said can't be taken back. You said that with a very cold look. The ice wall Ian raised 10 days ago is now gradually melting. The wind howls fiercely through the mountain pass. And at this moment, the spies are thinking, is something wrong? He looked at the melting ice wall with growing concern. Knowing that the wizard had been traveling to the vast plains for 10 days and the ice wall blocking the canyon was quickly dissolving. His anxiety deepened, leading him to consider the worst-case scenario. He dared not think of that terrible thing anymore, but deep down he seemed to be prepared for the worst to happen. Then he called his subordinates, Aiden, Adondap, and Von Thuong Hai. Then he ordered the preparations for the mountain pass battle according to plan, to send all soldiers and the ice-breaking machines into the territory and to gather the ambushing soldiers around the mountain. After hearing this, he bowed respectfully and obeyed the order. Now Kalien could only rely on himself. We can stop them. He reassured himself that our soldiers will protect the territory and the people. Tia Lian's eyes grew even more determined, as if willing to sacrifice everything for one idea. We must become the strongest shield of the empire. The sound of the wind grew louder and louder, roaring like monsters' screams. And from the misty ice fog, Kalien couldn't tell what was on the other side of the wall. So he could only assume it was the sound of monsters and ordered the soldiers to prepare the stone-slinging machines. The next second, he shouted to fire, but his words faltered in the middle, and his heart pounded wildly as he saw the figure of a person emerging from the canyon. It turned out to be Ian, who was panting heavily as he walked out. Kalien froze for a moment before slowly realizing it. He shouted loudly, Ian! The staff in Ian's hand was surrounded by a dark aura, and the boy warned, this staff, it's difficult to say, never ever. Never touch it again. As soon as he finished speaking, Ian could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Kalien's panicked voice rang out. Ian didn't know how much time had passed, but he finally woke up. His blurry eyes looked up at the ceiling, then surveyed the room, and only then did he fully regain consciousness. Ian is lying on a hospital bed, fully treated and carefully bandaged. He asks curiously, where is this place? Looking at the layout of the room, Ian guessed this place was Yomjuse Omso. Then, Ian hurriedly sat up and rubbed his head, seeming to confirm he was in the right place. The exhaustion from the previous battle wears on Ian, but he keeps thinking. First, he must deal with the staff. At this moment, Kalien's voice interrupts his thoughts, saying, Sir Ian, you finally woke up. Ian saw Kalien call out softly, General, how long have I been asleep? And he replied, You have been unconscious for 3 days. Then Kalien asked with concern, How do you feel? You remind Ian that the healer told him not to move much, but even though he's not fully recovered, Ian still forces himself to reply, I'm fine. You ask worriedly, Where is the staff I brought back? Kalien pointed to the nearby orb where the mages had stored it, called it the Mana Reservoir, based on a principle similar to creating a mana prison. Ian moved toward the orb, then looked at Kalien and said nothing, only pursed his lips as if about to speak. Finally, Kalien hesitantly expressed, Lord Ian, when you arrived at that canyon, the doctor said your mana source was depleted and even a 1-second delay could be life-threatening. His tone clearly showed concern. Then he asked, I know it's rude to ask this of someone just recovered, but I have no other choice. I need to know exactly what pushed you into that dangerous situation.
Colleen really wants to know what happened in that grassland area. Ian also doesn't hide anything and begins to recount that this staff is the cause of the unusual changes in the grassland, holding it tightly in his hand as if it could harm everyone. Ian continued, saying that the staff uses dark magic, and the Archmage controls monsters with dark magic and illusions from this staff. Hearing this, Colleen was extremely shocked. Wait, what do you mean? Isn't dark magic supposed to have disappeared 300 years ago? Ian just performed a spell on the staff as he responded. So the Archmage was passed down the secret of dark magic by someone, though we don't know who that person was. The magic from Ian's fingertips flowed through the staff, and he continued, saying that since the king's death, dark magic and illusion spells had been lost, and the monsters had begun to attack the new owner of this staff. All of that made Ian suspect that the original words of the staff had been destroyed to erase the evidence. After hearing the story, Colleen understood, so you had to face many dangers on your way back because of this staff. If this staff is so dangerous, shouldn't it be destroyed and thrown away? But Ian explained calmly, I really like this staff. Colleen also didn't expect that. Is that the only reason? After Ian purified the staff, it became beautifully radiant, completely different from its initial gloomy appearance. Ian said, That's all. I have erased all the dark spells inscribed on the staff. Suddenly, Ian's heart clenched, the pounding in his chest grew more intense, and his whole body started to shake. Even the staff in his hand slipped from his grasp as the pain continued to torment him. My heart. Ian's vision now blurred. He only managed to see Colleen anxiously calling out, Ian, are you okay, right? Then, Ian's heart kept pounding uncontrollably with no sign of stopping. A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Please don't let it be my mana heart. At that moment, fresh blood gushed from Ian's mouth, soaking the bandage wrapped around his chest, and he still couldn't determine what was happening to him, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Everything is not over yet. And now he continues to cough up fresh blood, with Ian's blood covering the floor. Colleen stands beside him in panic, shouting, Are you okay? Seeing the situation worsening, he immediately turned and ordered Aiden to call a doctor, and Aiden responded, Yes, sir. Ian's body was covered in blood, but he still insisted, I'm fine, General, I just need to remove the impurities. He hesitated and asked again about the impurities. You explained to Colleen that this happens with an incomplete mana heart when reaching a new level, so it's nothing to worry about. But Colleen kept confirming again that it was really okay. Ian replied, Yes, it is. He looked at his hands and thought to himself if his guess was correct, then he had mastered level 5 and just advanced to level 6. My blood-stained hands are now clean again. I can feel mana at a completely different level than before. Ian smiled as he thought about leveling up, finally. Colleen still wasn't completely at ease and said, Anyway, it's a relief, but just to be safe, we should call a doctor to check on him. Ian replied, Thank you for your hospitality. After that, Colleen added, I have many things to thank you for, but I must tell you this first. 4 days after you left the Great Plain, His Majesty sent a letter, and when opened, it contained a blue glass sphere. Guilt appeared on his face. I promised to return it as soon as you came back, but I could only do so now because you were unconscious. Then Colleen told you to check it, and Ian took the glass ball, silently thinking, a message from the Emperor. Now he spoke again. Wait a moment. Colleen rummaged in his coat pocket and took out another item. From his coat, he pulled out a letter. Today we received a letter directly from His Majesty the Emperor through the messenger, and I am ordered to deliver it personally to you, Ian. You ask again, it was delivered by a horseback rider? Colleen casually replies, It seems so. Hearing that response, Ian pondered silently. So the king didn't use your transmission orb, but chose to send a paper letter through a rider, yet this method likely increases the risk of delays or issues. Why was it necessary to keep this secret from you back then? Then check your message from the Archmage first, and then activate that sphere. An information panel immediately appears in front of you with the message, Send to the Senior Mage, Ian Phi. We have requested to delay sending this message because its content could interfere with your current mission. I hope you understand that this is an unavoidable choice, and your family is in some danger. An unidentified intruder with suspicious intentions broke into your mansion, but many guards were on alert. Your family and assets remain safe. Ian widened his eyes in shock. An unidentified intruder, really? But he still tried to stay calm and continued reading. Currently, your family's safety is assured under the absolute protection of the royal family and His Majesty. So we are sending this message to inform you that there is no need to worry. As Ian read this, his whole body trembled uncontrollably and his hands clenched tightly. His eyes are now filled with anger because he knows very well that this message was sent to make him worry. What is he plotting? The Tower Master hoped back, but still trying to stay calm. You take a deep breath and decide to read the Emperor's letter first, and think later. The opening line of the letter is a very sincere question, Dear Mage Ian Fathan. Every word on the letter was written carefully. If you receive this letter, it means luck is still on our side and our sons. I quietly thank the goddess of luck and want to make a request to you. Ian slowly reads each word as a senior mage on a mission. Surely you haven't heard the news yet, but a treaty between the three nations on monster extermination in the Western Great Plain will soon be signed in the city of Freedom Night Raid. Reading this, you are surprised to think they are about to sign the monster hunting treaty, which should have been 3 years from now. In the letter, Terry states that it has been decided that Crown Prince Hayden Green River, 5th Prince Jiangna Green River, Herbeck Leon of the Tower, and General Duncan Mythos of the Royal Army will be part of the delegation attending the treaty conference. When he read this letter, a conference had already taken place in Demidras. He thought about Hayden and then added that right now there was no one acting as the prince's eyes and ears. After a moment, Terry cautiously made a request, so I want to ask you, his best friend. Then he told Ian to go to Demidras and become the boy's strength. At the end of the letter, he also made a promise, vowing to bring your beloved family into the palace and give them the best protection of the Empire. After reading the letter, Ian fell into deep thought for a moment, closing his eyes and focusing his mind to remember his past life. At that time, the Demidras negotiation conference was when Rangna began to act seriously and was the first place where he publicly participated in the battle for the throne, and it was also the moment that decided the fall of the Crown Prince. Rangna used his exceptional diplomatic skills in this treaty to negotiate favorably for the Green River Empire. As a result, nobles and commoners alike recognized Rangna's abilities, while the incompetence and ignorance of the Crown Prince became evident to everyone. Ian quietly wondered if it was all part of the Tower Master's plan, connecting his past life memories with the current situation. A series of recent events that Ian has connected, but he doesn't know when they started or ended. The chaos in the Western Great Plain, the wizard learning magic singing from a mysterious woman, and the alliance of the three kingdoms happening earlier than in his past life. All of this makes Ian suspicious, and he can't help but think that all these events are connected to the Tower Master, the suspect who broke into his residence, most likely to restrain him. Thinking of this, Ian feels a bit uneasy, though it's just an assumption, but he can see right through him. But he quickly regained his composure to think carefully, putting himself in a situation where he had to ignore the Emperor's request and immediately return to the capital. His train of thought continued, but an unexpected event occurred, an unrecorded type of mage, one even the Tower Master couldn't imagine. A forbidden sorcerer only known to himself. That is a level 6 spell only level 6 mages can use. After understanding everything, he turned to call out General. He immediately replied, "Go ahead and speak, Ian." A smile appeared on Ian's face, and you asked if he could help me with something. Right now, in a city known for its freedom, equality, commerce, and a port, a city famous for many things, it is called Demetera. This place is always crowded and the atmosphere is constantly lively. Prince Hayden is here, feeling a bit annoyed as he mutters to himself, "Why can't we contact Ian right now?" Oliver stood beside him and spoke. "Please be patient, Your Highness. You said that he is coming as the prince's representative. Even the prince cannot do anything to speed up his arrival right now. But Hayden still worries, I know, but I still feel uneasy because the current situation is extremely unfavorable for Hayden." He continued, knowing that too, but most of the messengers are gathered at the Tower of Ha, which was built by the supporting noble factions of that foolish Jiangna. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. "I feel uneasy. I wish Ian were here in times like this." Oliver hesitated to speak, but then held back. Meanwhile, Herbert was contemplating. At last, the moment had arrived. He thought to himself, "We have prepared a lot for this day. I believe that young man will rush to the palace." Then he remembered what Jiangna had said. "I have found Ian Fa's whereabouts. The 5th Prince is sure that he prioritizes his family's safety, and if anything involves them, he will wipe everything out. Once the negotiations are over, the prince will." At this moment, Hayden and Oliver are distracted by the noise nearby, and everyone around is pointing at the sky, curious and asking what it is something flying or a bird. He also turned his head to look in that direction, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. So the thing flying in the sky was Ian after all. His round coat fluttered in the wind, and immediately afterward, Ian gently landed beside Hayden, then respectfully said, "I arrived a bit late." He smiled and called out, "Crown Prince," and everyone around, including Jiangna, was amazed by the sight. Herbert, on the other hand, was extremely shocked and thought to himself, could it be that he abandoned his family? At the same time, in the Green River Empire's palace, Douglas was standing there complaining, "Captain, please come back quickly." His voice was tearful as he said, "I can't go to the academy and meet my friends because I am confined in the palace due to those assassins." "I'm really bored," Riddle said from beside her. "Kien will only stay here a little longer, so be grateful that you're in the Imperial Palace like this." Then he said he would be very happy if the assassin was captured by the guards when Lord Ian triggered the mana trap at the estate. Riddle kept insisting that if a dangerous spell had been cast that day, the assassin wouldn't have been able to move his body immediately. Seeing Vanessa looking so down, Riddle comforted her, "Don't worry too much." He whispered, "Isn't this the royal palace of the king? It's safer than anywhere else in the world." But after hearing all that, she still couldn't feel happy. Seeing that her words had no effect, Riddle kept fidgeting, not knowing what else to do to help her. He hesitated and added, "Wasn't it reported that they had sent a letter from Lower Ha? The news will reach Lord Ian soon, and then that day will be here before we can say Tada." Suddenly Ian's voice rang out, "Tada!" causing Riddle to freeze for a moment, thinking she must have heard it wrong. It was really Ian. He happily opened the door and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Douglas, just lying there bored a moment ago, now quickly sat up when he saw Ian. The two adults also looked back in surprise towards the door. Reuniting with loved ones after a long time, everyone hurriedly called out his name. Ian. Ian stepped forward and took his mother's hand. Everyone must have been very worried. Vanessa's face brightened again as she looked at her son with affection, and everyone could rest assured now. He smiled at his loved ones and affirmed that he would protect everyone. To explain why Ian is here now, we probably need to go back to last night at Pierre's estate, when he told General Callian that he had a request to ask of him. He continued sincerely, "You have fought alongside me to save this kingdom. You can ask me for anything, please tell me." Then Ian made a request, "So during this time, I want you to protect me." As I say this while placing my hand on my chest, showing that I made this request with all my sincerity. Callian was a bit surprised by this request, promising to protect me in the future. Ian begins to explain why he is doing this, the spell I am about to use. I might reduce myself during the casting. In the worst case, if such things happen, call Mage Pazen and ask him to pump some mana into my mind. Then I will wake up. That's why you have to be so careful, because you know well that there are not many official mages who reach level 6 or higher, so there are very few records about them on this continent. Even in your previous life, the spells you used after reaching level 6 were either discovered by yourself or learned a little from ancient books. So Ian's hand moved forward to prepare to cast that spell. Let's begin. In an instant, a magic circle appeared before Ian, and his body began to change violently, as if trying to break free. Soon after, he successfully split into 2 bodies, but because this spell consumed too much mana, Ian's original body immediately lost its stability. Then he fainted in Callion's arms, who looked at the unbelievable scene before his eyes. How could it be? Ian's 2 perfect clones were indistinguishable, leaving Callion stunned by this magic trick. At that moment, the 2 copies of you spoke up to explain. Puppet play, with magic spells of level 6 or higher. The original body becomes the controller and falls into a coma, unable to move freely. The 2 puppets can use magic equivalent to a level 5 mage. They looked at him and then continued, "So I rely on you." Then both of them headed towards the door, one after the other. Prince Hayden is now very happy to see Ian. "You're here. You came for me." Hayden steps forward, takes your hand, and says emotionally, "I think we're connected by our spirits." "I miss you so much, Ian." Maybe because I understand the prince's personality too well, I was prepared for that reckless act. Ian didn't say anything, only letting out a soft sigh. Just then, Herbert approached and asked, "Is it you, Ian?" Herbert gently said, "I heard Lord Bjerrick say that you completed the mission and that it was so difficult you fainted, and he kept praising you, saying you achieved a great feat for the Empire." Ian politely replied, "I was just doing my duty as a high mage." After rambling on for a while, he finally got to the point and asked why you are here. "I was sure I told you to go back to the Ivory Tower to rest." "Haven't you heard what happened in your family?" Ian interrupted him. "I received a letter from the Ivory Tower. You put your hand on your chest, but after completing the mission, I received an order from the royal family. The letter in your hand serves as solid proof that you are here," Ian continued. "As soon as I received the royal order, I immediately joined the delegation and assisted the Crown Prince." Herbert saw this and immediately asked, "May I read the letter for a moment?" Ian also handed it to him. "Here you go." And he didn't hesitate to open it right away. But unexpectedly, Ian abandoned his family and ran here. Thinking of that, he suddenly sneered and sent a message. Herbert said, "I recognize this as the Emperor's royal order, but you cannot join the delegation. Hayden stood nearby and, upon hearing the servant, shouted out loud, "Impossible," mocking the king's orders. "It seems he anticipated this," Herbert responded with reason. "Your Majesty, this is a matter of trust among the three nations. He believes that the number of people and guards in the delegation has been fixed and cannot be changed, as was agreed upon in the previous negotiation. According to him, the diplomats trust each other, so how can we add one more person, not just anyone but a high-level mage, to the delegation?" At this moment, he was extremely annoyed when hearing Herbert say that he believed the Emperor would understand why we couldn't let him join the delegation. Ian silently thought to himself, the Tower Master was right, even though we are not in a state of war. But the countries that have had conflicts, and this treaty is for three nations that have been wary of each other for a long time. Only when a certain level of safety is ensured do the heirs of each country, the delegations, and the guards gather, and Ian also understands that there are a total of 3 high-level mages in the delegation, including the Tower Master. If there is an additional deadly weapon like a high-level mage, the treaty will start to unravel. Thinking of this, he finally spoke. "The foundation of diplomacy is trust, and a very reasonable explanation. I understand what the Tower Master is worried about." Hearing the desired response, Herbert changed his tone, turned around and said, "If you understand, go back. Your presence in this city could cause confusion for diplomacy. Herbert told you, although I regret having to do this to you, after all you've been through to get here and complete your mission, I hope you understand that we have no other choice." Suddenly, in this unfavorable situation, Ian's lips curled into a smile, and he said, "I will personally explain what happened to the Emperor, but what if a high-level mage steps down from their position in the delegation?" Ian sincerely expressed an opinion. "Can I take their place?" "You also said that this is a direct order from the Emperor, so we should be flexible about this." Herbert, who hadn't taken a step yet, quickly turned back and said, "Of course we can. But who will?" As he said that, someone immediately responded, "I will give way." As soon as he offered to give up his seat, he stepped forward. It turned out to be Ronan, who raised his hand to indicate that he would relinquish his place in the delegation. Everyone around immediately fell silent, afraid that saying something wrong might bring trouble to themselves. Even Hayden and Oliver quickly corrected others, surprised that someone was actually willing to give way to Ian. That also surprised Herbert, who exclaimed, "What are you saying, Ronan?" But he was now very firm in his decision. Then Ronan began to explain, "As I just said, are we not all citizens of the Empire, and no citizen disobeys the Emperor's orders?" Hearing Ronan say that, a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. He added, "Even if it causes complications for diplomacy, the mission of the delegation is to represent the Empire as its citizens. A noble duty. But if by carrying out that mission I can help fulfill the Emperor's orders and diplomacy by stepping down from my position, I will gladly do so," and those words are so reasonable that Herbert cannot object anymore. Ronan respectfully looked toward Hayden and said, "Now I will entrust the sacred task of being part of the delegation to Ian Fa, Your Highness. I humbly request your permission for this change." Hayden also immediately replied, "I accept. I am deeply impressed by your sincerity and loyalty to the Empire for all you have done for it. I order you to prepare thoroughly and return safely to the capital." Ronan replied, "I will mark your point, Your Highness." Then he turned to Ian as if to say something else. He softly entrusted his task. "I trust you to carry out your part of the mission without fail." Ian also happily responded, "Thank you, Senior," but he then said, "No need to thank me." These thoughts about this person resurfaced in Ian's mind. Senior Mage Ronan. Based on his past life memories, he is one of the few kind-hearted mages, although he never compromises on issues, but his trust is not based on loyalty to the Tower Master or the Tower of Hades. Because Ronan is such a person, Ian can completely exploit that. You are pleased to think that he only cares about his own magical abilities. In exchange for teaching him a few spells that even Tower Master Herbert doesn't know, he easily criticizes you. Then Ronan bid farewell and said that now the god would descend. He repeated Herbert's words because a high-level wizard not part of the faction, but in this city would make diplomacy difficult. That's what the Tower Master said. Herbert was so furious he trembled as if he couldn't do anything. Only now did he realize that I thought he was just a clueless kid. But had he already infiltrated my ivory tower? Herbert's eyes fixated on Ian, his mind repeatedly echoing that name. Ian Fa. He furrowed his brow, as if determined. He wouldn't let a kid like him ruin his plans. As he reached the imperial city of the Ivory Tower, a plan he had long held, he glared at Ian as if determined to see him as an obstacle, while behind Ian, he was also watching the situation closely. Ragnar just remained silent, but from his eyes it was clear he was starting to be cautious of him, and the smile on Ragnar's face was gone.
The magnificent Russian resource platforms and the eye-catching architecture are all part of Demidras, a neutral city not belonging to any specific country. That's why all three nations recognize Demidras as a symbol of freedom and neutrality that has lasted for hundreds of years. As soon as they entered the gate, Angolo Nevo warmly welcomed them and invited them this way.
Hayden immediately asked where the others were. He softly replied, "We have guided them to their places." Then Angolo pointed to the building next door and said, "Those from Green River can use this building." "No, I think the prince can use that separate building. It's reserved for our most important guests." Then he turned to Herbach, the tower master, and asked if he had any plans at the moment. He replied that there were no special arrangements before the scheduled day, and it was unclear what Hayden's intentions were, but he just saw him smile faintly and say, "I understand." Then he ordered the high-level mages to rest. "All right, everyone can take a break. Ian will go with me. Come on." And the boy bowed in obedience. After giving the orders, he left with Hayden, but Ragna still stood there, watching their figures fade away. A moment later, someone pushed open the door to his room, revealing Herbach entering. Before he could speak, Ragna spoke first. "I won't take responsibility for you." Then he mentioned Ian again, the wizard standing beside him, and his eyes were extremely cold. "I also have a bad feeling about this," Herbach replied. "I understand," he added, "but don't worry too much. Ian's magic ability is indeed very suitable for the core of diplomacy right now. According to him, magic has little to do with this. Not even the gods have the right to intervene. No, even if they speak up, there's nothing to say." Herbach looked for another excuse to justify himself, thinking that when countries engage in diplomacy, there should be a young wizard present, but he hesitated to think of anyone. He believed that senior wizards at diplomatic tables were just for show. Then Herbach reminded Ragna, "Your Highness, as you have prepared, to become the center of the treaty." He sighed and replied, "I understand, but I still feel troubled because he is worried about something. I have tried to persuade Ian countless times and invited him to become our ally, but he always refuses. If we leave it like this, he will become a major obstacle." Having said that, Ragna glanced at the tower master, hoping he would resolve this matter as soon as possible. He respectfully replied, "Please entrust it to me." Herbach can assure him that everything will come true as the prince wishes. In contrast to the tense atmosphere among the five princes faction, Hayden's room is very relaxed, and he happily sits on the sofa saying, "That is indeed a wonderful blessing." Hayden seems very excited about everything here, he added. "Oh right, the street performance and the midnight show during Midrash are really good. There must be many fun things to watch." Hayden is eager to go out. Should I sneak out or buy a few outfits to change into? He casually said, "Captain, now we'll hire a few servants for chores, right?" Ian suddenly interrupted him. "Huh?" Seeing that he might have overstepped and angered Ian, Hayden hesitated and asked, "What's wrong, Ian?" As expected, you are extremely annoyed by Hayden's carefree attitude, and although you didn't say a word, that look on your face was enough for Hayden to realize. Your terrifying expression. But given your position, all Ian could do was reluctantly remind Hayden, "Do you realize what position you're in, Your Highness?" He patiently explained the current situation to him, stating that he came here as the representative of the Green River Empire and as the heir to the throne, and that he was also in charge of negotiations among the three nations. What the divine intends to say is that you didn't come here for a vacation. At this point, Ian's anger was boiling over. He bluntly shouted at Hayden to forget about playing around, but he still innocently asked why, saying we still have plenty of time. Hayden's innocence made Ian explode. "You must prepare right now." Seeing Ian angry at him, he immediately looked at Oliver with a pleading gaze, but Oliver noticed and ignored it, turning his head away. Ian added, "You are the one with the highest authority to speak on this matter. If you remain silent, the opportunity will be handed over to the fifth prince." He still stubbornly said, "I have heard my father mention it, but I assure you, if that happens, the negotiations will focus on the fifth prince. Do you think that's okay?" However, Hayden is still very cautious. "I hate that so much," but he sighed and said honestly, "I don't know. No one from the army, the goods land sharing, and anything related to slavery debates. Politics with me, and no one helps me." Ian listened silently as the prince expressed his thoughts. He thought that, compared to being humiliated if he said something, staying silent and doing nothing might be better. Hearing Hayden's thoughts, I realized that he has become accustomed to giving up and running away from reality. So that can't happen. Ian is sure of that because the only person who can help him now is Hayden, the prince who can endure the disappointment of Jiang Na, his only capable pawn. Then he persistently persuaded the prince that he should become the focus of the negotiation, Your Highness. He still kept trying to find excuses to avoid it, but what could he do now? Ian snapped his fingers and said, "I'm only giving you one chance." Immediately, pens kept writing something onto the blank papers in mid-air, and he explained clearly that His Majesty the Emperor had asked him to become the strength of the Crown Prince. This was an opportunity for the Crown Prince to act on his own, Ian recounted, following the Emperor's orders so the Crown Prince wouldn't lose the initiative to the Prince. I will list all the issues to be discussed at the negotiation and the corresponding solutions. Then I snap my fingers again and tell the Lord, and the door is immediately locked according to Ian's orders from now until the day of the treaty. Everything here. He looked terrified as papers flew chaotically around the room. Ian seriously told him, "You must remember everything." A week later, the trilateral treaty negotiations took place at a tower. Jiang Na was about to step inside when he said to his companions, "Oh, and I also heard that after my brother entered that mansion, he didn't go out for a whole week." Jiang Na looked curious, wondering what was going on with him. He assigned guards all around the prince's residence, but nothing unusual happened. He continued, saying that he only occasionally went to the garden that day and looked very tired. He replied calmly, I understand." At this moment, Hayden Green River also arrived, appearing cheerful. Rang Na greeted him. "Good morning, King Huyin. Did you sleep well last night?" Hayden friendly replied, "Good." He smiled and said, "I'm very happy to hear that." Rang Na continued, "I will go to the conference room with the delegation first and meet you later. Huang Huyin." He walked past him. Rang Na passed by Ian, who turned to look at him. At this moment, Hayden seems restless, clenching his fists. Ian also notices Hayden's mood and calls out, "Your Highness, you startle." Ian immediately reassured and encouraged Hayden, "Please don't worry, you've done everything you could to prepare over the past week." He emphasized that you will be the main host of the three-nation treaty negotiation. He hesitated for a moment, then confidently replied, "Right?" The negotiation begins. Angolo stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am the one entrusted with overseeing this treaty negotiation. This is Svidras's 19th market, Angolo Nevo, at the negotiation table. Everyone is present," he announced. "From now on, all details of the treaty negotiations will be recorded, and I will oversee this treaty negotiation. I hope everyone will remember what I just said, so let's begin the treaty negotiations." Hector is also paying attention, as Angolo explains the regulations. Maxwell and the others are also very excited, while Rangna appears very confident. Meanwhile, Hayden is still troubled despite Ian's encouragement before the negotiation. Maxwell immediately raised his hand to speak, saying, "I am Maxwell Benah. As you all know, because the road leading to our duchy is very narrow and dangerous, we find it difficult to gather soldiers and supplies. We hope to receive mages and chivalrous knights instead of infantry and money instead of goods. Actually, we have already agreed with the Little Sister Empire on this, and the splendid residence here makes the negotiation more formal." Maxwell continued, "Please don't misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a valid reason to object, we are willing to restart the negotiations." He spoke while looking at Hayden, and Ian looked at Hayden with a trusting gaze. You quietly think, the topic started with the expeditionary forces. Go ahead. Speak as you have practiced. Hayden remains silent while Jana observes him. "I will speak on behalf of the Crown Prince, Hantalin Katjong." At this moment, Hayden also spoke up about the military. "The one to speak will be the general and undefeated commander of our empire, Lord Duncan Mistos. I will leave this matter to him. You introduce and invite Duncan to speak." Maxwell looks puzzled, quietly wondering, isn't the fifth prince in charge? Hayden emphasized that we already have experts on this matter, so I don't need to say anything, right? He then signaled to Duncan, "Lord Duncan?" He then followed the protocol and said, "Yes, I will speak." Duncan began to say, "Based on what I think, regarding the request from the Principality of Ron, we just need to continue like this." Sis. Ian is smiling quietly, observing the situation. Everything in the negotiation is proceeding smoothly. Hayden confidently presents his ideas, while Maxwell's side responds with open and friendly exchanges. Yana looked very surprised and confused. The negotiation was still ongoing, and the afternoon was drawing to a close. "Oh," Ian silently thought, "it's almost over." Then the youngest princess of the country, Hector, clasped her hands together and said, "Let's be honest with each other. He thinks that dividing the territory into 3 parts without any plan is why we can't share it fairly. The quality of natural resources and land in that vast area varies. If you get the good part, it's like winning the lottery. But if there's nothing beneath, the whole area becomes useless. And outside, the sky is gradually darkening. A few countries will suffer losses, so they have no choice but to feel uncomfortable. Calling it discomfort is even kind, but that's what can lead to war, isn't it?" Ian began to take it seriously, thinking to himself that the most important topic in the treaty negotiations was the division of territory and natural resources after the presentation. Hector made a proposal, hoping that our country does not want any deception at all. If we can maintain peace for 1,000 to 10,000 years, that would be perfect. Therefore, please speak up if you have good suggestions. Let's enjoy what we have achieved together without conflicts. Max Shen is currently having a lively discussion with his team. Rang Na turned to look at Herbert Leon and said, "Tower Master." He smiled while he looked worried. Rang Na raised her hand to speak. "This is just my humble opinion, but I want to share it." Suddenly, Hayden slammed both hands on the table and shouted loudly, "I know a way to prevent anything bad from happening." Everyone was surprised. Max Shen also suddenly stopped discussing and turned to look at Hayden, whose confident expression showed he had prepared in advance. Meanwhile, Rang Na was very surprised. Angolo then urged Hayden, the prince of the Green River Empire, to tell everyone here the method he thought of. He started to speak. "Yes. First, our empire's ivory tower. No, the magic tower has developed a new type of spell that allows us to detect and roughly identify the amount of minerals beneath a certain area." Rang Na was stunned in surprise. Herbert was also very surprised, and he wondered to himself how he knew that. Max Shen then asked, "Is that true?" Hayden confidently replied, "Of course it is. You must have heard of this wizard through rumors." He then introduced Ian, our empire's youngest high-level mage, Ian Fa, the one who created that spell. Max Shen was very surprised and said he didn't expect such a spell could be used. Herbert nervously wondered if he thought the same as me, that the mineral detection magic would be essential for this treaty negotiation, and looked at Ian and the king, questioning how this kid could possibly see through the core of this treaty negotiation. Hayden stood up and said, "We are considering using that magic to create something called a rejuvenation map, so we can see how good the land is. It makes everyone think of an ideal map, and with a complete map, we can divide the Great Plain into different sections for each country based on specific requirements." Max Shen suggested that the borders might be a bit messy, but we'll have to farm and mine this land for decades anyway, right? At this point, Rang Na remained silent, his anger boiling inside. Rang Na glanced at Ian, who also turned to look at him with an extremely confident expression. Ian smiled, a victorious smile. Meanwhile, Hayden was still arguing, and I am sure there is no better way. That is my opinion. Outside, the sunset cast a beautiful glow over the arena. Oliver was standing there waiting calmly when he saw Hayden rushing over. Oliver was surprised, and Hayden called out, "Captain!" Hayden runs over with a cheerful look. Oliver calls out, "Your Highness." Too excited, Hayden ran while telling the story with an enthusiastic voice. "Captain, you should have seen that scene. Today I managed to turn this meeting upside down. Jungna's face and the Tower Master's were always sour and grumpy. It's a pity you couldn't see it." Oliver smiled faintly after hearing that. Hayden invited everyone to celebrate. "I'll tell you the details once we leave here. For now, let's go for drinks and a walk around the city." He turned to invite Ian. "Ian, come with us. There's no other chance to have fun like today." He nodded in agreement. Hayden is so happy. He tightly grabs your shoulders and says with an amused tone, "Yes, that's the way it should be. Ian, you will soon become an adult, so you should try the wine I give you." "Great. I will teach you how to drink it." Suddenly, someone called out, "Your Highness, it's Jungna." He approached and wanted to talk to Hayden. Jungna appears very friendly. He immediately asks in a serious tone, "Is there something wrong?" Jungna shows admiration and praises Hayden, saying, "Today he was truly impressive, and I have learned a lot from you." He places his hand in front of him and bows politely. Hayden forced a smile and said, "I believe so, little brother. I am very glad that you can learn from me. I think you will also be able to learn a lot from this treaty negotiation. Keep striving and training yourself." Hayden pretended to be friendly, but was actually displeased, while also trying to show off in front of Jungna. He said, "If you need advice, feel free to ask me any time." Jungna hesitated and replied, "Thank you, brother." Then Jungna turned and walked away, while Hayden and the others watched him. After a while, he turned to call Ian, Captain Ian. "Hayden shows gratitude to you. Today truly is the best day of my life. My heart blooms with joy." Ian and Oliver both rejoice, blending into the lively atmosphere. Hayden puts his hands on both of their shoulders and says, "Let's go. Let's go. We've been holding back all week today. We let loose Oliver, team leader. Today you should also relax and be normal. Don't be too uptight." And Hayden turned to Ian and said, "You'll soon become an adult, so it's about time you drink the wine I give you." "Oh, right. I just said that." Suddenly he noticed something strange. "Oh, Ian, what's wrong with your hand?" At this moment, Ian's hands begin to glow. Jungna's group also turns to look, and Hayden and Oliver appear confused. "It seems this is my limit," Hayden asked curiously. "My limit?
Explain it so I can understand.
Ian gradually disappeared and softly said, I'm sorry, but I think I will drink the wine you gave at the royal palace. Hayden asked in panic, What do you mean? Ian replied softly, I will explain everything to you at the royal palace. Then he disappeared, and Hayden still didn't understand what was happening. Everyone observed that Ian had completely vanished. Herbert silently thought, a clone, huh? He wondered if everything so far had been a clone. Clones can't exist. Manga was very surprised that Ian had disappeared. Herbert stayed up late. He was close. He did everything with a clone. Are we being played? At the base, it was getting dark. Hayden was bringing in food and quietly said, Sir, I brought the meal. Colleen, sitting by Ian's bed, said, Leave it there. Hayden then asked, Is Ian still not awake? Colleen looked worried and replied, Yes, he still hasn't woken up. It's been many days now. Although this spell minimizes energy consumption and physiological effects, it's visible to the eye that his body is weakening. He looked at you lying unconscious on the bed. Dalian remembered Lian's instructions before the ritual. If anything happened, ask him to wake you by transferring mana into your head. He stood up and said, I will summon the mage and forcefully wake him up. Ian suddenly spoke up. I'm already awake. Callian looked surprised and said, I don't think it's necessary. It's all the same anyway. Oh, Ian, you're awake, as you can see. Callian immediately asked him if he was okay, if he felt any discomfort. And he looked tired as he slowly said that he might have some trouble for a while. His head hurt and he couldn't move, and also his stomach. He asked again, Your stomach? Colin hurriedly asked, Does your stomach hurt? I will call the mage. Ian continued, I am hungry now. He suddenly fell silent, both of them pausing for about 2 seconds. You emphasize, very hungry. The next morning, on a beautiful sunny day, Ian was getting ready to leave. Callie suggested, Why not stay one more night? No matter how busy I am, I still have to prepare a feast for the Savior, even if time is a bit tight. Ian appears polite and says, Your help last time was enough. Isn't that part of the duty of a high-level mage like me? No need for a hero. If not me, another mage would come to help. And this sunrise looks truly beautiful. Kalian immediately said, I don't think so. If it had been another wizard besides you, Ian, I would have blocked the monsters and gone back. He looked grateful. Callie continued, Actually, when I first saw you, I was skeptical. The young man standing before the monsters in the Great Peace. I'm not sure if he can do anything. But I was wrong. For years I couldn't do anything on my own, yet Ian solved the problem completely in just 10 days. Ian smiled faintly and asked, It seems you possess a special power that no one else has. Lord Ian, you seem a bit hesitant. Colleen invites, Then Lord Ian, shall we do that before you leave? Ian then asked, So you mean, he said with a light laugh, I mean I heard that 5 years ago you made a promise to the prestigious Mogren family in the north, and I want to say that you also made a promise to us. Surprised, you asked, really, is it that easy? Callian smiled and replied, Don't get me wrong, it's because you are Ian that I said that. He said promising to serve you is not a problem because Eric is willing to serve you, Lord Ian. Colleen showed affection and said, This is not just simple courtesy to a savior. I have my reasons for doing so. If the only level 6 mage of the Empire agrees to serve you, there is no greater honor than that. He listened and reflected, emphasizing that this was solely his opinion, but he believed no one would regret it, whether it was Lord Ian or himself. Leon hesitated and said, I'm not sure I can accept a promise called a 1,000-year promise from the Empire so easily. And this is a bit sudden too. Ian smiled softly and said, But I have no intention of refusing. Callian then turned to take the sword Adol brought out and said, I've been waiting for your answer all along. Callian drew the sword and said, We should probably follow the procedure. After all, this is the 1,000-year vow. He smiled brightly and explained, If there's anything strange about this, please bear with us a little. I'll finish quickly. Colleen then plunged his sword into the ground. This family will always be waiting for High Mage Ian whenever he visits, and if he needs the power of the East, his voice will echo through the blue skies. We promise to stand by his side at any time, and this will be passed down from generation to generation, but the flow of the eastern river of the 6 lakes, I swear. Ian smiled. Kayleen and Aiden bowed to Ian, then both laughed and said, No matter how many times they say it, something still feels off. It would be great if this could be considered our oath to fulfill. He smiled and replied, Next time you visit, please also ask for your help. He then said, Please let us know before you arrive. I will show you what a party in the East looks like. You can look forward to it. Ian said humbly, I will do that, so I'll be on my way. A breeze passes by, and Aiden and Colleen watch after him. Ian begins a new journey, standing to gaze at the mountain for a moment, thinking to himself that so much has happened in such a short time, and there are even surprising results. Ian smiled contentedly, raised his staff, and said, "The one mentioned is the King of Mages, the one who carved this spell into the staff. The resurrection of the Dark Demon Mage disappeared 300 years ago." Ian shows determination, thinking to himself that when he returns to the capital, he will have a lot to investigate. Hearing Ian come home, Vanessa hurriedly runs downstairs. She called out loudly, "Ian," and when he looked over, he saw his mother approaching. Ian happily called back, obediently, "Mother," Vanessa asked casually as she walked away. "How could you suddenly disappear into the village? Do you know how worried I was? I was really shocked." Vanessa pinches Ian's cheek and says, "You must have been through a lot lately. Your face is half as full. Did Lord Pierrick not let you eat when you went there?" Ian hurriedly explained something happened there. "You just need to eat more." Ian reached into his shirt pocket and said, "Oh, right, Mom. Here, take this." He opened his hand and handed Vanessa a transparent blue manosphere and said, "This is a mana communication orb made from the Fail mana orb on the way back to the capital. I asked the workshop to make this for us. In the future, you can use this to talk to me anytime you're in the capital." Ian pointed at the staff and told her, "I just put my thing on this staff, and I'm sorry for making you worry." Vanessa hesitated and called out Ian, saying, "Ian, you said you would always be by my side from now on." At this moment, Douglas Hammond approached and called Ian leader. Douglas asked, "What kind of magic is that? I've read many spells at the academy, but I've never seen that one before." And behind, the video is also smiling. Ian looks tired. Douglas continued asking, how can he appear at Demi-Trash and with the Emperor at the same time? A mirror, a clone, or something similar? Ian softly replied, "You're asking too many questions at once. Can you ask them one by one?" Ian explained, "Simply put, I can do it because I am already level 6. Everyone was surprised after hearing this. Douglas asked in confusion, "Is that even possible? So you are now the highest level mage in our empire," the video said. "I knew you weren't an ordinary person when I first met you, but I didn't think you would be this outstanding." Ian modestly said, "There's nothing different, so please treat me as usual." Douglas replied, "In that case, I was planning to try the medicine I just created in the lab. Do you want to join?" Douglas cheerfully invites Ian, who politely declines, saying, "Sorry, but we'll have to do it next time." Douglas asks why. Ian replies, "Tiredly because I've been invited to another appointment." Then he heads to the mentioned meeting. This is a simple, casual party, Ian thought to himself. Is this it? Or are they welcoming Ian enthusiastically as soon as he arrives? He said, "Maybe you've guessed that today's parties are celebrations for you." Ian wondered to himself why it feels like déjà vu and asked himself, "Since he asked me to wear casual clothes, I was wondering what the party would be like. So that's why." Vice said, "Ah, Lord Ian, welcome. Oliver is also here to greet you." So both of them are bringing Ian to the table. "All right, please have a seat, Lord Ian, and hey, bring the snacks to the table." Hayden immediately placed a large glass of wine on the table and cheerfully told you to drink. "Congratulations on reaching level 6. I specially brought some of the finest wines into the palace for this party. Such rare wine isn't easy to find outside, and everyone eagerly enjoyed the good drink." Hayden shouted, "All right, drink up." Ian was confused and thought to himself that in his previous life he didn't drink much because Jung Na never drank at all, saying alcohol would make people dull and lose vigilance. You gently lift the full glass, swallow hard, and then chug it all down in one go. Hayden smiles and asks, "So how is it, Ian?" You put the glass down on the table, and Ian, with a satisfied look, says, "Actually, it's pretty good." He smiled brightly and said, "I'm glad you like it." The people around turned to ask, "Your Highness, please tell us what happened in Demi-Drasti." Hayden happily replied, All right, all right." Then he enthusiastically started telling them a story, leaving Ian sitting alone in a corner. Oliver immediately approached to chat. "Ian, I will fill your glass." Ian turned to look at him and called out, "Lord Oliver." As he poured the wine, he continued, "If this is your first time drinking, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Oliver said that if you get drunk and something happens, you'll launch the rocket and the night team will be lost." Ian laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Lord Oliver is always worried." You looked at Hayden and said, "Actually, I was quite surprised to see His Highness so close to the knights and even playing with them. Is that okay?" Oliver explained. "All the knights have sworn loyalty to His Highness, so you can trust them." Ian then pondered, loyal and trusting. Oliver looked at Ian for a moment. "I think I know why Ian has no friends now," he responded, surprised. "What, why are you suddenly saying that?" Oliver said, "Actually, I knew since I met you. He began to recall. "Do you remember our first conversation 5 years ago on the Moogling estate? Cecilia turned out to be a spy you captured alive." Oliver recalled Ian as a child and continued, even though he had just caught a third-level mage spy. It didn't seem to affect him at all. He was very emotionless then, truly skilled at controlling his facial expressions. Children at that age wouldn't be able to hide their true feelings or expressions. He put the glass down on the table. Oliver analyzed, but at that moment I couldn't read any expression on your face, as if you were a soldier trained for years not to reveal your true feelings. Ian reflected that at that time I couldn't pretend to be young anymore. He thought that was when I realized he was too reserved, even though he was still very young, and probably had no friends to share his feelings with. Oliver assertively said, "I'm quite good at noticing things like that." Ian blankly replied, "Yeah, I admit, but I don't know how I feel after hearing you speak so frankly. You think about Jiang Na and Wu Vo and say I used to have a friend, but we didn't end well." Oliver smiles and says, "I'm very curious about what kind of person your friend Ian is." He suddenly added, "After 5 years of training with you, I realized one more thing. You're confused and worried about what I might say." Oliver immediately said, "I don't know why, but sometimes when I talk to you, Ian, I feel like I'm talking to a jaded old person. Strange, isn't it?" You were startled and asked, "What?" Ian laughed and replied, "You're good at judging others." He said, "Actually, I'm almost 48. I always use magic to stay youthful." Oliver looked at Ian with a worried expression and said, "I was just joking." Ian quickly explained, "You know, I'm the kind of person who doesn't share my feelings and has no friends. Sometimes my jokes sound real. Please understand that." He listened calmly and then returned. Oliver said kindly, "As the older one, I will forgive you this time." Ian smiled and replied, "Well, I really appreciate it. Outside it's already dark, but the atmosphere of the dinner is still lively." Ian, after having too much to drink, tried to sneak outside, head resting on the door, saying, "I guess I drank too much. I've never drunk this much in my past life." Someone outside called Ian saying, "Ian, you look surprised. It's Vice sitting outside." Ian called back, "Vice?" You ask him what he's doing out here. Vice laughs and replies, "Ha ha ha, actually, I'm not very good at drinking." 1 or 2 shots and I start to feel dizzy. He asked Ian, "I'm hiding here to get some fresh air. What about you, Ian?" I also went outside to breathe the air. I still haven't gotten used to that person. Ian quietly observed Vice and reflected. Vice Paulins, the second knight captain of the Royal Knights, was the second best swordsman in his previous life, behind Lord Oliver. He analyzed that although he was a commoner, his swordsmanship skills and loyalty to the royal family earned him the trust of the Crown Prince and Lord Oliver, leading to his promotion to vice captain. Vice suddenly asked, now that I think about it, "Ian, you said this is your first time drinking alcohol, right? How was it your first time drinking?" Ian smiled and replied, "Not bad. A little drinking is fine." Vice laughed and said, "Lucky you. Let's go drinking together sometime. The others want to thank you, Ian. Even Captain Oliver, who is usually reserved, has started talking to you, right? And it's been a long time since I saw His Highness so relaxed. All thanks to your strength, Ian." I hesitated before replying, "Thank you for saying that, but I was just simply encouraging him to move forward a little." Ian thought of Hayden shining brightly and continued, but positively, he smiled faintly and said, "I think I've become quite attached to this." Vice looked surprised, and seeing that, Ian asked, "What's wrong?" To which he replied hurriedly, "Oh no, I'm just surprised. I didn't expect you, Ian, to have that expression." He was confused about what Vice was describing when Finn stepped out and called him, "Vice Captain, here I am." He said the prince was calling him, and if he didn't come in to drink again, they said they would demote him. Vice asked in surprise, "Really?" He stood up and greeted Ian. "Ian, I'm leaving now." Ian smiled and said, "You should have taken it slow from the beginning." Vice replied, "If I could have, I would have." That night the sky was full of stars as Ian wandered alone, gazing at the stars and silently thinking about his past life. Old memories appeared, and Ian thought he no longer relied on them as his weapons. The changes caused by your choices will gradually influence each other and create completely different situations from your past life. No one can predict where this knowledge will lead. Inside Vice, he's struggling with Hayden, smiling brightly, while Jana's side is all about calculations. He's planning something, and Terry Greenriver is reading a book. You are an honorable emperor. Ian thinks of his mother, his family, Vanessa's bright smile. Ian thinks, I can only protect those I love. I can only move forward. You smile secretly, Ian whispers to his enemy. This is just the beginning, Rang Nya. Over with Rang Nya. He is asking her back, what are your plans now? What did I say, huh? I told you to eliminate him before he became a threat. Didn't I keep reminding you? He replied softly, yes, you did say so. Rang Na continued, and what did you say every time I reminded you? If I had waited a little longer, you would have turned him into a useful weapon and offered him up to me. He always says that and ignores this, right? He asks, so what is he like now? He is blocking all the paths. Herback looked regretful and said, I misjudged. I should have acted quickly, but I only delayed. Herback frowned and said, no one expected a young man to be able to do that. He repeatedly emphasized that he would no longer make excuses. But this will be the last time you have to wait. Rang Na then asked seriously, finally. Herback emphasized that this would be the last time, and I beg you to wait a little longer. He appeared confident and said that all preparations had been completed. Herback then called to someone over and told Helen to greet the prince. Rang Nya, surprised, asked, Helen, do you mean the high-level mage who disappeared years ago? He looked extremely shocked. Helen slowly smiled with a cold expression and softly said it was an honor to meet His Highness. Her face looked very dangerous with her bright red eyes, Rang Nya stammered, appearing confused. Herback quickly interjected to reassure, don't be too surprised, she is a human girl, a loyal subordinate of a divine commanded manager. He believes she is also a long-term subordinate, who will sacrifice her life for you, Your Highness. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, Tower Master, could it be that she knows? Sensing the implication, Herback quickly replied, yes, it is forbidden magic. His face looked serious. When Herback mentioned Ian, the dark mage, Ian, a thorn in our side, will become a long-term pawn sacrificing his life for you, don't worry. Rana was still anxious, and he continued, Your Highness, according to the plan, you will ascend to the throne. At Herback's tower, he was still furious thinking about Ian, Herback almost whispered, level 6A. He slammed both hands on the table and raised his voice, level 6S. Herback suddenly erupted with fierce energy, his body like a blazing fire. In his rage, he threw a glass object directly at the wall. Herback was furious with Ian, cursing him out, that damn kid, when suddenly someone's footsteps interrupted. Standing at the door, Marco lowered his head and said, Tower Master, call me immediately. Then suddenly he paused and looked up. In front of him, Herback appeared serious, different from the terrifying look earlier. He said slowly, You're here now, Marco. So he asked, Is something wrong? Herback replied hesitantly, No, nothing. He slowly explained, Suddenly I just remembered the first time I met you. It's been 20 years now. Marco, you were just a newborn then, so you wouldn't remember, but that moment is still very vivid for me. He then smiled very brightly. Herback continued, You were a rag-wrapped, orphaned child who smiled at me. He kept recalling Marco's childhood. You turned over and stood on 2 feet. I enjoyed watching you so much that sometimes I forgot my work. Herback looked proud and said just like that day, that child not only gained the abilities of a mage, but also grew up to become an official mage, who would have imagined, I am truly proud of you. Marco then expressed his gratitude, saying it was all thanks to your kindness that you bestowed upon me. He continued, If there's a chance to repay your kindness, Marco will do everything he can. Herback raised his hand gently with a tender tone. You're like my own son. It's unreasonable to expect you to repay me. He continued, But the reason I called you is because I have an important matter to ask of you. If you do nothing, you may leave my estate tonight. He bowed respectfully and replied, Understood. You only need to give the order. Herback smiled softly, but with underlying calculation, and said, Thank you. I will see you later. The scene shifts to a quiet nighttime market, the small eatery's door creaking open, and the owner Gareth welcoming someone, his eyes suddenly narrowing when he recognizes the visitor. Seeing the figure in front of him, Gareth shouted, Oh my God, who is this? Isn't it the youngest high-level mage at the Tower of Nga, Ian, right? He then asked him, Do you know me? Gareth replied casually, Of course, no one in this area doesn't know you. He bowed to Ian and said, I didn't expect someone as important as you to visit this small place. Gareth's face suddenly changed expression, puzzled, but can I know what brings you here, Lem? Ian calmly replied, You don't need to be cautious. I just put a bag of money on the table and said, I am here only as a guest seeking information. He was extremely confused and asked, I heard that a high-level mage from the Tower of Russia received a lot of research fees, so it seems to be true. Gareth then asked hesitantly, All right, what information do you want? Ian seriously said, I want to buy all information related to dark magic. He stroked his chin, pondering. Oh, dark magic, isn't it? You know more about it than us, right? More. Ian replied, Theoretically, that might be correct, but that's not the information I'm looking for. Your eyebrows unconsciously furrowed, and he softly said, That information might be trivial or even baseless. I want to know what's behind it, not what the public knows. Gareth waved his hand and replied with a smile. I understand what you mean, he added. We just accidentally found something related. You came at the right time. Gareth seriously asked, Ian, do you know the order of the sect? Ian pondered softly. The order of the sect. He began to tell, one of the many religions in the empire, they are a group that worships the lineage as saints. Although they are not famous, their order is the oldest religious group, existing for hundreds of years. He steps into a blurry scene and continues. The original order of the sect was a small religious group in a remote countryside. A figure gradually appears. A grave robber claims he has seen the final legacy of the sect, and he comes to pass on the teachings of the sect's divine power, as it has been handed down among the people. Then they moved to a crowded place. At first they saw him as a fraud and didn't believe, but gradually the order began to grow stronger with more followers. A figure appeared. Who is the leader? How many believers are there? And what is their goal? There is no information about them at all, as if they are shrouded in a veil with many rumors and speculations, some of which are very dark, like they can resurrect the dead and brainwash people. Gareth crossed his arms, and although I'm not sure if the lineage actually exists, combining all the rumors and situations suggests a possibility of its appearance. Hearing this, Ian widened his eyes and froze in shock. Gareth confidently said, "Our order's safety is connected to the black demon magic." He looked at Ian and continued, "Recently, forces within the Empire have been seeking information about our order." The voice continued, saying that the black demon magic requires more inhumane ingredients than mana, meaning there are powerful forces capable of obtaining such materials. He smiled and explained that they are quite secretive, and only select individuals are said to be allowed to participate. But finding out who is in that religion is not easy. If they can brainwash and control others, then isn't it possible to get rid of those with high status and power in the Empire? He smiled and said. Gareth told him, "That's all we know for now. We will continue investigating them, so if we find out more, I will send you a letter." Ian put on his cloak and prepared to leave, then turned back and said, "All right, please continue your investigation." He looked at your back and waved. "Thank you, Ian. I hope you will continue to support us in the future. As tonight's darkness has covered the entire sky at Ian's house, you rest your chin on your hand, pondering the story just told, the order of the flow." Ian's gaze fell into deep thought. In his previous life, he had never heard of them, and if they had existed for over 100 years, he should have heard of them, at least once. Ian looked at the staff placed by the window and thought to himself that the Archmage he met in the Great Plain had used dark magic infused into this very staff. The staff with a softly glowing orb of active substance brings to mind the desolate scene, and Ian quietly speculates that besides mana energy, perhaps the necessary ingredient is... Ian suddenly freezes, lost in thought, his mind drifting to Herbert. And although it's just his own reflection, he believes that the Tower Master Herbert, who knows how much the changes on the Great Plain are connected to dark magic, might be directly involved in the flow's order. Ian placed his hand on his forehead and leaned back, feeling tense for a moment. So many things had changed in this life. He raised his hand, hovering in midair, and silently thought that it was most likely that the future had changed little by little before he returned to the past. Ian's gaze looks toward the foot of the house, the gap between his past and present gradually widening, as if he has opened a box he shouldn't have. Ian sat up slowly, removing his glasses, feeling overly confident lately, just because he held the memories of his past life. His hand reached for the box on the table, silently telling himself that from now on, he wouldn't be sure what would happen. Ian remains silent, as if breathing while calculating, then takes out a metal chain necklace. Opening the box, a faint glow emanates from the chain, and he thinks to himself, "I must prepare for all possibilities." Outside the house, a gentle voice said, "Marco, sorry for making you come all this way so late." He smiled and replied, "It's okay, Tower Master." Then Marco asked, "May I know what you want me to help with?" He snapped his fingers with a long resonant sound and said, "Oh, that matter." The guards immediately stepped outside, making him feel uneasy. Herbert then warned in a cautious tone, "This is something no one else should know." He stood up with his staff in hand and told him, "Can you come with me for a moment?" Marco asked, "Where are we going?" Herbert took a book from the shelf and said, flipping the pages. A glow of wine light emerged. "This book will guide us." The gentle light suddenly curled up mysteriously, and immediately the energy flowing from the book formed a teleportation portal. Looking at the scene before him, Marco was stunned and asked, "Tower Master, what is this?" He replied, "What's wrong, Marco?" He turned to him, urging him to hurry and go through this gate. Despite being extremely confused, he still obeyed and stepped in. Marco slowly walks through the teleportation gate, gradually following Herbert into the dark, buzzing space. Suddenly, a bright flash of light. Marco raises his hand to catch it, blinking at the light. The light grew brighter, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut and cover his face, until Marco's eyes suddenly snapped open wide in horror. In front of Marco is a prison yard filled with shadowy figures whose survival is uncertain, all confined inside. Someone is slumped against the wall, others are sprawled on the ground. Seeing this horrifying scene, he quickly asked, "Tower Master, who are these people?" He replied, "Don't be too surprised, these are just materials." Marco was stunned, eyes wide open. "What do you mean materials? Aren't they all human?" He looked over at the neighboring prison and leaned against the wall. Inside, he saw a guy missing an arm, and Marco recognized him as Creed. He said hesitantly, and Herbert quickly interrupted, "He's dead. An accident happened while he was practicing magic." Then a young man with a dazed, exhausted look leaned against the wall, and the mages here are mostly like that. They all die during missions, either from accidents or illness. Sometimes we also have mages from other countries, and for materials that are not magical, we can find them in alleyways. He calmly said, "Because they are all creatures crawling on the ground, their lives are probably just like grass." Seeing Marco's pale face, he remained calm. The other mages here were no different. They couldn't surpass level 1, so they were looked down upon by others and felt ashamed. "I was just trying to save them from that deep pit," Marco stammered. "What are you talking about?" His calm face suddenly changed to a terrifying expression. "They are materials to be sacrificed to the Empire of the Tower." Herbert finished speaking and suddenly raised his staff, its magic power spreading out around the barrier. Seeing Marco's terrified face, he calmly said, "Don't worry, I won't turn you into them, I promise." Herbert glared with a grim expression, his voice low. "You're like my son." Right, a sudden surge of dark magic energy swept up, catching Marco off guard and leaving him no time to react. Marco's familiar eyes suddenly turned black, and his body couldn't withstand it, trembling violently. Finally, Marco sank to his knees on the stone floor, head bowed and motionless. Herbert immediately told him, Marco, to stand up. As soon as the order was given, Marco did not hesitate and stood up. He said, "Look at me," and he quietly looked up. He asked, "Who am I?" "I am Marco, the second-level mage of the Manga Tower, and currently the Tower Master's envoy." He replied that his name was Marco, a level 2 mage of the Russian Tower, and currently a temporary mage for the Tower Master. At this moment, he was handed a small knife, which fell to the ground in front of Marco. Herbert asked, "Can you fold your little finger with that knife?" Without hesitation, he bent down and picked up the knife. Marco instinctively pressed the sharp blade against his little finger right in front of Herbert, and the red blood flowed freely. Herbert sneered and said, "Now you are truly my son." The next morning, inside the tower, everyone was still buzzing about the situation. The Tower Master had requested an indefinite leave. A group nearby was talking. "Apparently there have been many events happening recently, and that person is quite advanced in age." The guy added, "And there's also Ian's situation, right? Besides being the youngest high-level mage, he's also reached level 6, so he's probably under a lot of pressure." The girl asked, "But what will happen from now on?" "What do you mean?" The girl explained, "The Tower Master supports the 5th Prince. Ian supports the Crown Prince, and the 2 heads of the tower serve different masters, so who should we endorse?" "I don't know. We just follow what our superiors tell us." Meanwhile, Marco walks past with a pile of reference books in his hand. At this moment, Marco stands in front of a room, hears knocking, and Ian turns to say, "Yes, please come in." Seeing him, you cheerfully greet Marco, "You're here," and he responds, "Yes, Ian." Marco, with a serious expression, adds, "I have brought what you requested." "Thank you. I've been looking for them for a long time, and thanks to you, I didn't have to waste more time searching." Ian looked a bit confused and asked, "By the way, is the Tower Master seriously ill?" Marco simply replied calmly, "You don't need to worry." Ian noticed his injured hand and asked, "Why is your hand hurt?" Marco replied seriously, "I was practicing magic and got into a fight with a little troublemaker. You don't need to worry about it." Ian smiled softly and said, "I understand. I hope you recover soon." He seemed to sense a change in him, Ian thought. Marco is somehow very strange. There is a distance between us as if he has become a different person. Every time Marco is with me, he never speaks formally and is always relaxed, though his voice and face are the same. He's definitely more distant than before after the Tower Master's request. Ian pondered, then clenched his fists, recalling a few old memories. "Oh, right. I remember back then on. Memories of the past, when I was still quite young, 6 years ago, the first time I met him. The person sent to Morgan. When the Lord went out to hunt goblins and faced danger, if he hadn't helped, something terrible would have happened." Marco remained emotionless and replied indifferently, "Yes, that's true." Ian fell silent, as if beginning to doubt. He bowed his head and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go." Hearing that, Ian hurriedly called out Marco. You get up and approach him, saying, "Wait a moment." Ian then says that you weren't present during the goblin raid. Looking at Marco in front of you, you continue, "It was you who helped me during the mana energy reaction test." Ian stepped forward, approaching him closely, if I remember correctly. "Then please forgive me." "You wave your staff," Marco asks. "What are you talking about?" Ian reached out and took the staff. Looking at Marco in front of him with a determined expression, he firmly held the staff, and the inner sphere lit up again as Ian softly recited. Your voice slowly and deliberately says, "Dispel," as you create a magic circle in front of him. Marco is blinded by the light, reacts suddenly, his eyes wide open, and his body involuntarily collapses again. Marco keeps panting. A stream of dark magic aura escapes from him, his eyes still wide open. Then a flash of light appears. The dark magic aura inside Marco gradually disappears. Ian kneels down and asks Han, "Are you back yet?" He opened his eyes wide in panic and asked why I was here. I calmly looked at him and explained that I had used a dispel magic spell to remove all curses from him, as he had been controlled by dark magic. Marco remembered what had happened earlier, then hesitated and stopped. Suddenly, he shouted in horror, "We must stop him! We must stop him, Ian!" "You said we must stop the Tower Master." Ian immediately nodded and asked, "Please tell me everything that happened." Before he could finish, the scene shifted to another tower, Herbert's side, where the butler announced, "The Tower Master, Cao Ian, has come to visit." He asked if he came alone, and the butler replied, "Yes, at least we didn't see anyone around." Herbert nodded. "Okay, bring him in." He smugly thought to himself, "So you took the bait," Ian scoffed. He recalled the old memory. The reason I used dark magic on Marco was simply to give someone a reason to come find me. Anyway, a mage like you should be able to detect the dark magic I used on Marco. Everything is going according to plan. Although I can't use some ingredients, this is a worthwhile investment to tame a level 6 dog. I can always find the ingredients again. Herbert calmly took a sip of hot tea, waiting for Ian to arrive, as the sound of footsteps approaching the door grew closer. He then asked, "So you came here directly today? I didn't expect the great level 6 mage to visit because I'm sick. It's truly an honor." Ian respectfully nodded and said, "The oldest elder who is sick, so I had to visit. You said, I hope he recovers as soon as possible." Herbert calmly said, "Thank you for your kindness. Sit down, it's not very good." Both sat facing each other in silence. Finally, Ian spoke up. "Marco isn't feeling well, and he pretended not to know anything, saying, 'Oh dear, I hope I haven't infected him.'" You continued, "I checked on him for you, but it doesn't seem to be the case." Herbert chuckled and said, "Ha ha, luckily that boy Marco is always very diligent. I've always worried he might overexert himself." Ian set down his tea and then said, "And I heard something unbelievable from Marco." He started to take it seriously, his face becoming stern. You continued, saying that in his mansion there is a gate leading to a secret laboratory where he is conducting inhumane dark magic research. He innocently chuckled and said, "How could that be? Marco must have been mistaken because he's not feeling well." Ian still spoke firmly. He was controlled by dark magic. "You furrowed your brow and used the original dark magic on him, the one like his father. You said he asked me to hold him back." Herbert looked confused and replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." He set down his teacup and said, "A portal leading to the laboratory exists. That thing is the power of an artifact I accidentally obtained, which is quite convenient for my aging body." He stood up and said, while discussing this, "Do you want to see my laboratory?" Herbert's eyes looked at Ian with a calculating and sinister expression, and he said, rather than doubting me, "It's better for you to see it with your own eyes." Ian calmly listens and smiles and replies, "Only when you permit me to do so." He walked away without forgetting to turn back and tell you to follow him. Herbert added, "I will show you the laboratory right away. The Tower Master should be a good example, yet he's rumored to research dark magic. Isn't that a disgrace to me?" He stepped up to a curtain while Ian quietly followed behind him. Herbert calmly drew it aside and took out a book, then said, "This is the portal." Herbert looked up at you and calmly explained that with the power of this artifact, anyone who channels magic into the book can open an 8th-level teleportation gate. Ian remained silent, only watching him carefully, or perhaps less frequently creating teleportation gates to hasten the process. "Come on, let's go inside." Like Marco, Ian followed him through a darkened path, and as they walked, he thought that Herbert Leon in his previous life was recognized as one of the greatest tower masters in the Ivory Tower. His memory returned to the image of him, prepared by the great mage for the unification of the continent. He is very simple and consistent as a tower master, more than anyone else. He who sees Jiang Na as the owner and helps him ascend the throne has led the Ivory Tower to hold the highest power and status in human history. Ian pondered, his expression distant, as a loyal servant to his master and respecting the Tower Lord. Suddenly, his steps halted. Herbert softly called out to him. Herbert spoke in a slow, contemplative tone, asking, "Do you know?" Herbert looked at the floating staff in front of him and continued, "Sometimes I want to become a hero, a wizard strong enough to protect the Empire and save the suffering common people." He clenched his trembling hands tightly, staring at them intently as he spoke. "But gradually I realized that I cannot change anything just with my own strength." He slightly lifted his head with a calm demeanor and said, Herbert approached, took the staff in his hand and said, "There is a special power in this world." He then looked back at Ian and added, "It can turn me into a hero." The dark magical currents suddenly burst around him, beginning to swirl around Ian, leaving him momentarily stunned and unable to react. As the dark magical currents swirl around him, he clenched his teeth involuntarily and cried out in pain. Herbert reached out with one hand, with a small glowing light floating above it. He said that this power can summon countless talented mages. "With this strength, I will truly be able to protect the peace of the Empire and its people," Herbert emphasized, his eyes glaring with ambition. "That power is called authority." He began the ritual, and the room lit up with the glow from that light. "Please," Herbert looked at you intently and calmly said, "become part of the tower." On the other side, Ian's body continued to tremble uncontrollably as Herbert called out Ian Fei's name. His staff shining brightly in his hand, he observes as you slump down. Herbert lectures that if you listen to his words, you'll be able to protect the Empire better and save many civilians. He stared with both eyes and added, "For a talented young person like you and an old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we both desire?" He suddenly spoke with a commanding voice. "Now stand up." Ian immediately obeyed. He calmly stands upright, looking at him as if awaiting orders, and seeing your obedience, Herbert's body tenses as if suppressing a laugh. Then his face breaks into a smile, and Herbert proudly exclaims, "Too simple," as if nothing special happened. He looked at you with a mocking look and said, "All right, let's see how you respond." Herbert asked, "Who am I?" Ian lowered his head quietly and replied firmly, "I am the master of the Empire's ivory tower, Herbert Leon." With an ambitious look on his face, he gazed at you expectantly, but contradicting that anticipation. You tilted your head and sneered dismissively, saying he's a lunatic. Herbert stiffened, eyes wide with shock. "What did you just say?" Without a word, Ian punched him square in the face, causing him to fall backward. His body slammed into the wall with a loud thud, crying out in pain. Herbert, clutching his face, eyes wide with panic, stammered, asking how you could do that. Ian stood calmly in front of him, exhaling comfortably, while Herbert struggled to contain his shock, unable to believe it. You look at him with a calm expression that somehow sends chills down others' spines as you speak loudly, causing him to panic and his mind to become chaotic. "Didn't you say you didn't study singing magic?" Maybe you don't realize this because you can't go beyond the limits of a level 5 mage. The difference in ability is crucial. Ian slowly stepped closer and added, "A level 5 mage using soul magic is still just a level 5 mage." Ian knelt before Mr. Herbert and said, "Moreover, you think I came here without preparing a backup plan." He softly smiled, continuously provoking him. Normally, you wouldn't let something like that slip past your notice. "Tinza, you're in such a hurry now." Herbert was furious and wanted to shout, but his face was covered in sweat from fear. "Stop!" Before he could finish speaking, Ian reached out his hand as if to grab his head. He created a magic circle, shouted to withdraw the mana energy, and his eyes widened in shock. Herbert's body gradually weakened, losing all strength. All. After a while, Ian withdrew his hand from his head, leaving the blue light to linger. He slowly stood up and said, "Take a rest. With so much mana energy drained, it will be very difficult for you to move." He turned around but couldn't help but chuckle because you're quite old, so it takes a while to recover your mana energy. Ian turned away and left while Herbert, already exhausted, weakly cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Ian reached out and caught the floating small light, the glow, then used this light to guide himself deeper into the room filled with ominous energy. The shining gold metals seem to compete in dazzling brightness, and there are countless precious gold and pearl treasures hidden here. Ian chuckled, then criticized, "Ha ha ha ha," the humble and simple master, and then dismissed it as nonsense. You stand at the doorway observing inside and wonder what you plan to do with the wealth you've accumulated here. Ian subtly mocks, planning to take it to the next life, while Herbeck remains seated in the corner, trembling and still exhausted. Then you glance over at the cell. Inside, these exhausted prisoners are still confined, trembling here. Ian quietly approached, pondering over the alcohol. Despite their dire condition, a few still drew breath. These people all shared the same state, lacking vitality, struggling, and suffering. Herbeck suddenly spoke from behind. Marco, do you think you're the only one? Ian turned to look at him. Herbeck burst out laughing. Despite his body hurting, he looked up at Ian and showed that he still had many subordinates out there. Compared to someone like Marco, they were much more useful. In response to this revelation, Ian showed no reaction and calmly asked, "So what?" Herbeck, hearing that, immediately became agitated and threatened. "Don't pretend to be stupid, kid. I'm sure they've already started acting. They won't stop unless I give the signal. I've set up their behavior from the beginning. Just focus on 2 things. Ian quietly listened and then calmly said, "That is my family and the Crown Prince." He tried to maintain a threatening tone while proposing an agreement. "So, what do you think? Or maybe you should make a deal with me." Herbeck spoke up, thinking my plan was simple. "We will pretend today never happened. Using this hand gesture, there will be no evidence, and you won't be able to pin anything on me just with your words." Herbeck continued to threaten Ian. "I don't know what he's plotting, but messing with me won't do any good. Eventually, you'll beg and regret it." Ian remained unfazed by the threat and casually replied, "No thanks." He was confused, eyes wide with shock. Herbeck shouted loudly, trying to threaten and warn you that your mother and the Crown Prince would really die, but Ian remained unshaken and even challenged him, saying, "Go ahead if you think you can." Unbelieving what he just heard, he stammered, "What?" Ian looked up and repeated mockingly, "I said, just try it." In front of Radio, he approached to remind her that the wind is very strong today. With a gentle face, he calmly told her to go inside. Vanessa's expression suddenly hardened with worry as she said, "Ian still hasn't returned and we can't contact him through the crystal bridge." Her eyes drifted distant but couldn't hide her unease as Vanessa kept insisting he would surely let me know if he was late. The Radio smiled gently and reassured her, "Lady Fa, Ian is the only 6th-level mage in the Empire. Even a group of cultists would kneel before him, so there's no need to worry." Hearing that, Mrs. Vanessa suddenly shouted emotionally, "To me, he is still my little boy." Surprised by her outburst, he fell silent immediately. Radio hesitated, feeling guilty again. "I apologize for my rudeness, madam." He placed his hand over his chest and bowed slightly to show his sincerity. Radio gently said, "I also have a little son, but I didn't pay attention to your feelings. Please forgive me." Vanessa realized his sincerity. Her expression softened. She smiled gently and said, "It's okay." She looked at the empty road below and then began to speak. "I always thought Ian was someone carrying too many burdens." Vanessa's memories drifted to Ian's figure. He doesn't rely on anyone and always tries to solve problems on his own, which makes me very sad. Vanessa hesitated, her hands trembling uncomfortably on her lap, and she blamed herself for being a family member. "I want to lighten his burden and become someone he can rely on, but I am very angry with myself for not being able to do anything but wait for it like this." Radio gently reassured, "Please don't blame yourself, madam." He smiled softly, thinking that Ian's strength came from having a family waiting for him. Radio's mind drifted back to his childhood, recalling a time when he was poisoned by mana energy. But he managed to survive because his son was always by his side. Isn't that what family is for? Vanessa listened carefully to his confessions and suddenly fell silent. Radio said, "Although they think they won't be helpful, they hope to give other family members a sense of stability." He kept talking without stopping, so waiting for Ian to return at any moment could be helpful for him. Radio took the opportunity to make a request, asking if she could stay with him and wait until Ian came back. And she looked intently at him. Then Vanessa smiled softly and nodded in agreement, beneath the dark sky where voices still echoed continuously. Tonight's night sky was truly calm and peaceful. But then Radio's eyes suddenly widened when he noticed something strange. He immediately jumped up from his seat, turned to Vanessa to warn her, "Witch, please go inside. Something's not right." Radio's body froze as he heard a noise below. He tensed up and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" From the shadows, 2 figures silently stepped out from their hiding spot, facing 2 strangers controlled by a sinister force. Radio immediately shouted in a tense voice, "Stop right now." He gritted his teeth and worriedly said, "Damn it, they don't hear me," then watched their slow steps approaching the boundary and thought to himself, if they cross that boundary. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Radio turned to Vanessa, instinctively reaching out with his hand while shouting loudly, "Please, lie down." Without waiting for Vanessa to regain her composure, the boundary was activated, and a fierce lightning bolt immediately struck down. Outside, not far away, Hayden and Oliver were watching, and startled, Hayden exclaimed. He looked bewildered and said, "You scared me half to death. Why is there suddenly lightning? Are you okay, Your Highness?" Oliver confidently replied, "I have a bad feeling. We should return to the palace." Hayden immediately flew out with a displeased look, refusing to go back. Come on, we haven't done anything yet.
He looked toward the residential area, leaned on his staff, and said, I've gathered all my courage to ask my father for permission, and I am secretly exploring the places where our people live. I can't just return like this.
Hayden turned to look at him, slightly puzzled, and more importantly, Captain, I have a question.
Oliver bowed and replied, Please go ahead. He scratched his face lightly with a confused expression, then asked, Well, I was wondering if I could learn some swordsmanship.
After hearing that, he asked surprised swordsmanship, while Hayden shyly turned away. Hayden, feeling embarrassed, explained that it was nothing serious, just for self-defense. Is it really difficult, or would learning some stances be enough? Suddenly, Oliver sensed someone was watching. Hayden still unaware. He continued speaking. Just so you know. I also drew my sword, Hayden misunderstood and became embarrassed. Wait, I didn't say you should teach right now. Oliver said, Your Highness, please stand behind the god while Hayden doesn't understand what's happening.
Oliver held his sword firmly and gave the order, Second Knights, protect the prince. Immediately, a squadron quickly arrived. Everyone is standing around, protecting Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver. He shouts loudly, Step out! A figure gradually approaches. Oliver stands firm, watching the mysterious figure in black. His eyebrows furrowed as he recognized her and muttered, It's her. In front of him is a girl. A high-level mage from the Ivory Tower, Helen. Oliver warned cautiously, I heard you disappeared for a few years. What are you doing here? She didn't say a word and just kept approaching. Seeing her determined attitude, I instinctively got excited and said, Wait, tell me what your true goal is, Mao. Their eyes met and they stood facing each other. Finally, Helen slowly said, Hayden Greenriver. Oliver felt the tension and broke out in a cold sweat as she suddenly glared and said, We must kill anyone who gets in our way. He widened his eyes in shock, then suddenly shouted, swinging his sword to strike Helen, but she quickly blocked with a staff.
Helen's eyes suddenly changed expression, and Oliver pushed her away and stepped back. Helen landed, stumbling a few steps back, her eyes suddenly blazing as she muttered, Fire Fury. Flames gather around Helen's body, forming dangerous fireballs that instantly fly toward him. Oliver braces himself to counter, but his mouth slightly opens in confusion. Suddenly, he swung his sword and cut a pair of fireballs in front of him, splitting them into two blazing streams of fire. Seeing this unbelievable scene, she widened her eyes in surprise, and without giving Helen time to react, he lunged forward. Oliver rushed forward, sword at the ready to strike her, and the next 2 days fell into a fierce battle.
Helen moved gracefully, easily dodging his attacks, and Oliver leapt up, aiming a downward strike from above at her.
Helen immediately activates her mana shield, blocking his deadly strike. Oliver's sword clashes against it and is pushed back, rendered useless, as he steps back and watches her calmly sheath her sword. Oliver gently smiles and says, A shield or mana energy substance. It seems I can finally try. He quietly stands up straight and says, I want Ian to see first. Oliver takes off his glove with his mouth and then gently strokes the blade. He says, But it seems trying first isn't really what I mean. Suddenly, he whispered into her hand, letting blood flow onto the sword before saying, I cannot release mana energy because I only have half a mana core heart, but the mana energy dissolves in my blood, Helen observed. Oliver, sword in hand and ready to fight, added that he could only release his energy within a limited time. He swung his sword into the water, demonstrating his mana energy. I will show you. Oliver raised his sword with a determined look and said, The greatest effort of someone with only half a mana energy core. He then swiftly struck the shield forcefully, shattering it into pieces before her eyes, leaving Helen in shock. He swung his sword again, stabbing Helen in the shoulder, making her stiffen in pain. Oliver looked at her with a merciless gaze and said, I won't kill you because I need to find the one who ordered you to harm the prince. Don't expect to die peacefully. Herbert's side remains very intense as he stared in shock and asked, What? Ian confidently stood in front of Herbert, while he kept saying, What do you mean, I didn't do that? I pride myself on trusting the people I've met over the past 5 years. Didn't you send someone suspicious to my house during the negotiations in Demira? This trick won't work twice. As soon as he finished speaking, his face was tense and covered in sweat. Ian said that the intruders are probably now trapped by mana, or maybe they no longer exist in this world. In the end, he tilted his head, shrugged indifferently, and concluded that since the negotiations failed, he wouldn't benefit from this anymore. Ian warned that you will have to stand trial, but execution would suit what you've done better. He smiled, but his words carried an eerily threatening tone. Because I will make it happen. The artifact you poured so much blood and tears into building over decades, I will take control of it properly. Ian stepped in front of Herbeck and said, "The throne you have shed so much blood and tears to build over decades, I will take over it very well." He paused right in front of him, then spoke, "And actually, I didn't mean to do this." Then Ian bowed and extended his hand toward him. You place your hand on Herbeck's head in surprise, a sudden surge of electricity emanating from your hand. Ian softly says increasing the power of the tower is what the tower master should do. Under Herbeck's trembling as the electricity affects him, you still say, "I understand why you support the fifth prince instead of the crown prince, because there was a time I also thought Jiangna was an ideal candidate to become the ruler." Ian continued, despite his screams of pain. Accumulating wealth and power is nothing surprising. He emphasized that the increasingly stronger electric current, dragging my family into this, was the worst mistake you have ever made. However, the king's anger can fall on anyone, right? Moving to another place, at the palace the next morning, a commanding voice announced that the heinous crimes of Lord Herbeck Leon had been exposed. Emperor Terry Greenriver sat on his throne and addressed all the soldiers, saying that the criminal had forgotten his position as the Lord of the Torch and had fallen into the depths of the Tower of Hawkma. He then referenced the image of people sitting in the prison, adding that he also used human souls as sacrifices and exploited the lives of innocent civilians and his own sorcerer allies. Terry slammed his hand on the table in fury and declared loudly, "This is a serious crime he can't pay for with his life." He affirmed that, clearly showing his anger, everything he has done is unforgivable, and I have no intention of showing mercy. Everyone there became worried about his anger, so from now on, all titles and authority of Hedbert Leon will be revoked. I order his execution, and of course, it will be a public hanging. Terry said his name would forever be remembered in the Empire's history as the most terrible criminal of all time if he concealed any accomplices or relatives. His eyes narrowed with determination, and he emphasized, "I declare that we will definitely find them and root them out completely." Terry lowered his voice and said, "We will also investigate those involved in this incident, and any mages researching dark magic. I will personally oversee the investigation and related matters." He looked down at all the nobles below and said, "This investigation will leave no one unexamined regardless of status, and I order all nobles to cooperate fully." Terry proposes a temporary solution and speculates that someone might be supporting the Tower Master's conspiracy without knowing what is truly happening, allowing them to purify the black demon magic and restore the original state. He sternly and decisively states, "But the punishment for high-level mage Helen, who targeted the Crown Prince's life, will be different from those other victims." Terry looked towards the dark and then added, "Even if she only acted under the Tower Master's orders and couldn't control her own mind, the assassination of the Crown Prince is a very serious crime and must not be forgiven at any cost." He made a decision and declared loudly in front of everyone, "Therefore, I sentence high-level mage Helen to imprisonment." Then, Terry gestured with his hand and praised in a proud tone, finally acknowledging the two heroes who helped prevent this incident. "We cannot overlook such outstanding deeds." He calmly pointed out that Ian Fay thwarted Herbert Leon's conspiracy, and Knight Oliver V. Wood skillfully stopped High Mage Helen. Please step forward as the slow but powerful footsteps approach while he continues speaking, because Ian Fa is still investigating the black magic incident. The ceremony to recognize his contributions will take place once this matter is fully resolved. A figure with a strong and confident body steps forward. Terry introduces, "And now right here, the knight who protected the Crown Prince from a level 4 mage." He looks at the figure before him, confidently praising Oliver. Terry looked at him and then said, "Come closer." In front of him, Oliver, with noble beauty and courteous manners, bowed, continuing, "The second captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver the Fifth Wood. He believes that you are truly a blessing to the Empire and deserve to be celebrated, not only because you protected the Crown Prince, but also because you can surpass the limits of human nature. I am certain you will become an ideal role model for the entire Empire and knights across the world." Terry slowly stood up and said, "I will not let the efforts and achievements of someone like you go unrecognized." He then stood on a high platform before everyone and announced that at this moment, the second captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver V. Wood, would be granted control over all knights in the Empire and bestowed the highest title, the Sword of the Empire. Everyone was stunned after hearing that, and the crowd immediately buzzed and whispered. Terry believed that the title had been unclaimed for a long time. He explained that the reason the Imperial Sword title had not been awarded to anyone for hundreds of years was because the sword had to hide beneath the shadow of magic. Beneath it was his image, while Terry's words continued, but Oliver V. Wood had risen above that shadow and surpassed the sword's rank. He has also shown his loyalty as a royal knight and will continue to do so. Elsewhere, Hayden watches Oliver and quietly smiles to himself, and he will keep doing so until the final introduction. Hayden still looks at Oliver with a gentle gaze. Terry drew out the national treasure sword and said, "So I decided that awarding him the title of the Empire's Sword is very appropriate." He ordered, "Royal Knight Oliver V Wood, to kneel down," and he immediately knelt to receive the imperial decree. Oliver bowed his head as Mr. Terry held the sword firmly, with an authoritative voice. Terry said, very decisively, "In the name of the main branch of the Green Harmony." He lowered the sword so it hovered above his head and continued, "I bestow the title of the Empire's Sword upon Knight Oliver Z. Wood with respect." Terry looked directly at him and asked, "Are you willing to take the position that has been vacant for hundreds of years as the Sword of the Empire?" Oliver immediately responded, "In the name of the Empire's Sword." He confidently raised his head and declared that the goddess would use her life to protect this empire. In another part of the castle, a desperate cry echoed out. "Father," Rangna asked, "why could you execute our country's lowly master? Please reconsider. Don't you see that doing so could cause great harm to our country? I have analyzed and presented numerous arguments. The Tower Master is a great fifth-level mage. Executing him would mean executing tens of thousands of mages." Rangna searched for reasons and then said, "Not yet." He painted a future picture of the Empire where, when the Tower Master is executed, other nations will learn the news, including the Chu Empire, which has long been eyeing our borders. Even the Duchy King will act after settling the Great Plain. He is still very excited, believing that the strongest mage in our country is about to die, and the Empire's internal affairs will fall into chaos. If they harbor even the slightest ill intent, this will be the perfect opportunity for them. They will see this as their chance. After a moment, Terry also spoke up and turned to Jiang Na, saying that the strongest mage now is no longer Herbert Leon. He emphasized, with a dismissive tone, that the current top mage in the tower is Ian Fani, the first human mage to reach level 6. Terry said he will soon take on the responsibility of the Tower Master, so there's no problem. In fact, I see this as an opportunity to elevate the Ivory Tower to a new level because of a generational change. Rangna immediately looked displeased and muttered, "Did I say something wrong? Answer me." He raised his eyebrows and replied, "You're right. From now on, Ian Fa will surely usher in a new era for the Ivory Tower." Rangna continued to try persuading him with polite words, but he analyzed, however, the Tower Master is at the same level as him and is a wizard with decades of experience. If he leads the Ivory Tower with Ian Fa, our empire could become the leader of the entire continent in the shortest time. An image of the stability he creates appears again. And moreover, if a talented young mage and an experienced mage jointly oversee the Ivory Tower, they will be able to keep each other in check. Rangna said that this meant the responsibility for controlling the Ivory Tower would fall directly on the tower itself, which isn't the most ideal situation, is it? Terry considered, and then slowly agreed, saying yes. Rangna hesitated, eyes wide with what seemed like hope. But then he interrupted, he sternly criticized, saying the Tower Master had conducted forbidden dark magic research. No, it was more than just simple research. As the Tower Master, he used countless mages and innocent civilians he was responsible for protecting as materials for dark magic, and he did not hesitate to sacrifice them. Rangna froze, stammering, not knowing what to say about that. Terry believes that the actions of the Tower Master have gone too far, and he must have gone crazy. He dismisses it casually, flatly rejecting Ragna's request, claiming that only power justifies sacrificing countless lives. Didn't he try to eliminate the threat to his power, Ian Fan, using dark magic and get exposed in the process? Rangna closed her eyes tightly, softly trembling as if trying to hold back. He clenched his fists. She nodded and said, "But the Tower Master is the second most powerful person in our empire, right? His method is wrong, but the dark magic he studies could become a very powerful weapon and bring great benefits to our empire," Rangna suggested, her face appearing innocent. "And as for the materials used for dark magic, we can replace them with dangerous criminals." Terry immediately responded sternly, sacrificing for the greater good. "That's your problem, Rangna." He paused and asked, "What do you mean?" He explained, frowning with displeasure, "That is why I cannot choose you as my heir. Dark magic is an absolute evil that corrupts the soul and destroys the world's order. Our founder, Michelle Greenriver, worked hard to ban dark magic and make it completely disappear from this land." Terry asked softly, "But you also know that's true, right?" He said, "Rangna, I know your thoughts, personality, and ambitions. You are very intelligent and clever. Terry reminded you, however, you lack one very important thing, and I am sure you know what it is. He warned that perhaps you've been hiding that flaw of yours all along, but you won't be able to hide it when it becomes an essential part." Terry walked past Rangna, not bothering to turn his face, and said, "Just like what you're doing now." He acts out that the ultimate goal of politics is to serve justice in this world, The qualities of an emperor are to stand for and enforce that justice, which is the heart of fighting for the common people's benefit. He certainly declared that someone who views others as tools like you lacks that quality.
Rangna's face darkened, but he remained silent. Suddenly, he burst into a strange laugh. Ha ha ha! Rangna spoke up. No, that's not true.
Terry frowned and looked at him, then asked what he said, while Rangna quietly turned around with a confident demeanor. Do you think Nithin doesn't know the real reason he can't become the heir? Contrary drifts to the image of Hayden. Huang Huiyan was born from the lover of that person, the one that the person loved.
Then he shifts back to his own image, complaining, while Nithan, on the other hand, is the son born so that the person could climb the ladder of aristocratic power. Rangna emphasized that this was the difference between us, and he immediately frowned, shouting loudly, Rangna! Despite what he said, he continued, to be recognized by others, do you know how hard I've struggled?
His memories go back to childhood, when he was alone. Unlike his older brother, who was favored by the king, Rangna just stood silently in the corner.
Rangna asked, so you mean to ask if that person has ever treated you like they treated Huang Huiyan? He also insisted that Nitan is sure that if he was the one to make the request, he would accept releasing the Tower Master.
In his uncontrollable anger, Terry suddenly raised his hand, but Rangna did not resist, only closing his eyes in surrender. Then, Terry froze, his arm hanging in midair, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Terry let out a long sigh, then turned and walked away, muttering harshly at himself for being stupid. While Rangna stood silently without any reaction, Terry went to the door, turned to the person beside him and said, Bring the film. I want someone to personally guard it inside Rangna's estate. He instructed carefully, ensuring it cannot go outside and no one is allowed to contact it. Terry asked again, Do you understand me? And he replied, I will obey. Now the sun is gradually setting in the evening. One early morning, as the sunlight shone on the mansion, footsteps slowly approached outside. Rangna heard and asked, Who is there? From outside, the guard replied, Your Highness, Senior Sorcerer Yanfa requests an audience. Hearing this, Rangna turned around in surprise, then suddenly frowned and looked disgusted. Rangna turned away, speaking irritably. I don't want to see him. Tell him to go.
Despite those words, the door suddenly opened, and he stormed out angrily, saying, You.
Yan stepped in, calmly speaking to interrupt. This is an urgent matter, Your Highness. And the two of them looked at each other in silence for a moment. Rangna frowned with a hateful expression and asked, Urgent indeed. You replied that according to His Majesty's orders, we must conduct a test to see if you are under the influence of dark magic, because you are the closest to the prisoner Ho Bak Lion, and I ask for your cooperation. He became extremely agitated, but today is the day of the Tower Master's execution, and you say you will confirm whether I am under the influence of the Tower Master's dark magic. Are you planning to humiliate me forever? Ian replied, All officials and members of the royal family will undergo the same test, so please rest assured. Rangna remained silent, feeling somewhat displeased, then slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Rangna gradually sat down, turned his face away, and coldly ordered, with an annoyed tone, to leave immediately after finishing. I will be here for a little while longer.
Ian gently taps his staff and explains that you might feel dizzy or nauseous, but that just means you're not affected by the dark magic, so there's no need to worry.
You created a magic circle and declared it lifted. Rangna frowned slightly in discomfort.
Ian noticed his trembling and asked if he was okay. He lowered his head and replied, I feel it's terrible.
After a moment, you say that no traces of dark magic were found, and that resting will help you feel better.
So there's no need to worry. Ian bows his head, salutes Rangna, and the guardian steps back. You turn to leave.
Wait a moment. Rangna behind you continues, I have something to ask.
Ian stood silently, as if waiting for him to continue.
Then he hesitantly asked, Why do you support my brother? He asks if you are smart enough to understand what I mean. He believes my brother is not suitable for the throne. Do you know that many nobles and courtiers have turned their backs on him? Ian calmly replied, I do not serve the crown prince. I simply say.
Rangna looked surprised. He stammered, Wait, so you mean Ian didn't wait or respond? He just said, I am leaving now. Please rest, Your Highness. And with that, he turned and walked out.
But then, Ian suddenly stood still in deep thought, his hands clutching his staff trembling, as he quietly looked at them and thought to himself, I. He gazed at his trembling hands and silently reflected, I once served Hayden Green River. Ian remembered the moment from his past life when he knelt before Rangna and said there was only one person. Facing him with an arrogant expression, the memory continued, I will remain loyal. Ian clenched his fists tightly, slowly lifted his head, and whispered to himself that what he was about to do was revenge. As the sun set, the sound of knocking echoed through the mansion, and the door gradually opened to reveal a figure. Demphine. He entered and saw him sitting in contemplation. Demphine called out, "Your Highness."
Rang Na didn't answer immediately, but he slowly asked, "Up mate, ingedidi. Was the Tower Master executed?"
He gently replied, "Yes." The image of the past flashes back to this afternoon, with Mr. Herbert's terrified face in front of the Green River Square execution site. "He was beheaded," Rang Na replied slowly. "Is that so?" he added, with a tone full of sorrow. "I understand. You may go." Demphine gently recognized and softly comforted. "Please don't be sad, Your Highness." Rang Na chuckled faintly. "Ha ha." Sadness and sorrow. Then he suddenly approached. Demphine gently places a letter on the table and calmly pushes it toward him. Noticing it, he asks curiously, "What is this?" "He said the guard requests permission to leave, Your Highness." Rang Na silently stared at the letter, then he reached out towards it. Holding the letter in his hand, he quietly read its contents. Rang Na saw it and immediately smiled, then said softly, "There is still a chance. We are moving to another location in Emperor Terry Green River's chamber. Ian and he are sitting face to face."
And he announces that those still alive in Herbert Leon's spacegate are being treated in a safe place, and statements from the conscious survivors are being collected and investigated.
He calmly said that the assets he was hiding are being recovered by the Treasury. Ian continued that the investigation into the dark magic of those close to him also showed no unusual reactions during the tests. Terry raised his teacup while proudly praising you, Ian. He set the cup down and said, "I didn't expect Herbert to go so far. I also bear a large part of the responsibility for not suspecting his actions earlier." He put on a serious and evaluating expression, surprised that he was present behind his kind and gentle facade. Ian looked at him and continued, "From now on, I will keep reporting the investigation into the fall and the progress of the dark magic check." Terry nodded. He added, "Since things have turned out this way, I want to ask you one more question. Is that all right?" Ian responded without hesitation, "Please go ahead, Your Majesty." Terry crossed his arms and asked seriously, "What do you want to do with the prince?" Ian's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and he didn't know how to respond. Finally, you hesitated and asked again, "I do not understand your question." Then Terry interrupted Ian and said no. Both looked at each other in silence for a moment. Finally, Ian hesitantly spoke, I cannot swear loyalty to the Crown Prince." Terry was surprised and asked, "You cannot be loyal," but then Ian continued, "But I will cooperate so the Crown Prince can safely ascend to the throne. You sincerely say that and promise to always help him become a wise king in the future." He gently strokes his chin, pondering for a moment, then says you cannot swear loyalty to the Crown Prince, but will assist him nonetheless. Terry nodded slightly, then told the guard to open it. The guard carried in a strange long box, looked at Ian, and said, "Take it. This is the staff recovered when Herbeck was imprisoned." The box opened to reveal the item inside. Terry added, "I'm sure you understand, but choosing the new guardian of the ivory lamp is not that simple. Even with a rightful heir, there are many tasks to be done." And with those words, Ian simply listened silently. He began to speak, but the proper procedure to take over the throne required the approval of the royal family. He continued, "But in times like this, we can't leave the Thap master position vacant for long. So I decided to simplify the process to make it better. That's why I trust you with this staff." I think Jiang Na won't give up, even though all her supporters have fallen. The image he evokes, while he adds that I know better than anyone else its ambitions and temper, if Jiang Na seizes the throne, there will surely be bloodshed, and many will have to sacrifice. Hearing this, Ian silently reflects, and he calmly stands up and says, "However, as a father, I have inflicted an unhealable wound on it." Terry silently blamed himself, thinking it would hate me until I die. He turned away and made a request, "You can take my place." Terry turned to look at Ian and trusted him, asking, "Can you stop him?" Ian slowly raised his hand and took the staff, kneeling like a sign of respect to the king, and then replied, "I humbly request the order, Your Majesty." He said, "So I will entrust it to you." Ian Fa, the master of the Ivory Tower. Moving to the evening scene at the Ivory Tower, the door slowly opens, and you step inside. Quietly, everyone inside immediately cheered and celebrated as Ian Fa looked steadily at the new throne. Ian's mind suddenly recalled Mr. Herbert's words. "Ian, you know, I once wanted to become a hero." He looked out the window and continued to ponder, protecting the Empire alone, becoming a wizard who saves those in tears. His mind drifted to a strange remote place, and with his decision, he would gain the power to command countless people. The power to truly protect the prosperity of the Empire and its people is called authority. Ian's gaze grew distant as he thought. Authority. Then he remembered his tragic past life. What people want to protect, even if it means killing me. Ian looked out the window and thought to himself, I don't want to become a hero. He wore a serious expression. What I want is simply. His face tensed up, killing the man named Zangna Green River. Ian thought further. A death worse than death, a death full of shame. It is a ritual of life and the gift I will give him, my revenge. He moves to Zangna's place, where he is still sitting alone, deep in thought and calculating something. His expression is focused, as if preparing for his next plan. Hayden saw Ian and happily said hello to the Tower Master, but he looked tired in front of this prince. Ian told him this hasn't been announced yet, so don't call him a god just yet. Hayden said, Who cares? It's just us here. He recounted, I can't believe the child who begged to come to the old ivory tower 6 years ago is now the respected Tower Master. Hayden looked very surprised. He appeared proud and said, Just seeing how much you've grown makes me truly proud. Ian thought to himself, When have I ever begged you? Your Highness, I am busy checking dark magic. Ian said, You were checked the day before yesterday, so if there's anything unusual with your body, please go home. Hayden hesitated and replied, Come on, don't be so upset. I was just too busy and had to come myself to see you. Hayden asked casually, By the way, are you sure I'm fine because I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous all day? Ian replied, Yes, everything is fine and you are very healthy, but inside he wondered if he was being too suspicious. I also considered the possibility that he might be affected by dark magic, which could explain his foolishness. As for Herbeck, the one who wants to put Jiangna on the throne, clearly the crown prince is an obstacle in his path. Getting rid of him by making him embarrass himself and ruin his reputation is very easy, but Ian looked at Hayden happily joking around with him. Ian felt dissatisfied and thought to himself, He's just a born fool, and Hayden suddenly spoke to him, remembering next is Tani's sister Harry. Ian immediately replied, Yes, that's right. He said, Hung Ian, before you go, I have to tell you this. Lately that girl has been asking me a lot about you. It seems she's interested in you. Ian asked in surprise, Your Highness, the princess. And Hayden replied, Yes. She asked things like what you do in your free time, what you like recently, what dish you prefer, that kind of stuff. Ian was confused, thinking what benefit is there if she knows that information. Hayden continued, But the thing is, even though we are close, I can't answer those questions because I don't know the answers. He then left and turned back to say, Tell Harry the answer when you meet him, even though they are small details. He will like it. After finishing, Hayden went outside and closed the door behind him. Ian stood lost in thought for a moment, thinking to himself, Grown up, huh? The Crown Prince has also matured a lot, his personality has become more clear, he's gradually improving, and he's also become more diligent. Ian looked at Hayden and thought that if he was guided properly, he might become a wise and capable emperor. Someone outside knocked on the door and he said, Yes, please come in. A girl entered, Harry Greenriver, and she said, Long time no see. Sorry, Ian. You greet her, Your Highness. Are you well? Harry responds softly, Thanks to this day I am still healthy. Ian invites her to sit. Luckily, please have a seat. Then Harry suddenly stands hesitantly. She made the space become silent and you realize Harry is using magic. Ian said, This is a level 2 spell that isolates sound from the surroundings. You already cast level 2, right? She shyly replied, Actually. Harry raised 3 fingers. Surprised, he asked, Level 3? Harry replied, Yes, my teacher said so. Ian congratulated him. Congratulations. I didn't expect you to reach level 3. You smiled. Ian asks carefully, So what do you want to say to the goddess after receiving the silence spell? She hesitates and says, Shy Ian. Harry wonders, What should I do now? He asks again. You explain more. She said, I don't know where to start. Ian looked serious. So let me ask you something first. Why did you hide that you are a mage? Harry fell silent. She hesitated and replied about that. Harry hesitated before answering and said, That was my father's decision. Harry recounted that when I turned 12, the mage Kevin was the one who tested my mana response. Kevin discovered that I had the potential to be a mage, and instead of immediately informing the Ivory Tower, he reported it to my father, knowing that being a mage of the Empire meant abandoning your status and becoming part of the Ivory Tower. Even if that person is part of the royal family, my father didn't want me to become a member of the Tower of Ivory. He wanted me to remain a member of the royal family. Since then, Mr. Kevin was ordered to keep silent about my magical talent, and I have dedicated my life to fulfilling my duties as a princess. But one day I realized that I had an unshakable desire for magic. Ian then asked, So you secretly learned magic and told the gods? He thought to himself that Kevin was one of the few people supporting the Crown Prince in the previous life.
Lucky princess. Harry said, I only wanted to help my brother back then when no one was on his side.
She thought so, but now it's different. He has you, who is my target, and the Swordmaster Oliver, and most importantly, he's now on the right path. Ian summarized the issue, so basically he has no more goals, right?
She replied to you, something like I am, an illegal magic user, wondering if I am getting in my brother's way.
Ian smiled, stepped closer to Harry, and said, This is a simple matter.
She asked in surprise, What do you mean? Ian gently told Harry to live his own life, that's all. He emphasized that it's not the life of a royal member, but of the individual, your highness. She looked uncertain and said, I'm not sure about that, Ian continued. Where you come from doesn't determine how anyone lives. If you only follow others' commands, your life will be in someone else's hands.
Harry remained silent, pondering. He speaks at length, and gradually one will forget who they are, wandering aimlessly with regret and emptiness, as Ian speaks while reflecting on himself. Ian offered an opinion, so I suggest you choose for yourself, Your Highness. From now on, I hope you will make your own decisions to move forward. Harry gently replied, Lord Ian, she asked back, have you found the life you desire yet? Ian froze upon hearing that, struggling to find a suitable response, and finally replied, I'm not sure. He blamed himself, feeling like he had made a rude remark, but Harry quickly reassured him, his voice urgent and sincere, not at all. She said, Actually, Ian, you are the first person to say that to me. Because I am always forced to fulfill the duties of a princess, I can't even imagine another life. Harry looked grateful and said, Thank you for the encouragement, Your Highness. You look at her and smile. Ian stood up and said, If Your Highness continues to learn magic, studying will help pave the way for your future path. Someone who has improved so quickly will continue to grow even more in the future. Harry looked shy and whispered, That's why I want to ask Ian for a favor. Are you surprised? She hesitates and asks, Ian, can you teach me magic? You ask back in surprise, huh? Wasn't it already decided that Kevin would teach you? Harry replied helplessly. Kevin said he has nothing left to teach me. Kevin refuses to teach anymore because of his schedule. I'm sorry. Your Highness, he's only a level 2 mage. Suddenly she begged again. Please, Lord Ian, please become my master. He was confused and pondering, and Ian began to calculate. He thought to himself, Clearly the princess is very talented. Level 3 is innate, something that cannot be achieved just by others supporting you. That person's potential could rival that of the former royal mage level 5, Green River Mycen. Ian quietly analyzed. Only a few people could recognize that the princess had a mage's organization. If she became a high-level mage, she might be useful for this. He responded, and the deity agreed. Harry happily asked, Really? Ian added, but the deity has one condition. Whenever the deity needs to draw power, the prince must also draw from the deity. She smiled and replied, Of course, even if the request is difficult, I will help you, Ian, with all my heart. The boy asked, and the answer came without hesitation. Isn't the person going to ask what the deity's request is? Harry looked very trusting and replied, Because I trust Ian. Hearing that, he felt extremely happy inside. Ian looked a bit embarrassed and replied casually, Very well. He said we will discuss learning magic later. For now, let's proceed with the checkup. She responded, Okay. After a thorough examination, he diagnosed that there are no signs of dark magic, so she can stand up now. Harry looked tired and unsteady, and Ian said, Maybe you'll feel a bit dizzy. Please take it slow, she replied in a weak voice. Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Harry lost her balance and fell into his arms. Ian immediately asked if she was okay and called someone else to help. Harry shyly replied, No, I'm fine. They both fell silent for a moment. Then he asked the princess. Ian answered the questions Hayden told him to answer when he met Harry quiet. Usually after finishing work at the Knot Tower, I spend most of my time reading books and researching spells in the laboratory. Since I answered last, I also became interested in potion making. Ian continued, I'm not picky about food, but I don't like spicy dishes very much. She shyly asked, Lord Ian, what did you suddenly say? He replied honestly, mentioning the prince's curiosity. Harry exclaimed in panic, It's nothing serious, but what did my brother say to you? Ian looked confused and replied softly, Yes. She seemed very shy. Harry quickly ran off and said, Take care, Ian. She ran straight outside and slammed the door. Don't overthink it. Did Hambin do something wrong? News about the incident involving Tower Master Herbert Leon, a level 5 wizard, has spread widely across the Empire and caused a shock among the people. In response, Emperor Terry Greenriver personally led the investigation into dark magic and raised the Empire's alert level. Ian Fa, the young high-level mage chosen as the next owner of the Tower Nga, conducted a thorough investigation into all issues related to dark magic and soothed the people's anger. The name of the beheaded Herbert Leon was recorded as the most evil criminal in the Empire's history. And some nobles who supported Herbert Leon turned their backs on the fifth prince, Rang Na, and began to pay special attention to the actions of the new tower master at Ian's house. While enjoying his morning tea, he noticed something on the map, and Ian asked, "What is this?" "There are many letters on the map," Riddle said. "They are all party invitations sent to you." Ian looked tired and said, "The dark magic ritual hasn't been arranged yet. These people are really carefree." He asked, "Aren't you going to read them?" Ian replied, "I wasn't planning to go anyway." Riddle said, "But I think you should read it yourself." Ian asked, "What is it?" He said, "The marriage proposal letter has been sent to you." Ian choked on his tea. Riddle said that a man known as Count Gyre wants you to marry his eldest daughter, who is just 12 years old, and the wedding will take place when she comes of age in 5 years. Ian helplessly thought, she only chose 12? What kind of madness is this? He laughed and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, you're already grown up. It's not strange that people are talking about marriage with you." Riddle then continued, "As the youngest senior mage and the next owner of the Nya Tower, I'm sure there will be more matters related to your marriage." Ian scratched his head and said, "These nobles just want to use me to gain political power." He looked dissatisfied and said he couldn't believe that he was using his 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. He must be crazy. Riddle smiled and replied, "I agree. After all, finding a great partner is also a matter of fate." He sorted the letters and said, "Then I will help you refuse these letters." Ian thanked him. "Yes, please help me with this, thank you." Riddle said, "No problem. I'm sure you're busy investigating dark magic, so I have to help you with these things so I can stay here." Ian paused for a moment, set down his teacup, and said, "Now that I think about it, I still haven't thanked you properly, Lord Huang." He looked at Ian in surprise, and Ian continued respectfully, "Thank you for protecting my mother, Lord Riddle. Then I have something I want to help you with. Which wizard transferred the mana substance into your body, causing the mana poisoning? Please tell me the name of that person or anything you remember about their appearance." Riddle looked confused. He hesitated and said, "Well, about that." Riddle scratched his face and said, "I don't remember?" You asked in surprise. "Come on." He recounts that it happened on a dark night when many mages hated me. When I was young, I made a living as an alchemist in the capital, so I don't know who they were. There was a time I hated mages deeply. Every time I thought I could suddenly die and leave Douglas behind, ironically, I was killed by bandits before I was poisoned by mana-active substances. But now that I have met you, I will no longer die from mana toxin poisoning, and my future and Douglas's are more important, so I have forgotten all that hatred. Of course, I will never forget your kindness in saving my life." After hearing that, Ian fell silent and suddenly said, "Video, I've never seen my father's face." As Ian walked away, he said, "Before I was born, he disappeared without anyone knowing where he was. But after meeting and living with you, I realized." Ian looked at him and said, "If I had a father, he would be like this." "You said you think you understand why Douglas is always optimistic and cheerful, and why my mother is healthier, thanks to the medicine you created." Ian looked worried and said that in the future, the time I spend away from my mother will increase. Ian messages, "I hope you will always keep your promise to protect my mother." The video agrees. "Of course I will do that, Ian." You look at the clock and say, "The tiger is almost here." Suddenly, Douglas opens the door and calls out, "Leader, I did it. I created the mana-toxin antidote from Landier's flowers." Douglas says, "You have to give it to Dad quickly." "Hey, Dad, you saw the video sitting there." Douglas asked, "Why are you here, Dad?" "I wanted to surprise you with this." He was surprised and asked, "You made the poison with mana-active ingredient medicine, Ian. What is going on?" Ian explained that he only found in the library that only the Tower Master could enter, and that he experimented with Landior's flower harvesting method, a high-level spell that can stop the time of an object. Luckily, it works on plants. The video shows Douglas staring intently at Ian, tears streaming down his face as he says, Thank you, Ian." And then the two embrace tightly, looking very happy. Douglas told Ian, "Leader, I will become an alchemist capable of creating medicine for serious illnesses so that no one has to suffer like my father did." Ian smiled. Douglas looked grateful and said to Ian, "Thank you, Leader." Someone stepped in and said, "You are the last one remaining." Long Nyanavanta stands silently as Michelle Greenriver tells him that the veil covering the human world in Long Tuck is about to close. He said that Long Tuck brought chaos and destruction to this world, and that the price for those sins is incredibly high. Michelle believes that until the person dies, they must bear the sins committed by their race. He poured his own blood to seal Long Nanavantas, saying that no one was allowed to step out of this land forever. The seal was set, and Michelle watched as she returned to reality at Ragna's house. He looked surprised and said, "It really looks just like him. In front of Ragna is a guy who looks exactly like him." Ragna said, "The note says I have to wait for someone to come here, but I didn't think it would turn out like this." He asked the other guy how I could escape from here, but Anfa has covered this place with low-grade magic to monitor me, so I don't think I can fool them just by disguising myself. The other man immediately said, "You don't need to worry about that. The High Priest has more power than the current low god ruler." Ragna was surprised. "High Priest A," the man said. "You will learn more details when you have a private audience with the High Priest." "What is that?" He said, "Please come in. It's a gate that will help you leave the capital." He asked, "A gate?" Inside the gate, a hand reached out. "It's Demfin calling. Your Highness, please take the hand of the divine." Ragna called in surprise, "Lord Demfin." He was sweating. Ragna took his hand and walked in, both of them calm on the outside. He asked, "How could you perform that magic when even Herbert Leon couldn't do it?" Demfin replied, "It's not surprising at all." He said, "Your Highness, do you really think Herbert Leon can rise to the top position just by his own strength?" Demfin continued, "Although he has grasped a great source of power, he is only focused on seeking advancement for his own position. He is someone who will eventually be eliminated. Now we have much less to worry about than him destroying himself." Ragna pondered for a moment, and he believed that the world is incredibly vast. You might think that this world is only controlled by a select few, and that you are among them. Even the Emperor is not chosen. He hesitantly asked, "Am I chosen?" Demfin immediately said, "Yes, the High Priest believes you are the perfect candidate for the CA Tri position." He said, "The ideal CA Tri is someone who will eliminate foolish elements and bring new ideas to the world." Demfin affirmed that you are also the one destined to lead the way for the new world, and the High Priest has been waiting for this day for a long time. As for that, he doesn't know. He is just reclaiming his rightful throne. Both of them stopped, and Demfin announced, "We have arrived, Your Highness. Ahead is the ancient sealed castle." Ragna immediately asked, "Where is this place?" And Demfin replied, "This is the castle where the Dragon Clan once resided." He told him that 300 years ago, this place was erased from the earth because it was sealed by the barrier magic of the Tower of Ha. Not long after the barrier magic weakened, humans found this place. Ragna felt uneasy and asked why they brought him here. Demfin silently continued, as another group of people appeared to greet him. "Here you are." They showed respect, and in unison said, "We the gods pay our respects to the His Highness." Ragna observes these people. He remains silent for a moment before asking them, "Are you all nobles? I recognize quite a few familiar faces here." Demfin explains that this is a crucial moment when the world's progressive ideas begin, and the gods can only gather the most reputable members inside the capital. He then says, "In that case, I think you have overlooked the most important part, the purpose of your gathering here and who you are witnessing. Because I have been with you all along, shouldn't I also be informed?" He replied, "You will know soon enough." Demfin looked toward the gate and said, "The Archbishop is waiting for you inside." The gate opens and Ragna steps inside, surprised by what he sees within. Inside, Longineventos awaits him, looking imposing and majestic. Those people immediately drew their weapons and searched again, shouting that the last remaining descendant was the final dragon. Ragna was startled and realized that he was their leader. Longineventos then spoke with a commanding voice, clearly someone with many questions about who I am and why I invited you here. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Longineventos, the last of the Longin in this land." Ragna listened and immediately became suspicious. Isn't it true that they were destroyed 300 years ago? Creatures capable of performing the most powerful spells, his appearance closely resembles the records of the dragon race. The last hope of the dragons is indeed like that. He smirked, "You look very confused." It is true that in the battle 300 years ago, our kind was defeated and wiped out by humans, apart from us. That is the truth. Your ancestor, Michel Greenriver, cast a powerful sealing spell with his own blood to prevent me from taking a single step outside. I have been waiting for this moment. Longineventos stared intently at Ragna and said, "His bloodline. Michel Greenriver's seal, to lift the seal. I need his blood." Ragna wondered, "Isn't it easier to kill me than to use my blood to lift the seal, so why make this offer?" He replied, "You're so cruel, Prince. I only thought I would benefit by making you emperor." He continued, "I will erase the old words and start a new era of absolute power, as this could be the foundation for a great plan." Longineventos appeared sinister and said, "So that a peaceful world can be established where dragons and humans can coexist." So you mean you'll use me as a tool?
He predicted that if I refuse, you'll kill me right away, while the imposter is in my room.
He immediately replied,
I have no intention of harming you. If you refuse, I will just erase your memory and send you back. He looked at the ceiling line and continued, but the reason I chose you is because I am sure you won't refuse this opportunity.
Ragnar remained silent, clenched his fists, and said, Promise me. He looked serious and continued, that after making me the emperor, you will not betray me. He laughs, I promise.
Ragnar takes the knife Demphine brought and says, Very well. Ragnar immediately cuts into his arm with the knife, and with his blood dripping to the floor says, I accept your proposal.
Ragnar's blood immediately spreads across the sealed area, illuminating the entire space as the seal gradually dissolves. Longinovantos and Ragnar look at each other. Longinovantos grins wickedly. He laughs loudly. Thank you, Prince. He put on his coat. Longinovantos slowly stepped out and said, I should blend in with humans, right? Right. He stared intently at Ragnar and said, Your face is full of fear. Longinovantos said, Don't worry, Prince. I won't hurt you. He thinks we will become good friends. He steps forward and puts on a cloak. Longinovantos drapes the cloak over himself and says, at last, I can taste the outside world after all this time. The scene shifts to Harry, our beautiful princess also feeling uneasy and worried. What she's remembering is truly very important to her until suddenly an unpleasant sound interrupts. She accidentally blurted out a question, Why haven't we met that day yet? Harry clasped her hands together and sighed. Could it be that she abandoned me that day?
No, that's not it, Your Highness. She was probably just a bit busy with the recent dark magic investigation.
Hearing these words from her close maid, Harry quickly regained her composure. A faint smile appeared on her face. After all, she thought, she was quite busy that day. Yes, that's definitely the case. But after a few seconds, she couldn't deceive herself anymore and fell into a tangled web of lies with the maid behind her not daring to speak up. The quiet space now feels incredibly heavy, filling the entire room, and suddenly a loud sound breaks through this atmosphere. Two other maids appear, looking panicked, Your Highness, judging by their frantic expressions. Harry looked at them and asked, What's going on? Is something happening? The two maids clenched their fists at the same time. They answered in unison, The moment has come. He is here. The left maid quickly spoke first.
Finally, that day has arrived. Then the right maid followed, asking the princess to wear only a formal dress.
Don't put on more clothes. They once again spoke in perfect unison. Yanfar has arrived. Even though it's not certain if it's true, as soon as he heard the name, Harry's face turned red, and she slowly asked again to confirm. Is he here? She clenched her fists with a confused look and shouted, Save me! After a moment, she quickly stepped into the magnificent main palace. Inside the castle, the pair of heels adorned with delicate bows hurriedly moved in a frantic rhythm. Harry tried to walk faster because she probably couldn't wait another second. At the main door, she hurriedly asked the maids how her hair looked, whether it was messed up. Harry took a deep breath. Phew! The maids raised their hands high as if cheering her on, and the maid in the black dress reassured her. Don't worry, Your Highness, you look stunning today. And the other two maids agreed in unison. That's right. Harry turned around to look at them and said, See you all later, they replied together. You can do it, Princess. Then the door opened, revealing Yan with an extremely elegant appearance. At this moment, he placed his hand in front of him in a formal greeting and asked the classic question. Long time no see, Your Highness. She shyly clasped her hands tightly together, her face growing redder and redder, and she dared not look Yan in the eye. Her shy eyes finally lowered to the floor, and she slowly said, I thought you had forgotten that day.
Yan gently smiled and replied, Forgive my rudeness, I've been a bit busy lately.
Harry quickly replied, It's okay, thank you for coming today. She smiled foolishly and said, It was a wonderful day in this formal outfit. He replied, I thank you. A hint of shyness appeared on Yan's face. First of all, I think we should go somewhere more
suitable for practice. He explained further, There are too many people peeking around the hall. If anyone sees me meeting the princess, it will lead to many unpleasant rumors.
Yan was worried it might affect the princess, so he continued, After all, it's just gossip.
Harry was a bit touched, she said. Of course, let's go. And he added, Then I will take the princess somewhere else.
Can I hold the princess's hand for a moment?
Yan nervously asked her. Harry regretfully replied, Sorry, can I ask again? Do you mean hold my hand?
Yan shyly explained that he would teleport us there using magic. At this point, Harry's sincerity looked quite funny, and she asked him if that was the teleportation magic she had heard of before. She slowly placed her hand on Yan's, who gently held her small hands and kindly said, Please focus. A light flickered, A breathtaking scene appeared, with towering mountains standing close together, and Harry exclaimed in panic, "This place!" Yan replied, "These are the hills on the outskirts of the capital, a rarely visited area." He explained further that because the range of level 6 teleportation magic isn't very wide, the gods decided to teleport here, a spacious and open place, making it perfect for practicing magic. Seeing her serious expression, Yan finished the last few words. "Your Highness?" Harry was still trying to regain her composure and began to marvel. "I've never left the palace before." At this moment, Harry's eyes sparkled more than ever, as if it were only a dream. Watching the birds soaring freely across the vast sky, she expressed her gratitude. But as she held his hand, that dream instantly became reality. Harry happily smiled, saying loudly that magic is truly an incredibly wonderful thing. Then Harry turned back to look at Yan's delicate face. But then that image disappeared. Yan replied to Harry, "The princess is right." A gentle smile appeared on his lips. "Magic is truly wonderful." Harry's eyes sparkled as he shyly glanced at Yan. She asked, "Then you must have seen me practicing magic in the royal hall?" My gaze still fixed on Harry's face. Yes, the deity was exploring the royal palace and had entered that place, hiding in the corner of Dinha as the royal mage approached. And that was when I saw her turn suddenly to face me, her wide eyes full of curiosity as she asked why I was there. There should have been guards in that area. Yan's voice trembled slightly, just because he was still young and curious. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if childhood memories are rushing back. Her smile makes her eyes shimmer. "I understand. When I was young, I explored restricted areas of the palace with my brother and got scolded a few times." Harry's mischievous yet warm eyes looked at Yan with a smile. She made a deal with him that she would close her eyes and let it go when entering the royal hall. "Since they also ignored my magic training, Harry keeps teasing me now we're even sitting in the same boat, right?" Yan's face shows helplessness at Harry's mischievousness, and she softly says, "Yes," then suddenly lowers her voice to a serious tone. "Come to think of it, my brother is throwing a birthday party and you'll be attending too, right?" Yan quietly closes his eyes as if concentrating on something, then suddenly realizes he has received the invitation. "But I have no intention of participating in it." Harry's tone became surprised and curious. "Why?" "My brother will definitely be very disappointed." Yan has his own reasons for his background and doesn't want to hear the gossip, so he decided to refuse to participate. Yan spoke softly with a somewhat heavy tone, saying that only those of noble status attend the prince's birthday celebration. Even though the god has been promoted to Tower Master, his humble origins as a commoner mean that the aristocrats would definitely cause a commotion if he attended. Yan silently reminded himself that he must take responsibility for the mission he bears. Yan took a deep breath and continued. The powerful force built by the previous Tower Master over decades would not easily collapse. "They will be watching me." You pause for a moment, and everything the previous Tower Master painstakingly built will be threatened. Yan cautiously continued, believing that until the prince secured his position in politics and high society and safely inherited the throne through his own strength, he should focus on fulfilling his role as the Tower Master. Harry listened, then lowered her head, no longer looking at Yan, and the space between them suddenly fell silent as she softly said, "I understand." Suddenly, Harry's eyes filled with determination, making him momentarily stunned. Every word she spoke came from her iron will. "So I also have to be resolute in fulfilling my role as princess. I will make the aristocrats opposing my brother in the upper class unable to move." Harry turned to look at Yan with shining eyes and hesitated before expressing her determination. "I will also study magic diligently." She smiled at Yan, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness, but he gently responded, "Master, can I call you that when it's just the two of us?" Yan smiled softly, affectionately gazing at her, his voice warm. "Sure. You can call me whatever you like." Meanwhile, the dim evening sky cloaked the fifth prince's palace, and Jangna's voice echoed, "This is my plan." Evangelion calmly sat back in his chair, his composed face saying, "So before dealing with that wizard Yanfa, we must eliminate the prince first." Jangna's cold, detached eyes said, "Exactly. Right now, some nobles and commoners are paying close attention to what the Tower Master Yanfa is doing." The large, eerily silent room, despite Yanfa's remarkable magical talent, he was still just a young, inexperienced mage who had recently come of age and was born a commoner, so he lacked much political influence. Many nobles and vassals were displeased with Yan becoming the master of Nya Tower, and Zhang Na's determined gaze secretly smirked at her own scheming as she continued. "If the prince he supports falls, he will be at a disadvantage, and we can naturally eliminate him." Demphine maintained a serious expression, his commanding voice echoing, "We will need a puppet to carry out this plan." Zhang Na nodded in agreement, but his gaze showed hesitation and contemplation as he replied, Yes, I still haven't chosen the right person. He looked at Zhang Na with confident eyes, one hand raised in a formal and serious gesture. Chính nói rằng ngài sẽ tin tưởng giao phó việc dâu cho thần. Thần biết một người rất thích hợp cho kế hoạch này. Zhang Na nhìn Delphine khẳng định chắc chắn. Ta nên hoàn toàn tin tưởng giao phó trong trạch này về ông lộ liễu. Vậy ta sẽ giao cho ông, ngài Delphine. Everything has been discussed, and you and your group quickly leave. Now, only Zhang Na and Avantos remain in the large room. There is no more peace at this moment, no more issues to discuss, he said, so I will be leaving now. Zhang Na suddenly called out, Mr. Avantos. Zhang Na quickly stepped forward and stopped him. I have a question for you. Seeing Avantos's puzzled face, Zhang Na didn't keep him waiting and went straight to the point. With your strong support, you can gain control of the empire even without exploiting me, if it's to promote your doctrines and establish order. There are many ways for you to achieve your goals. Zhang Na did not stop, but continued to express his doubts, calmly and slowly asking about the reason behind it and why he was asked to cooperate. I need to find someone. Hearing this, Zhang Na's eyes were full of curiosity, and he hurriedly asked, Who is it? Zhang Na's face remained cold, the last ancestor left on this land, the gold dragon controlling time, all the dragon kin seek and long to be like those days. Zhang Na broke out in cold sweat, his voice trembling. Isn't that just a mythical creature from legends? Seeing the shock clearly on Zhang Na's face, Avantos remained calm and composed, his gaze steady and his voice straightforward as he replied, Most people in this era think that way. But the dragons have existed and still do. We cannot find the day because that day lived in places we cannot reach. However, if a great disaster falls upon this land, the golden dragon will surely appear. At this moment, Zhang Na began to understand what he was implying, his voice trembling slightly, meaning he was confused. Avantos didn't beat around the bush. He simply said 2 words, war. Rang Na was startled when he heard those 2 words, but he remained calm. He quickly asked Avantos not to say that the battle 300 years ago between the Mao Mok Dragon clan was to lure out the golden dragon. He answered briefly and confidently, with certainty. Avantos's usual calm expression slightly changed when he said this. His voice filled with regret as he said that, according to that person, we are not descendants of the dragon line, so we helped humans back then. Isn't it absurd to agree that Michelle Greenriver's ability to kill a stronger dragon than humans is very unlikely? Rang Na was still very confused. With this information, every word was filled with doubt, but there was no record of the dragon race in the world's history at all. The record states that Michelle Greenriver's ability to destroy dragons comes from a spell that he developed alone in the Fallen Tower. Avantos took a deep breath, feeling somewhat helpless, and said that he always erased all contact with the world and disappeared without a trace. As if that day never existed in this world, Avantos's eyes suddenly turned gentle. The voice was both firm and emotional. But from the way a dragon born with the blood of a dragon flows, I can feel that day. I can sense the existence of that day. Rang Na bowed, her body leaning towards him as she boldly asked, So you intend to make me emperor and start a war with her? Yes, that is my plan, but this is not necessarily a bad thing for you. I emphasize the importance of unifying the continent and the hidden threat, urging Rang Na to recognize her responsibility and the danger. He said seriously, Isn't that what your ancestors wished for? If war breaks out, that person will appear to settle the chaos in this land. I must find that person. Facing him, Rang Na's eyes were filled with doubt and suspicion as she asked, What do you plan to do after finding Kim Long? Avantos didn't answer Rang Na's question directly. Instead, he looked tired and responded as if we've been talking too long. Then he stood up and said, Don't worry, I plan to follow your plan. The peaceful morning at the Royal Knight's Tower was suddenly shattered when Pao's panicked voice rang out. What? Is it true? At that moment, the knight with a calm and composed face responded truthfully, Sir, you are ordered to immediately go to the captain of the Royal Knight's room. Pa was confused, lowering his face as if trying to understand what was happening, then asked himself why such a scary Lord Demphin would summon him as he hadn't been involved in any schemes lately. After a moment of confusion, he quickly regained his composure, smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, I will go immediately, thank you for the message. Pa quickly left and stood in front of Lord Demphin's door, pausing to steady himself before entering, when he suddenly heard the command to come in. He then appeared before him, looking serious, and asked, You called me, sir? Demphin also stood up and said sternly, Pa Lance, come this way. He didn't hesitate any longer, and the atmosphere grew tense as Demphin directly addressed the issue in a calm and firm voice, saying, I heard that the high-level mage Helen attacked the prince earlier because she was struck by dark magic. And Demphin continued to ask with the same serious expression. Yes, everything is fine at the moment. The knightly order has heightened their vigilance and strengthened the protection of the crown prince. Good, The Crown Prince is our future king. His safety is our top priority. He continued saying that I have had many chances to speak directly with Captain Oliver, but I think this is the first time we are talking like this. Demphine asked seriously but sincerely, have I done anything to upset you during the time you've been appointed as vice captain? Pau's voice was a bit hurried but sincere. I was very calm when you called me. Demphine smiled, showing his satisfaction, and then said, that's good. He slowly approached Pau and asked in a deep but serious voice about what Demphine had heard, that your swordsmanship, second only to Captain Oliver, the swordmaster, is truly remarkable, and that Demphine said you are very talented, recognized by His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and Captain Oliver. He was a bit flustered, his cheeks flushing at the compliment, and humbly replied, I still have many shortcomings. He looked at Pau as if understanding immediately his shyness and humility, and quickly said, there's no need to be modest because your recognized talent has already made you vice captain. Demphine approached Pau and quietly recounted how Captain Oliver suggested making him, an orphaned commoner from the northern border, the vice captain of the Royal Knight Squad. Demphine paused and then straightforwardly said, I knew it was him. He looked directly at Pau's face and frankly expressed his previous doubts about him. Speaking in a contemplative tone, I had suspected the reason why he chose someone of humble origins to become a member of the Royal Knight team protecting the Emperor. Demphine's face now is full of displeasure, and he straightforwardly says, I can't believe he let that guy join the noble Royal Knight team. I just can't stand it anymore. Demphine continues. Then suddenly Avantis appears right behind Demphine. Pau is startled. His hand immediately moves to his side, ready to draw his weapon. His voice rang out tense. Who are you? How long have you been there? But Pau was under Avantis' spell and couldn't move. He ordered Pau to become the foundation of a great empire. Cut to a lush green forest with fresh air, where the sounds of birds and the clash of swords fill the air as Hayden and Oliver train. Oliver says, yes, very good, just keep him steady with that stance. When Oliver saw that Hayden was about to give out, he told the prince to wait a moment. Hayden's sword fell from his hand and Oliver smiled at him before saying, Your Highness, let's stop here for today. Thank you, Captain. No, you're definitely better with a sword than most others. Oliver continued, you are improving faster than Master Ian. Hayden suddenly snapped to attention, eyes wide open. What? I'm improving faster than Ian. Oliver nodded gently and admitted, the gods have been teaching Ian for 5 years through sparring with you. Suddenly, Hayden, furious like a spoiled child, blushed and pointed his sword at Oliver, saying that no one could match his magic. So today, it ends here. Oliver calmly soothed him with a gentle smile and said, as if it were true, that he didn't have the talent for swordsmanship. Oliver's eyes sparkled mischievously as he teased Hayden, saying, please keep secret that he is truly learning swordsmanship. Hayden burst into laughter, excited and surprised, saying, I can't believe that perfect Ian has something he's not good at. As soon as the smile faded, Hayden's cheeks flushed with embarrassment and happiness. Thinking that he finally had something better than Ian, he whispered that he understood now, that he was better than Ian at something. Hayden cheered up and resolutely told Oliver that from now on he would work even harder until he surpasses you, the swordmaster. Suddenly, Hayden's eyes looked into the distance, and he asked curiously, Hey, Captain, is there something wrong with the vice captain? Oliver realized it was Paul. His eyes filled with sadness as he told Hayden about Paul's situation. He spoke much less and seemed sorrowful. I paid attention and asked about him, but he said everything was fine. Hayden sighed and told Oliver to keep an eye on him and to be gentle with him. The role of a commander is also to listen to the worries of their subordinates and care about their minds. Oliver happily agrees and responds, I will remember, Your Majesty. Right now at the Royal Dean Palace, the birthday party of Prince Hayden is being prepared. In the banquet hall, the servants are rushing around to prepare for the royal party. As the time approaches, Oliver hurriedly enters to remind the prince that the party is about to begin. Hayden also just finished preparing and replied, Yes, I'll be there right away, Captain. But as always, Hayden's face showed a gloominess, and he sighed. I always feel anxious at these parties. Remembering the times Ian scolded me, you have to strengthen your position yourself. Hayden let out a sigh and said, Ian isn't coming either, that reckless fool. Seeing the prince in a bad mood, Oliver spoke encouragingly, Your Majesty is the star of today's party, Your Highness. You must stand tall with pride and confidence. The nobles are the ones who should be worried, not you. Hearing those words from the captain made Hayden realize. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he replied, Yes. Just as they were happily chatting, Harry stepped forward and called out, Hey, brother. Seeing his sister, Hayden responded, Harry. She appeared in a stunning blue dress, from the design to the fabric, highlighting her royal aura. So today Ian's not here, and you look so beautiful he has to see it, right? Then Harry continued questioning,
How could you tell Sir Ian what I asked you earlier? I'm very embarrassed, but she only stopped there because today is a special day. Harry took a deep breath, then looked at his brother with affection, and a gentle voice said, Happy birthday. I'm always proud of my hard-working brother.
But she didn't stop there. She stomped her foot firmly and confidently declared that she would crush the
Aristocrats of the upper class, daring to speak deeply to him, so don't worry about them. Seeing her adorable action made Hayden burst into a happy laugh. Thank you, Harry.
Finally, it's time for us to go in, Hayden said. Let's go inside. Yes, Harry replied. Then she took her brother's arm.
After a while, as the party began, the servant announced that Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver and Princess Harry Greenriver had arrived. The nobles present immediately bowed respectfully.
After the announcement, the two siblings also stepped inside. Hayden and Harry appeared very solemn. At that moment, the conductor waved his hand to signal, and the waiting musicians immediately began playing the wine song that echoed throughout the room. The nobles hurriedly gathered around Hayden and Harry, all simultaneously speaking, wishing a happy birthday.
Your Highness, happy birthday, Your Highness. Hayden also politely responded, Thank you. I hope you enjoy the party. At this moment, Oliver stands to the side watching the prince confidently mingle with the nobles, his eyes filled with pride for Hayden. At the same time, Emperor Terry also appeared at the party, and the servant was a bit surprised by this unexpected appearance and hadn't reacted yet. Only when he heard Terry's reminder to hurry up did he snap back to his senses and respond, Yes, Your Majesty. Terry also stepped inside, and as he appeared, a loud announcement echoed. The Emperor has arrived.
The nobles all looked on in surprise at the Emperor's presence. Even Hayden was stunned, Father. He hurriedly approached his father and said, I didn't expect you to come. He replied, This is your birthday. As a father, I have to come and celebrate the day you were born and turned another year older. Terry looked directly into Hayden's eyes and praised him. I am proud of you, my son. Hearing those words from his father made Hayden extremely happy. Then, Terry's footsteps moved forward. Hayden also followed him to the banquet table, and it was then that Terry spoke up, saying it seemed many people had come to celebrate the prince's birthday. His voice rang out steadily, saying that after difficulties come new beginnings, and that he was very happy to see everyone here today. Then he turned to look at Hayden and said, For parents, every moment of their child's growth is like a miracle full of surprises. I was both proud and surprised to see such a small child now grown up. Terry nostalgically recalls that when he was about 5 years old, one day while walking, the boy followed him. At that moment, I asked why you followed me, and Hayden smiled brightly and said, Because you led the way for me. That was when Terry bent down to pat his 5-year-old son Hayden's head and recounted, even though it was just a field, it gave the child strength to move forward, so I kept leading, and the boy trusted and followed me. As he spoke, Terry couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Many years had passed, and he looked at his son again. Continuing, Since that day you have always followed in my footsteps. You've been a good follower. Your father always believed you could do it. Hayden hesitated a little at his father's flattering words. As he finished speaking, Terry raised his glass. Everyone, raise your glasses, he loudly declared. May the future of the Empire and the Prince be blessed. The nobles also raised their glasses and echoed the Emperor, wishing for many blessings. Finally, he drank his wine and didn't forget to say, Happy birthday, my son. Hayden softly replied, Thank you, Father. Suddenly, just as Terry took his first sip of wine, he started coughing violently, blood pouring from his mouth onto the floor. Hayden sniffed for a moment but hadn't yet understood what had just happened. The nobles immediately froze, no one daring to speak a word. Terry's face was filled with horror at this moment. Only Oliver, with his agile, knightly body, immediately reacted, seeming ready to rush forward. In the next second, the entire banquet hall descended into chaos, screams of panic echoing non-stop. Beha! The hall was in chaos, and Hayden stood frozen as he watched his father continuously spitting fresh blood, even the wine glass in his hand falling to the ground. Just as Hayden's glass shattered and cold water spilled out, he realized the horrifying truth before his eyes and shouted in despair. The sky is now extremely dark, rain falling non-stop, and Hayden sitting alone by the window, lost in thought. Just as Hayden was worried sick, a voice called from outside the door. Your Highness, Captain of the Royal Guard, Oliver Zeewood requests an audience. Hayden immediately jumped up in panic. Captain, please let him in. Immediately after, before Oliver could step in, Hayden hurriedly opened the door and called out anxiously, Captain, Oliver. Hayden's voice revealed his worry as he asked, Está me? Me chamais.
how is my father? Is he all right?
He quickly explained that he is out of danger thanks to timely treatment, but remains in a critical condition. All the doctors and alchemists are doing their best to heal him, and he will recover soon. Hearing this, Hayden lost his composure and interrupted Oliver loudly, asking what happened to the person who wanted to assassinate him. His eyes flickered with a hint of sadness, and he slightly lowered his gaze when faced directly. But he understood the prince's concern, so he calmly replied, "We immediately detained the culprit who poisoned His Majesty's cup, and the criminal has confessed to his crime." Hayden took a deep breath. Yen Jiang clenched his teeth with visible fury, and Hayden suddenly shouted at Oliver, demanding to know who the culprit was. His eyes then lost all their light as he hesitantly answered the prince. "The culprit is..." Oliver's voice gradually lowered until only the two of them could hear the name of the culprit, and suddenly the surrounding space fell into silence. Hayden's arm resting on his shoulder immediately trembled uncontrollably when he heard that name. Hayden was stunned for a long time, as if he still couldn't believe what the captain just said. What was that? At the same time elsewhere, an urgent meeting among noble officials was underway regarding the recent incident involving the emperor. The angry voice of the man in red echoed throughout the room, claiming that the deputy captain of the Royal Knights wanted to assassinate His Majesty. He angrily stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Isn't he the most trusted knight of the Crown Prince in recent years? Keeping a traitor like him right beside, what have His Highness and Captain Oliver Gia Wood done so far?" The boy in black beside him also added that the culprit didn't act alone. "We must find out who is behind this at all costs." A gentleman in blue also spoke seriously, saying he heard that he bit his tongue during Paul Lanz's interrogation, as if he wasn't forced to do so. At this moment, the hand of the white-haired nobleman points to a spot on the document and says, "I heard he is an orphan from the northern border, next to the Cao-Ut Empire, right?" He adds, "Everyone think about it. There was a series of explosions inside the royal palace last year." Then he recalled Yeon's past incident, a shocking event involving a mage from the Tower of Ha. A lady-in-waiting and a secretary in the imperial palace were both discovered to be spies from Cao-Ut. Then he hesitated and said, although he has extraordinary talent at such a young age, his background is not respectable. And upon reflection, I find him very suspicious. There is a possibility that he is an agent of Cao-Ut who has undergone rigorous training. The person sitting opposite immediately responded, but Paul Lanz showed no signs of mana sealing, so he loudly said, "Is that really important now?" He tried to poison the emperor. He remains silent about the evil enemies and his reasons for doing so. He insists on it. While everyone was loudly discussing, a calm man in a gray robe spoke. "Such issues arise only because we decided to use him without considering his status and background. We must strip him of his vice-captain title of the Royal Knights, and Paul Lanz must be executed for attempting to assassinate the emperor." Everyone agreed and responded, "That's right, we agree." Amidst the ongoing gossip during the meeting, Ian remained silent and said nothing more. A moment later, after the meeting had ended, the sky outside remained gloomy as ever. Ian was walking alone to the meeting point when a voice called out from behind, "Ian!" Although he was wearing a hood that concealed his face, Ian still recognized him as the captain. He stepped forward, took off his hat and cloak, and hurriedly asked, "How is Paul?" Ian replied, "Everyone thinks he's a spy for Lady Ut." Hearing this, Oliver couldn't stay calm and shouted loudly, "It's ridiculous, he's not a spy." Ian also agreed and said, "I agree, the vice-captain is willing to sacrifice his life for the prince," recalling what Paul had done before, no matter where he came from. He is a noble knight who swore loyalty to his master. He firmly believed that Paul was like that. But after this incident, his execution date had been set, and no reason could justify Oliver and Lance's silence upon hearing this news. "You said he remained silent about who gave the order and why he wanted to assassinate the emperor. Then you tried to keep your voice steady as you told him we must find out why he did it first." At this point, Ian hesitated for a few seconds before asking, "How is the prince doing?" He recounted that he didn't eat anything that day and prevented anyone from entering that room. "I think he was blaming himself for causing the poison to the emperor," Ian replied. "I understand." Then Oliver continued, "You know, everyone in Team 2 has been confined, and we will be interrogated soon." His hand clenched so tightly that it trembled uncontrollably. As the team leader, I couldn't afford to act recklessly. You could clearly see his face showing helplessness because he couldn't do anything. He kept blaming himself. I knew I was asking too much, but I never expected anyone to step in except you. With all his sincerity, Oliver immediately bowed to Ian and pleaded, "Please reveal the truth behind everything." But Ian calmly replied, "I didn't find any lies in the deputy captain's confession, nor any interrogation reactions from the tower." After hearing this, he froze stiff, perhaps himself surprised at how bad things had become. Then Ian added, Tonight, the deputy will be sent to prison. I will go personally to see him.
Then he looked straight at the captain and said seriously, "After that, I will come to your house to find you."
Oliver knows that she is also trying her best to support him and cover for him, so he tries to stay calm and respond. I understand now. Dark clouds gather once again over the tower, as if even the heavens understand his current anxiety. Outside the detention area, the sky seemed to collapse under a heavy rain, and the guard, relying on the weather and the fortress of the prison, had long since fallen asleep. Ian's footstep was approaching inside, gentle yet firm, with the sound of his steps swallowed by the rain. Ian was filled with suspicion as he headed straight to the solitary confinement area, where the most dangerous criminals of the Empire were held. Paulette's cell. Ian stood watching him, his heart tightening, the cage bearing him with chains on the strong white body of the former Weifang vice-captain, now marked with bloody wounds. Ian called nervously, "Vice-captain." Paulette slowly opened his eyes to look at him, those eyes cloudy and soulless like a deep well. Ian immediately asked, "Do you recognize me?" Paulette did not answer. He lowered his face, eyes dazed. That silence felt like a knife stabbing into Ian's heart, causing him pain. Ian said, "I don't think you're someone who wants to assassinate the Emperor. There are no spies from enemy countries or anyone plotting against the Emperor. I know that better than anyone else, you assert." Ian continued, "You have shown loyalty to the Crown Prince and risked your life for him, so I can't understand why you did this." He begins to use magic to read Paulette's thoughts and says, "From now on, wait. I will enter your memory. Please allow me to do so." Ian creates a magic circle on Paulette's forehead. The surrounding space distorts, and he is pulled into the chaotic flow of the vice-captain's memories, which gradually reveal themselves. First, there is an image of Oliver. Then you see Paulette talking to Mr. Demphine, but behind his back, there is someone else. The last trick of Long Nan Avantos, but Ian doesn't know much about his background. This Avantos is using dark magic to carry out sinister plans. So it turns out that Long Nan Avantos used dark magic to control Paulette. The queen realizes the thick black dark magic enveloping his mind. Demphine watches as Paulette endures the influence of this strange magic. He gradually loses consciousness. Ian ponders that he is not acting according to his will. The boy is stunned, thinking he is being controlled by dark magic. After that memory, he delved deeper into his subconscious, where Paulette's true self was gathered, revealing his true nature. Paulette was hiding, and he said I was too foolish. Paulette said, "I know that the royal palace has the most enemies." Ian called out, "Vice Commander." Paulette smiled faintly and said, "I've been waiting for you to come here." "Ian, you really shouldn't have kept waiting." Prince Huang exclaimed in a panic, urgently saying, "Please wait. I will free him from the dark magic first." He suddenly grabbed Ian's hand tightly. Paul asks, "Crown Prince, how are you?" You sing loudly, trying to persuade, based on his memory, the truth about this incident has been revealed. "If we find the person who used dark magic on him, we can clear his name." Paulette's voice was heavy with regret and despair, saying, "Things are not looking good. It's my fault." He continued, "Even if we find the culprit, it won't change what I did. I poisoned the Emperor's food." Ian urgently advised, "You must not give up. If you stop now, you'll forever be seen as the traitor who assassinated the Emperor." Paul suddenly became unusually resolute, shaking his head and saying, "I don't care about the guilt attached to me. The shame I will bear is nothing compared to the pain I have caused to the one I swore to serve." He told Ian no matter who the enemy is, if they target the Emperor, they will surely target the Crown Prince. "I might just be the beginning, so please let me end this. I don't want to get in the way of the prince any longer." Ian was confused and asked him, "Paul, what are you talking about, Vice Captain?" Paul asks Ian to relay this message to the prince and Captain Oliver for him. He instructs them to say that he is sorry and very grateful, as this may be the last thing he can do, as the sword protecting the prince. Ian hurriedly called out, "Vice Captain." Paul approached him and asked, "Ian, please take care of the prince," and then pushed Ian out of his memories. He was very surprised and disappointed. Paul smiled, gradually fading into the mist of skeletal memories. With a face full of hope, he closed his eyes and whispered to himself that day he would shine at the highest place in the Empire. Paul, thinking of the prince or the dark, smiles one last time, a strangely peaceful smile. Outside, Ian has been pushed out of his consciousness and back into the cold prison room, gasping and sweating heavily, his face filled with worry. Ian looked at Paul and gasped, quickly using magic to dispel the dark magic, but everything was completely useless. Panicked, Ian thought that dispel had no effect and shouted loudly, "Vice Captain, please hold on. I will nullify the dark magic right away." Ian said, I won't let you die in vain like this," and suddenly looked stunned. It seemed as if he had no more breath left. He had chosen to leave forever. Ian fell silent. Second Vice Captain of the Royal Night Order, Paul Ince has taken his last breath and passed away. The sound of rain outside screams like the pain in his heart, growing louder with each moment, as the atmosphere at the prince's residence becomes heavy and oppressive. Oliver sat huddled in the dark corner, his eyes staring blankly into space, when suddenly he heard a strange noise outside. Ian calls Oliver, the captain, his familiar voice echoing, and Oliver lowers his sword, hurriedly opening the door and shouting, "Ian!" Ian stands silently, soaked from the rain, water streaming down his face, unclear whether it's rain or tears. He asked if you had met Paul and how his situation is going, if you've discovered anything. Ian stood silently for a long moment, his throat tight with grief, then finally managed to say, "Sir Paulin." The boy looked up with tearful eyes at the trembling captain, each word heavy with sorrow. "He has died today in prison." Oliver stood trembling, his limbs shaking, stammering as he asked why. Then he slowly placed his hand on the table, and Oliver slammed his hand down hard. He tried to hold back, but he couldn't bear it anymore, collapsing and crying out loud, pain and sorrow echoing through the silent room. As he wept, Oliver recounted with awe the nostalgic memories like a slow-motion film. "My first encounter with Paul was at a girls' school on the northern border sponsored by the Zagat family. He was a child always cheerful and caring for those around him more than himself. He looked up, tears streaming down his face, and said that the person who discovered Paul's swordsmanship talent had decided to support him, and then we trained with swords like brothers. Before Sir Paul took his last breath, I was able to access his memories." He adjusted his posture, looked up at Ian in surprise, and Oliver asked, "Did you find anything?" Ian's eyes darkened as he recounted the fragmented but terrifying images he had seen. A few days ago, the vice captain met with Captain Demphin of the 1st Night Squad, and the person with him used dark magic to brainwash the vice captain. Oliver was surprised and asked, You say Paul met with Demphin, right?" But then he realized the problem was more serious, saying, "Wait, more importantly, the dark magic. It still exists." "Who is he?" Ian replied. "I've never met him. He has a pale face and long silver hair." In his heart, Ian reviewed all his memories from his previous life, but was completely confused. He secretly thought of someone he had never met before in his past life. Ian confirmed, "I'm sure this is related to Sir Demphin, the captain of the 1st Night Squad, and the unnamed high-level wizard who assisted him." Oliver asked nervously, "A high-level wizard, how powerful is he?" Ian replied, "I tried to use a grand dispel after realizing the deputy was affected by dark magic, but it didn't work." "You think he is capable of using more advanced magic than I can?" Ian analyzed the situation and said, "I might know who he is, but I have no concrete evidence, and I am not sure if he is acting alone or if other dark mages are involved. I need to investigate this further." Oliver looked at Ian with a fearful expression. The Emperor asked, "But he's so powerful that he can cast spells you can't. Wouldn't that be very dangerous for you? If they use dark magic on you, the Empire will drown in a sea of blood." Ian didn't answer immediately. He reached into his shirt pocket and took out an object. He handed Oliver a necklace. He looked at it for a moment, and Oliver realized this was the necklace I gave you during the practice match 6 years ago. Ian explained that it was a necklace given by the Queen to His Majesty, and although he once said it had magic to calm the mind, it's not just an ordinary spell. "This pendant contains a very precious gem made from the tears of the river, where the magic-resistant spell on the chain can absorb dark magic. Ian believes its power must be level 8 or higher." He replied, "I understand. That's lucky. If you have that necklace, you won't be affected by dark magic." But contrary to expectations, Ian shook his head, and Oliver looked puzzled. "You analyze in detail the anti-magic spell that has not been publicly disclosed. Currently, only I and you know about it. People only think this necklace is one of the ordinary royal treasures," Ian said slowly, his eyes becoming sharp and determined. "Captain, you seem tense and worried. Can you promise not to tell anyone what I am about to tell you?" Sensing the seriousness, Oliver nodded firmly. "All right, I promise you." Ian begins to outline the details and tells him. Oliver listened silently, his eyes widening in amazement at Ian's words. Outside the window, the rain began to pour more heavily, with lightning streaking across the sky, signaling an approaching storm. At the luxurious mansion of the Jiang Na family, the atmosphere was as gloomy as the dark, stormy sky outside. Demphin reported to Hanta that Bolins had died in prison. Rang Na sat elegantly in the chair, silently watching him for a moment, then turned away indifferently and replied, "I know." Demphin reported that a rat had entered the prison. It seems that person has realized Bolins is under a magic trap. Hanta calmly responded,
Of course, but Hanta couldn't do anything about it.
Rangna calmly takes a sip of tea, her tone untroubled, believing Ian Fa is still unaware of Long Nan's existence. Hanta says that when things are still unclear, perhaps he will try to avoid being affected by the dark magic. Herbeck's level 5 French magic cannot affect Ian Fa at level 6, but Long Nan of Antos is a more powerful mage. By human standards, he is an 8th level master. Rangna's eyes flash with a cunning look, and she says, even though he said he hasn't fully recovered his strength due to the seal, he is still stronger than Ian Fa. There is a mage stronger than me, which is probably what Ian Fa realized. Demphin immediately asked, "Isn't Hanta just going to give up everything and run away?" He chuckled. He wouldn't do that if he were that stupid. I wouldn't have suffered so much already. Na laughed and said, "Actually, I don't really understand what Ian Fa is thinking. 6 years ago, when I first entered the palace, he was already one of the Crown Prince's aides, but he once said he served the Crown Prince with a dry heart." Rangna looked at her reflection in the shimmering tea and said, "I thought I had hidden myself very well, but sometimes I feel he sees right through me. It's as if he has known me for a long time." He sets down his teacup. Rangna ponders for a moment and then says, "I think it's best if we observe his behavior for now." Early in the morning at Ian's house, the atmosphere in the room was tense, as he held a carefully sealed letter, giving a low but commanding order to Hoga, the loyal-looking but authoritative butler. "Send this letter to Lord Pierrick in the east as soon as possible. How is the letter I sent to the Muglian estate in the north doing?" The butler placed his hand over his heart, bowed respectfully, and reported that it would arrive soon. Ian nodded lightly and said, "I understand." He immediately handed an important letter to Hoga, who looked surprised. Ian said, "Take this." The letter bears a careful fingerprint seal, and he instructs, "This is an authorization letter under the Merchant Guild. Disguise yourself as a merchant and leave the capital." Ian believes he understands what I mean. Hoga takes the envelope, his hand clenched tightly, with a determined look. As dawn breaks through the window, you continue speaking without hesitation. "Once you've packed your luggage and the sun begins to set, gather all the servants in the estate and bring them to Muglian with my mother. If we head north, Lord Muglian will receive the letter and help us." He replied confidently, "Yes, understood, Mr. Ian." Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and Vanessa was rushing over. She called out loudly, "Ian!" You suddenly call out, "Mom?" Vanessa looks worried, panting, her eyes filled with extreme concern. Vanessa didn't wait for anyone to explain. She immediately asked what was going on and why she had to leave suddenly. Ian stepped forward and she maintained a calm demeanor to reassure and explain. But she couldn't say more. "But the capital is very dangerous right now. I already sent a letter to Lord Muglian. That day will keep everyone safe." Vanessa was deeply moved and asked anxiously, "How can you leave me here alone? If I stay, then you will stay too." I gently hold Vanessa's trembling hands and reassure her with a calm yet confident look. "Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I'm grown up now." Ian smiled brightly and confidently tells his mother, "And I am a renowned level 6 mage, the owner of the Na Tower. I can protect myself, so please don't worry." She immediately looked anxious and shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. "I'm only 18 years old. I'm your only son." Vanessa complained, "Why do you keep putting yourself in dangerous situations? I can't just watch you face danger alone anymore." "We should go together," Ian finally said as he lowered his gaze, then looked up, his voice suddenly sounding strange. "Mom?" She stopped speaking, touched her chin, and stared intently at her son, who suddenly seemed distant and overly mature, and silence enveloped the two of them for a moment. Ian gently lowered his voice and said to Vanessa, "Please listen to me this time. I beg you." He held her shoulders tightly, trembling and stammering. "If something happens, I might hurt you." Vanessa looked worried, and Ian slowly lowered his hand, then turned to look at the video and said, "Video? Please take care of my mother." "Ian entrusts that even if I try to find my mother, you will never tell me where she is. When the time is right, I will send a letter to Mr. Morgan." The video appears tense, and he responds hesitantly, "I understand, Ian." Douglas then says, "Leader, I will stay here. You said you don't know what's happening, but you can help me, right? After all, you're my #1 subordinate." Ian shook his head gently but firmly, advising, "Douglas, thank you, but this is more dangerous than you think. You should go with them." Ian remembered how Douglas looked when he grew up in his previous life, and silently thought, "And you are the person I don't want to fall into that bastard's hands." Ian took a few steps forward. He then announced to everyone that once they all left the mansion, he would erase part of his memory. And then he wouldn't know where everyone had gone. Ian carefully instructed, Please remember the situations I mentioned earlier and follow them. I rely on all of you." Hagar and all the staff and guards shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the mansion. "Yes, sir, Mr. Ian." Vanessa was pushed out by the radio, but she still looked back at him with a worried and anxious expression. Everyone had gone outside, preparing to depart. As the last figure disappeared behind the door, the deserted mansion seemed vast and eerily silent, leaving only Ian standing there. He let out a long breath, as if shedding 1,000 burdens. Yet at the same time, a heavier, lonelier weight settled on him. Ian looked at the box on the table and thought to himself, "Now only this necklace remains." Ian reached into his pocket and pulled out something else, a small vial of liquid with a strange, dark, purple-blue glow, an antidote to black magic, and he whispered, "And this one." The scene shifts to Vang Na's house, where a hurried servant of the Dragon Clan rushes in to report to him. The Crown Prince remains in his room, refusing to come out, and according to the palace maid, he is very weak. He continued to report on the situation in the Imperial Palace, saying that although the Emperor had been treated and had passed the critical stage, he was still in a coma. Even if he wakes up, his organs are damaged, and he may have negative sequelae. Vang Na rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "He's holding on longer than I expected." He looked anxious and worried, and Vang Na thought that if my father's condition improved, it wouldn't be good for us. Demphin immediately spoke up, saying he would buy one of the royal alchemy masters first. He said it's best for us to act early to prevent any surprises. The nobles don't care about Prince Hayden. They doubt his ability to rule because he can't handle the country's issues at such a critical time. Vang Na, Avantos, and their henchmen all paid close attention. Demphin announced that Royal Knight Squad 2 had been placed under house arrest and was under investigation, and the council was discussing stripping Captain Oliver Zeewood of his title. Avantos smiled. Everything was going smoothly according to plan. "Very good, now we just wait, and I will witness him step onto the golden throne." Vang Na was not as optimistic. He appeared worried and suspicious. Strangely, Ian Fa hasn't made any move and is just waiting for the situation to unfold, which is unlike him. I'm sure he's plotting something. Just as the atmosphere was deep in thought, another henchman suddenly rushed in, looking distraught, and called out, "Your Highness!" Demphin immediately angrily scolded him, "What's going on? I told you not to disturb us." And the henchman bowed hurriedly, apologizing, "Please forgive me." He looked confused and reported, but Ian Fa was approaching the Imperial Palace, and both Vang Na and Demphin appeared surprised. He lowered his head, closed his eyes to think, and said, "Let's end our meeting here today." Vang Na turned to suggest to Avantos, who calmly replied, "Fine." Outside, the steady footsteps grew louder and more confident as Ian Fa approached. Ian arrived at the door of Vang Na's room. The heavy wooden door leading into the 5th Prince's chamber appeared before him without hesitation. He spoke in a cold voice, his words passing through the thick door. "Your Highness, the owner of the Ivory Tower." Ian Fa requests an audience with Your Highness, and he tells the attendants to let him in. Ian steps inside, his sharp gaze sweeping through the opulent yet suffocating room. Rangna Green River stood there with a terrifyingly calm expression, raised her head, and offered a perfect, sinister smile, but her eyes showed no trace of joy. "It's been a long time since we last met. Tower Master Ian Fa, you stand there silently, not bothering to greet him, hatred boiling in your chest, yet your face remains cold." Rangna sighed deeply, her voice filled with regret. "This is our first meeting since Hurbeck was executed." He rambled on, saying that many unfortunate events had occurred during that time. Rangna's shoulders trembled as if holding back tears, showing her pain and saying, "I still can't believe such a thing happened to my father, and I couldn't even see him when he was like that. This has caused me great suffering." He turned back, his sorrowful face suddenly hardening, and then asked, "So, at that moment? Why did you come to see me?" Ian Fa remained silent, his eyes seeming to pierce through the dark heart of the person acting out a play before him. He took a deep breath, his low yet weighty voice echoing as he slowly questioned, "What are you planning to do?" "What are you talking about, Tower Master?" Ian didn't let him evade, stepping forward and pressing on. He continued, "Sir Paul Lenz has been influenced by dark magic. The reason is because of the meeting with Knight Dempel Moritz, captain of the Royal Knights, and the Prince, who surely has a connection to the Longren realm and the Lion's Order. As for those involved in teaching the Black Demon magic, they have always been close to the Crown Prince." Rangna remained silent, listening with an unusually calm expression, as if he already knew everything. Ian firmly declared, "Your Royal Highness, this is all part of his plan." He chuckled softly, shook his head, and sat back. "What are you talking about? That's just slander." Rangna analyzed that if Paul Lenz was influenced by dark magic and wanted to kill his father, Wouldn't he be held responsible afterward because he is the one investigating dark magic? He spread his arms, pretending to be innocent, listening to the poem, and I have never heard of what the order of the lineage is.
How could I have formed an alliance with a gang I didn't even know existed? And besides, all my actions are monitored by the Tower of Russia, and I am under house arrest, so I can't even step outside the palace. The Tower of Russia calls itself the palace's watchdog, so they should know better than me.
Ian remains silent, then warns your highness that I can use a lie detection spell. Ian steps forward and says, I know everything you just said is a lie. You are involved in the Order of the Line and have made a pact with someone using dark magic. You stand facing Jiang Na and assert that he is the leader of this gang. He casually responds that it is the conclusion of that woman. Yan looked at Jiang Na with a hateful expression. He lowered his face, not out of tears, but because he was laughing. Your family is more naive than I thought. So what do you plan to do? Do you think I will admit that I made up that story because I was afraid of what you said about her? Rang Na threatened. Ian, if what you say is true, do you have any proof? He mentioned the death of the second Imperial Knight Captain, Baolins, the assassin who died after he poisoned the Emperor, and even with that great interrogation spell, no lies were uncovered in his confession. Rang Na sneered, her face as cold as a blade slicing into the heart, speaking softly. Baolins bit vao loi va im lang. Ayan nge sung, long day tu han. He continued speaking, but still you came here on your own, truly foolish. He appeared extremely confident and asserted, Ian Fa, you have lost and I have been chosen.
Rang Na called out, Mr. Avantos.
He then appeared behind Ian, a thick, cold, and oppressive wave of black energy surging forward. He began to cast a level 8 dark magic spell. You turned around in shock, feeling an overwhelming pressure weighing down on your shoulders. Ian looked at Avantos with confusion, realizing he was the one he saw in Baolin's memory. The man then grinned maliciously and asked, You're quite an interesting guy, Ian, aren't you? Avantos said, You have deduced the whole truth. He used dark magic to control Ian. Avantos looked at you and said, That torn shirt looks very familiar. He approaches, grabbing Ian's shirt and says, It's like I can't forget this. I never expected to see it here. You try to observe the enemy. Quick thoughts flash through your mind. His appearance, his lineage, a dragonborn. Avantos turned to ask Rang Na, Prince, you asked me to make this one your pawn, right? Rang Na replied, Yes, I still need him. Avantos immediately drew his sword and said, Fine. Ian looked distressed and his eyes turned a fiery red. Yin crosses his arms and stands still, facing forward with his body unmoving. Rang Na asked, Is it over now? And Avantos replied, Yes. Rang Na looked suspicious and asked again, but he seemed no different at all. Avantos shows his displeasure and says, You doubt me too much. Avantos then calls out, Ian, go ahead, hurt yourself. Rang Na nervously looked at Avantos and asked, hesitating, What did you just say? Without another word, he followed, as Ian prepared to harm himself with a blade made of ice. Rang Na urgently shouted, Stop! Wait! Hold on! And tightly gripped the knife as he yelled, Stop! Wait! Ian froze, and all three fell silent. You stand there frozen, the sharp knife stained with Ian's blood. Rang Na, still trembling, urgently said enough. Avantos said, From now on, proceed according to your plan. He turned away and said, I'm going to rest now. Avantos disappears, leaving Rang Na and Ian alone in the spacious room. He stares intently at his new puppet. Rang Na's face still bears the tension from before. He needs one final confirmation. Rang Na continued to stare intently at him, his expression growing more and more tense. Rang Na called out, Ian poured, and he asked seriously, Who is the servant of the ruler actually? You show no hesitation, kneeling on one knee to show respect. Ian bows his head in absolute obedience and replies in an admiring tone, The one who will rise to the top of this empire, the fifth prince, Rang Na Green River. He smiled, easing some of the tension and suspicion from his face. Someone knocked on Hayden's door. As his butler, he came to inform Hayden that the Crown Prince, Please prepare to attend the conference taking place this afternoon. He replied calmly, Oh yes, that's right. Today indeed, I mean this is a conference convened by Ian using his authority under the guise of the Tower's master. Rang Na, holding her face, said, I haven't seen Ian in a long time, so I can't meet him in my current state. Can you help me look a bit better today? I am counting on you. He replied respectfully, Yes, Your Highness. The conference is about to start, and all the nobles, powerful and influential people have gathered here to hear the decision. A young man asked, Is this the first time the Tower Nga owner has organized a gathering like this? The girl replied, Yes, it seems like he gathered both the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince to participate as well. A man thought,
They've always been silent about these things, but I guess they're talking about that now, another person asked in surprise. Really?
He immediately explained, "Don't you know? It's about which of the two will inherit next." The crowd buzzed with speculation, wondering if Jan would support the crown prince or not. Hasn't Lord Yian always supported him? A young man shook his head and said, "But recently there are rumors that Lord Yian has met the fifth prince at his palace." Someone else asked, "Did Lord Yian meet the fifth prince?" The young man analyzed, "Recently, many troubling things have been happening." "Is that so? And since the crown prince has acted quite disappointingly, maybe Yian has changed his mind." Hayden stepped in, looking surprised, and seeing Yian, he happily called out to him, "Yian?" Hayden hurriedly ran to Yian and said, "Long time no see, Yian. Have you been well lately?" Hayden said, "Just seeing you makes me feel better. I've missed you so much." He remained silent. He reached out to put a hand on Yian's shoulder and said, "Hey, if you don't mind, we could meet up after the conference." Without a word, he brushed Hayden's hand away, leaving him stunned and confused. Hayden stared at Yian, who appeared indifferent, like a stranger, as Hayden choked out his name. He bowed his head in apology, asking for the deity's forgiveness. But the deity still had other matters to attend to. Hayden scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I see. All right. So maybe we can meet after you finish your work. The logistics team is calling. The master is waiting." They asked Jan to please come into the conference hall. He quietly left. Hayden watched him go, his heart troubled, his face thoughtful, and a bit confused. The meeting officially began. Yin addressed the entire council and the noble attendees, thanking all the esteemed members of the Elder Council and the nobles for participating in this meeting. He said that our empire has just endured a terrible tragedy, as a conspiracy to assassinate Emperor Paul Lenz, and the emperor has not regained consciousness even after 15 days have passed. Hayden listened, his face filled with sadness. Yin continued, "Even if he truly regains consciousness, there is no guarantee he will be able to bear the responsibilities he once held. It is time to make a choice, and I am sure all of you are aware of that." The nobles showed particular concern. Yin emphasized that our ruler has fallen. The empire is now in a state of alert, and enemies at the border are mocking us. The fear that once engulfed our land has now turned into a chaotic mess across those territories. As the future of the empire is so unstable, we must face reality calmly. Vang Na sat listening with a confident expression. Yan mentioned the position of emperor to determine who would become the rightful ruler. "You said that merely showing a good exterior is not enough to save our empire." Yan emphasized that what we need now is a leader who can lead us out of the current crisis, stabilize the empire, and restore political stability among the three nations. "You believe that someone capable of making the Green River Empire the greatest nation in history should be the one to wear the crown," Yan said seriously, "and that is also why Yan Fa, the master, fell. You have placed your hand on the table to show your serious assessment, and declared during this conference that Yan Fa has decided to announce our support for the bloodline of the great emperor, the fifth prince, Rangna Green River, shocking everyone in the council and all present." They started to look at each other, bewildered and hesitant. Hayden fell silent. Rang Na had already foreseen the outcome, and he smirked. He stepped forward and called out loudly, "Yan!" Hayden reached out toward you. Hayden grabbed Yan's shirt, hiding his face and trembling. The aides hurriedly intervened. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." He questioned, "Yan, how could you seem so calm?" Hayden punched him in the face. The aides desperately tried to stop him. "Please stop, Your Highness." "Your Highness," he shouted, "let go of me, get away." He walked away, his heart heavy, while Hayden cried and looked at Yan, shouting his name loudly, "Yan!" The scene shows Hayden's room window at night. He is still lying awake, unable to sleep. Suddenly, a figure appears outside the window, and that is Captain Oliver. A voice rang out, "Your Highness, it's me, Oliver." Hayden was surprised and stammered 3 words. "Your Excellency, Captain." Hayden opened the door and immediately asked, "Why are you here so late? You should be at home now." "Your Highness, it's an urgent situation and there's no time to explain. Please put on something warm and we must leave immediately." I were asked what is going on, that suddenly you're like this. Where are we going? As the wardrobe opened, Oliver reached out and brushed past the robes, stopping briefly before saying, "There is a secret passage behind the throne that leads through there without being detected by others." Holding the cloak in his hand, Oliver stepped closer to Hayden, his voice steady despite his thoughts, and said, "All the soldiers of the second palace are standing guard outside the door, Your Highness." Hayden staggered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he asked to confirm he hadn't misheard. Suddenly, Oliver knelt down and reached out his hand to help him, because he knew Hayden was very worried at this moment. "Your Highness, we must leave immediately." My brother's voice trembled slightly, hesitant but still trusting Oliver. He placed his hand on the captain's arm, and after a while, the two of them arrived somewhere in the forest when suddenly many voices shouted together, "Your Highness, Hayden!" A young man holding the reins with a gentle smile on his face clearly says, "We're here now? We've been waiting so long." Hayden stammers, "Everyone." Hayden's appearance made them all rejoice. They missed the prince so much, he looks much thinner than the last time we saw each other. Meanwhile, Hayden widened his eyes, unable to hide his confusion because he had no idea what was going on. He turned to look at Oliver and said, "Can someone please explain what's happening? Why are they all gathered here?" At this moment, Oliver suddenly told the prince that the palace and the royal city were no longer safe. He continued, "That is why from now on the Imperial Guards will protect you, and they will escort you to the Pierrick residence." After hearing Oliver's explanation, Hayden was quite surprised and wanted to confirm once more. "Isn't the Pierrick estate located on Ian's territory?" "Oh, why there?" Oliver quickly urged Hayden to leave, saying he would explain more on the way. "Please allow us to escort you, Your Excellency." Hayden gradually understood the issue but still wanted to warn them in advance. "Wait a moment, not to mention this could cost you your titles or even your heads for treason." Hayden's face showed clear concern as he continued speaking. "Your title could be angered or even more seriously, executed for treason." Oliver boldly asks who gave the order. Hayden suddenly asks, "What?" Oliver replied confidently, "We are your sword and shield. The only one who can command us is you, His Highness Hayden, the only one with us who could replace you. No matter how strong the enemy, protecting you from them is our duty." Everyone suddenly knelt down and said that we will continue to fight and protect you. Their eyes full of hope and desire to fight alongside Hayden to the end, boldly asked for permission, so please allow us to continue fulfilling our oath from before. Hayden, moved by their fearless spirit, murmured softly, covering his face with one hand as if helpless, and finally understood. Hayden orders Captain Oliver to explain clearly what is happening on the way. The scene shifts to Jiang Na. Lord Demphin hurried to Jiang Na to deliver the news. "Your Highness, we have a small problem." Jiang Na immediately asked what was wrong, and he began to explain that Hayden was lost at dawn. In addition, the second prince's guards have been acting modestly lately and have already left with weapons. His face clearly shows concern. "Has anyone found out where they went?" Mr. Demphin quickly responded that, according to the witness's testimony, they headed east. Upon hearing this, he immediately took action. Then, early in the morning, he informed the fifth prince, and we dispatched troops to pursue them and will continue to send more soldiers. But Jiang Na casually said it wasn't necessary, they are heading to the Pierrick residence. His calmness comes from knowing the way to the Pierrick residence well and understanding the terrain. There are monsters everywhere, but with Oliver Rehud and all the beast soldiers, we won't have any problems, so our reckless actions are the ones wasting our strength. Mr. Demphin still doesn't know what to do right now. Ngok paused and asked, "So?" Rang Na understood his reaction and immediately ordered, "Forget about them. Tracking Vanessa's whereabouts is more important than chasing after that tricky mage Jian, who has already simulated the case of dark magic interfering when hiding his mother, and still refuses to say anything about her." Then he silently thought that Ivantes couldn't still be under his control, and it seemed he had already erased all his memories himself. Demphin, hearing this, respectfully asked Rang Na, "What is the point of us deliberately searching for the owner of the Nga Tower's mother? She is also a very strong person." Rang Na confidently replied, "Yan's weakness is his mother." Is it not strange that such a cunning villain suddenly came here and agreed to become my puppet, even if it involves dark magic? He's definitely planning something, so we must find Vanessa Fa at all costs to prevent any unexpected trouble. Demphin placed his hand on his back, bowed his head to show understanding, and said, "Yes, I understand now." After he went out, he let out a sigh of relief. Rang Na worriedly thought, "Everything is going too smoothly. I really feel uneasy." "What exactly are you planning, Yanfa?" At this moment, in a Russian castle filled with blinding sunlight, Hayden and Oliver are standing in the corridor discussing something. As the discussion was still ongoing, a sudden voice rang out from behind, revealing that you were here, causing both of them to turn around simultaneously. It was P. Eric who, as he walked, asked with a glance toward Hayden if he felt any discomfort. Hayden smiled and replied, "No. Thank you for your hospitality and for my unexpected presence. I will remember this." Callian showed clear regret and regretful words. "There is nothing to love. This is my lifelong honor." Suddenly, his eyes dimmed with regret as he said, "I was actually a bit surprised to receive Ian's letter. I am very sorry and hope the king is in good health." P. Eric and Callian bowed and placed their hands on their chests, with a calm yet firm voice, as a declaration of fulfilling the duty to protect the crown prince. P. Eric's family in the east will join the prince as per Ian's request.
Please rest now. We will ensure safety with anyone after they leave.
Hayden's face gradually relaxed into a gentle smile, and P. Eric's kindness was evident as he said that the head of the P. Eric family is truly a good person, strong and cheerful. Thinking back, Lord Callian and the commanders are also here. Oliver's eyes sparkled as if agreeing with Hayden, his voice tinged with pride and approval. That's right, he is my lord's cousin. He taught me swordsmanship when I was young. Hayden's face darkened as he said, I see, Ian has planned everything. He softly continued, Captain, Ian was truly influenced by the dark magic. Oliver corrected him. No, it was the witch. Hayden turned away and said, It's nothing. Ian probably chose the fifth prince. Ragna has been better than me in every way since childhood. It's annoying, but it's the truth. Maybe Ian thought the same way, just like the nobles believed he would become an outstanding king. Oliver understood Hayden's feelings when he said these things and reassured him that it was impossible to happen. Oliver's eyes focused on Hayden as he repeated the words Ian once said years ago, both a reminder and reassurance. 6 years ago, Ian promised to fight, and he said he would never support the fifth prince. Oliver's eyes now shine brightly, his smile wide, and his voice full of energy. Please trust Ian, your majesty. He surely has a plan. Going back a few days, outside the rain was pouring heavily, water splashing against the window, wind howling through the open door, and the sound of rain was steady like a heartbeat, making the inside space even more silent and tense. Oliver seemed unsure whether to believe what he was hearing and wanted Ian to clarify once more. Ian, could you please repeat that? Ian's eyes remained calm, his voice slow and clear, each word carefully spoken without any wavering. I will go meet Ragna and allow him to perform the dark ritual on me. If the prince finds out, I am sure he will stop me. You must not tell him about this. When Oliver realized Ian's plan, he couldn't bear to see Ian face danger alone and lost control. Oliver shouted, That's too dangerous. You must not do it. Ian remained calm, as if he had considered this for a long time and was prepared to face any danger ahead. He still spoke in a calm voice. Ragna won't kill me immediately because he wants me alive more than dead, since I will be more useful to him. Ian's eyes turned cold and full of determination. Like a blade, he placed one hand on his back with a strong motion, as if carving his own vow. His voice rang out. I am a level 6 mage, the master of the Fallen Tower, a position that greatly influences the politics and diplomacy of the kingdom. Ragna will take advantage of this to seize the throne. Ian emphasized each word carefully. I don't want to be exploited by him again, but Oliver seems to be trying to understand the deeper meaning behind Ian's sharp words, feeling a bit confused and surprised, thinking to himself, again, Ian seems to have already mapped out the plan and wants to be the one to uncover it. He pondered and said, If I do this, I will be able to learn Ragna's plan and those who are in contact with him. Ian looked at Oliver with deep, sorrowful eyes, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as if he had entered a dangerous path that only he could bear. Every word I am about to say is an order if I reveal my support for him to keep everyone safe. The person should go to the east where the Pierrecht family and the crown prince are. I will send a letter to the ruler of that land. Even though I understand Ian's plan, I still can't hide my worry. A tear falls down my thoughtful face as I say, But Lord Ian, we need someone to lift that dark spell for you. There is no emperor or place left for us to trust anymore. Ian's usually serious eyes suddenly spark with a strange light, and he softly smiles, full of hidden meaning as if holding a secret only he knows. No, there is still one person, someone Ragna never expected. A friend we can trust. Transition scene to a large, quiet room, Harry sitting by the bed with a sorrowful gaze. Looking towards the Emperor's bed, he lies unconscious and motionless, and she cannot help but feel sorrowful as she calls out softly, Father. Though she knows he cannot respond now, she still whispers, as both a message and a longing for him to hear, Ian has announced support for the fifth prince, and her brother has also left. Ragna is about to seize the throne, and at this point, Harry can no longer pretend to be strong. She weeps uncontrollably, not knowing how to handle everything. Each word torn from a heart so overwhelmed with pain it's hard to breathe. Her voice choked as she asks what she should do. Who should I believe now? All the beautiful memories from the past suddenly come to Harry's mind, and once again, she cannot believe that those seemingly genuine gestures were all lies. A faint shadow of memories envelops Harry's mind, making her unable to believe that what is happening is real. In that heavy silence, Harry softly whispers a desperate plea, even though her heart desperately wants to believe in those days. The princess softly whispered like a prayer, like a plea, like a heart suffocating with fear. Please, wake up, Father.
Suddenly, a voice echoed and shattered the heavy atmosphere. "This is Lord Kelvin." Harry quickly wiped away her tears and said, "Come in, Kelvin."
She stepped closer to Kelvin, standing in front of him, her voice gentle yet calm and curious. "Is something wrong?" Kelvin's face was serious, but his tone carried a hint of caution, as if assessing Harry's reaction. "Your Highness, may I have a moment to talk?" The confusion was clearly visible on her face. "Princess, please accept this." Harry looked at the box in front of him with curiosity and asked Kelvin, "What is this?" His voice slowly explained with a heavy sense of responsibility, saying that a few days ago, the owner of the fallen was asked by the deity to protect it, and that he was instructed to give it to her. Harry opened her eyes wide, clearly confused and puzzled, and she instinctively exclaimed loudly, filling the room with her voice. Kelvin startled, gently placing his finger to his lips to signal Harry to be quiet, reminding him that the secret messenger was instructed to deliver it to her. He bowed his head, one hand raised in a respectful gesture, and said farewell to Harry. "It was time for the messenger to leave, Your Highness." She tightly held the box, but her eyes still looked toward Kelvin with curiosity and wonder. She hesitated for a moment before sitting at the table and gently opening the box, the faint glow of the necklace revealing that this ring was no ordinary item. Below is a vial of liquid, and hidden beneath it is a letter from the owner of the box. Harry picks up the letter, opens it, and reads it. "Dear Princess, I am sure you are very surprised. By the time this letter reaches you, I will probably have become a completely different person because of the black magic. The reason I am writing this letter to you is because I need your help. The Emperor's poisoning was not intentional by Vice Commander of the Imperial Knights, Miss Bong, but was caused by dark magic and a high-level anonymous mage, the Fifth Prince, collaborating with them to plot against the Emperor and seize the throne. To uncover the truth and the real culprit behind this, I will become a puppet of the Fifth Prince." The necklace in the box was left by the late Queen. It bears a curse from a high-level mage of 8th rank or higher capable of destroying dark magic. If you find this letter, please wear it on your body. The inscription on the bracelet will destroy the black magic cast on me. That solution is a poison made from landior flowers, a special herb that can neutralize mana in the body and is also a deadly toxin capable of killing a wizard if this necklace cannot destroy the dark magic on the person. In her hand, she is holding a beautiful colored vial of potion, but she keeps pouring it out and drops the bottle, asking him to use it to kill her. The sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. It turns out Ragna and Ian are approaching. Harry calmly greets them. It's been a long time since he saw Ragna. She asked further, "Have you met your father yet?" Ragna, feeling amused, arrogantly replied, "He is also my father, and since I am no longer imprisoned, I must carry out my mission." Harry calmly replied, "I understand," then turned to observe Ian's expression, still maintaining his usual composure. "It's been a while since I saw the Tower Master. Are you well?" Ian did not answer Harry, which confirms the suspicion in letter E is true. "Ragna, can I talk to Ian now? He doesn't seem to mind, so it's fine." The Fifth Prince reminded Ian, "Ian, after you finish your conversation, please come to me immediately." After the Fifth Prince left, she spoke, "Ian, this way, please." After arriving at Harry's place, she thought for a moment before speaking. "I remember you, Lord Ian, but I guess you're not pleased to see me. Do you remember the things I did for you? I am here to return the item you entrusted to me. Could you bow your head?" After you bow, Harry places the necklace from the box around Ian's neck. A few moments later, the necklace's power caused Ian to suffer and collapse, bleeding heavily. She fearfully called out, "Lord Ian, Lord Ian, are you okay?" The power of the 8th level mage's curse was indeed formidable, but after a few moments, the magic on Ian was completely dispelled. You gradually realize that the person sitting anxiously in front of you is the princess. Harry, knowing the magic chant has been eliminated, is overjoyed as she embraces Ian, feeling shy. I was quite surprised when Harry hugged me tightly, calling her princess, and she, overwhelmed with fear, couldn't hold back her tears. "How could you do this? How could I possibly kill you?" Ian remembered that beautiful colored potion, that thing. "I honestly believe I had to risk my life for you to trust me, but I am glad the magic circle was destroyed properly. I was worried the spell in that necklace would have no effect." Hearing this, she was quite angry because Ian dared to take such a risk. "What? You weren't sure if that spell would work or not, but you still did something so dangerous." Recalling all the dangers I've faced before, I only feel incredibly lucky now. Sometimes taking risks can lead to growth. That's how I've managed to survive here. Seeing Harry worried sitting across from me, I feel a bit guilty and try to comfort her, thanking her for trusting me, Princess. She was very happy after saving Ian from the magic song, "No, you returned and I was very glad." Harry helped Ian to stand up and said, "There are many things I want to ask you. First of all, did you notice anything? Ian knew this was the right moment to tell the princess about this very important matter.
Your Highness, the power of the dragon sect is much greater than I imagined. The leader of the Dragon Order is Lord Herbert Leon, and its high-ranking members are also nobles with great authority.
Even Delphin Morris, who has served your majesty for decades as the captain of the royal family's knights, is involved. She couldn't believe the words just revealed to her, unable to imagine that someone trusted by the royal family would do this behind the king's back. What? The day and night shift? Ian continued. The Dragon King's chosen one is nicknamed the Dragon Person, a figure everyone believed had been special since 300 years ago. He can transform into a human form and easily use 8th level magic, like an advanced mage. The boy angrily explained that the 5th prince had finally freed the Long Person, who had been sealed by Michelle Green River and was in collusion with him. She couldn't believe it and was terrified, trembling all over. Oh my God, how could Zhang Na be so foolish, she thought. He softly voiced his suspicion. It seemed this was something he had been planning for a long time. Long's goal is not to succeed the royal family, but to trigger a war to conquer territories. The royal palace is now in the hands of the 5th prince, so currently the threat to the princess's life is no longer just poison. Please, princess, do not trust anyone and always stay close to his majesty. Harry is very worried about your safety, but what about Lord Ian? To reassure her, Ian still chooses to reveal the plan he has devised to deal with the 5th prince. He will continue to pretend that he is under the influence of dark magic and stay close to the 5th prince. Although she understood Ian's power, she was still very worried about him. Why outside, he had no choice but to find a way himself.
I need to find out how Michelle Green River managed to kill the dragon. There are no records of this in the Library of the Fallen, but maybe I'll find something in the royal castle.
Harry thought of a diary given by King Ian. I want to show this to you. Come with me for a moment. Ian was very curious when he saw the diary, and she handed it to him.
Here, Harry explains, and hopes that the diary can help him. This is the royal family heirloom given by the king.
It is a first-class relic of the royal mage, Michelle Green River. Perhaps this is the journal recorded by many generations of his ancestors. Ian hesitated and asked, maybe? Harry sadly replied, I'm just guessing, because no one has ever been able to break this seal. According to the records, Sir Michelle Green River was a level 5 mage, but the seal on the diary is a much higher level spell. Harry hands the diary to Ian. Can he break this seal? You worryingly tell Harry I will try. Ian comes up with the best solution he can think of, which is to transfer mana into the journal. Trying to read it without disappointing your expectations, you have discovered what is written in the diary. This is the Dragon Gate. Harry was overjoyed. The seal has been broken, Sir Ian. Please try reading it. You start opening the journal, read the contents inside, and explain to her. This is indeed the record left by our ancestors, starting from the post-war Longmen era, mainly to commemorate the mages and knights who sacrificed themselves for the kingdom, as well as to outline plans to leave the destroyed lands and rebuild the Tower of the Dead. There are also studies on how to cast magic. One word in the content caught your attention, and you know this word. Fan, Ian doubted. Why is that boring name in there? Keep reading. That night, Fan came to find me, and my intuition told me I would never see him again. I will definitely keep that promise until I die. I have written down his last words in this diary in the language of the lineage. Suddenly, everything around him became silent. All the vibrant colors faded away. Now, everything, including the princess and the surrounding objects, was reduced to shades of black, white, and gray. Ian worriedly calls out, Princess, do you think time has stopped? You notice a blinding light coming from behind the door. Ian steps forward and opens it, revealing an endless expanse before him. A land you've never set foot on before. This is it. I saw a person sitting far ahead on a large rock and couldn't help but wonder who they were. As I approached, I asked, Excuse me? Hearing that call, a man with a mysterious black cloak turned his head to look back. Ian stepped forward and asked, I want to ask what place this is and who you are. The calm voice from the mysterious black-clad figure echoes, This place is a time repository, a location beyond dimensions. Ian skeptically repeats what he just heard. A time repository, you say?
He added that it's hard to explain it by human definitions. So simply put, Ian, this place preserves all the time from your space.
His eyes widened more than before, showing more admiration than ever. A few seconds later, Ian regained his composure, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing, as if to ask how he knew who he really was, and how he could know my name. Still with that mysterious expression, he said my name is known to humans as the First Mage or the Golden Dragon, and as he finished speaking, Ian seemed to pause for a moment. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise, because in his mind he suddenly thought that the golden dragon was something only found in legends, holding the power of time. The first wizard recorded in history as the one who developed magic. Ian silently wondered if they were the same person. Before he could even hope for a moment of relief, he quickly heard a voice from the other person. "Finding this place means you know Michelle. He has made a serious mistake. I don't think he will let that lumberjack live." He remembered what he said back then. I don't understand why he let that thing live in this space. At that time, he wondered whether it was empathy or revenge. Human emotions are so complex and unbelievable, yet very detailed. Ian looked confused. "Wait a minute, what are you talking about? What is your relationship with Michelle Green River?" the mysterious person replied softly. "We are very close, after all. I am the one who granted him the power to eliminate the beasts." Ian's once gentle legs suddenly tensed, but he remained calm as he asked, "If what you say is true, let me ask one question." Ian's clenched fists tightened even more as he asked, "Why don't you do it yourself instead of giving your power to Michelle Green River?" The man in the black cloak still stands there and slowly responds that long ago, humans had to endure suffering because of dark magic, and that the conquering power, Dong's desire for it, led to the creation of an evil force called dark magic. According to him, dark magic created by the dragon people is as greedy as its origin. It has distorted human souls and destroyed the world's balance, resulting in one catastrophe after another. At this point, he felt even more helpless because even after countless people suffered, I still couldn't intervene. Dong does not interfere with the human world. The laws have existed since this world was created. The divine messenger said, but that doesn't mean we can sit idly by. The root of that suffering comes from Dong's power. Suddenly, he instinctively turned in another direction. I broke the rules and intervened in human history. Ian now seemed to understand everything and slowly replied, "The first mage, so to fight against dark magic, the magic was passed down to humans." That person quickly responded, "Yes, but that's still not enough. When a great disaster strikes, humans fall, and they need a hero to lift them back up. So, I shared my power with a human." The boy hesitated, half believing, half doubting, and then said, "That was the hero Michelle Greenlee just now." He added that he is a smart and compassionate child, and even though his best friend is royalty, he always prioritizes humans over power. A hint of reflection on Michelle revealed his continued thoughts. Michelle spent his entire life trying to destroy dark magic, but a single mistake rendered all his efforts meaningless. He continued to explain and analyze to you that humans are imperfect creatures, and I, who lost my memory and interfered in the human world, cannot solve this problem. I hope that I will once again remember my mission. That person is reminiscing about what remains in their memory. I have sealed all remaining time within a human body, with no memories of anything. I have traveled around the world, to places my feet have taken me, compared to the time that has passed. It was just a fleeting moment, but every second was glorious and full of life. As he spoke, he unconsciously took off his hat and cloak, then continued, "And when I met that girl, it was the same." Ian now with a look of surprise as he hears him say a name. Vanessa. He seems to relive once more the precious old memories that have passed. She is a genuine and lovely person. The time I spent with her was the most beautiful moment I've ever had in my long life, and I was given another gift. Each word spoken like a nail hammered into your hand. "I miss you so much." His eyes tenderly looked straight at Ian and uttered 4 words. "My son." So he was actually Fanfa, Ian's father. But Ian was stunned, his body trembling as June desperately begged, "Please don't say such meaningless words. My father has been dead for a long time." Hearing that, Fan admitted, "Yes, Fanfa has died. The only thing left here is a lost soul without a body and no longer exists. I have been waiting to meet you." Ian clenched his fists and replied firmly, "What you have done is not just waiting." At this moment, he suddenly unleashed all the frustration in his heart, shouting at Fan why he left because of his mother. Fan calmly replied to Ian that there are some goals that must be pursued for a lifetime. Fan explained that as time passed, the seal weakened and my memories began to return, and I realized what I needed to do. It was to completely eliminate dark magic, the plague of this world, and to protect the world where you and Vanessa live. But my time was too short. He said that leaving his family behind was unavoidable. Now, Fan faced Ian and said, "I hope you can find the life and happiness you desire." There was a slight hesitation on his face, but Ian still decided to reveal his purpose for coming here. "I didn't come here to talk about that. Although Ian hasn't yet stated his goal, he quickly understood that you're searching for a power that can eliminate the dragonkin." "The power?" Fan replied confidently. "You really think that the dragon source you're using and understanding is just because you're a high-level mage?" Ian silently pondered, thinking to himself, when did I start being able to use the dragon source? Fan suddenly stepped beside Ian and said, now I will awaken the sleeping power within you. But first, I should examine it. Now, Ian's face was still filled with confusion from the overwhelming amount of information he just received. And then Fan slowly took his hands out of his coat, closing the distance between him and Ian, and he said that he would awaken the hidden power within him. Fan paused for a moment. But we should check this first. Ian's eyes were a bit surprised at this moment when he heard those words. His father continued to speak to ease the tension, revealing the life he truly desired, but had yet to realize. An unexpected surprise suddenly struck, briefly transporting Ian's subconscious to a place in the future, and he struggled to open his eyes as a refreshing breeze brushed over his body. At this moment, Ian suddenly realizes that he is sitting under the shade of a very large tree, and after a few moments to regain his composure, he instinctively exclaims, "Where am I?" Ian gradually stands up, his steps unsteady, still thinking to himself that he must have just been with Fan. At that moment, a girl with familiar blonde hair appeared, and Ian looked closer. Beside her was a very cute little girl. Before he could recognize who she was, the girl turned to look at Ian affectionately, revealing that she was indeed Princess Harry. All thoughts suddenly vanish as she speaks. "Are you awake now?" Seeing Ian stand still, Harry gently reaches up and tucks his hair behind his ear before continuing to scold him softly. "Really, we rarely have time to go out together as a family, and yet you're sleeping." Seeing that you still stand there with an innocent look, she continued speaking, saying that you've been very busy lately, that you've overworked yourself, and that she will scold your brother and tell him to reduce your workload. Hearing this, you seemed to have somewhat regained your composure, a faint smile appearing on Ian's face, and a voice called out from his mouth, "Princess." Hearing that, Harry smiled and replied, "You called me that again. Are you still not fully awake yet?" She continued to smile and then choked back her words, "Princess, it's been a long time since I heard that." Ian's face was filled with panic as he silently thought, "It's been a long time." Before he could get an answer, Harry turned around and shouted, "Johanna, Dad and son are awake." The call grew louder. "Come here and hug your dad." Johanna recognized the signal from her mother and quickly stood up and turned around. The clear voice of the girl called out happily, "Dad!" Johanna ran quickly to the two, shouting loudly, "Dad!" Johanna hurried over, hugging Ian's leg tightly and then nestling her head into his chest shyly. Ian looked down absent-mindedly and gently replied, "What's going on?" Harry suddenly looked at Ian with confusion and then asked, "Why are you just standing there like that?" As she spoke, her eyes drifted down to her daughter, as if signaling Ian to hold Johanna and go. At this moment, his hand gently rested on Johanna's shoulder, and she slowly looked up at Ian. Then Johanna buried her face in his chest as if seeking love, holding Ian tightly and softly, calling out, "Dad." Ian's eyes welled up with tears as tears appeared in his eyes, and he gently patted her small back, as if to comfort her. At the same time, Harry stood beside the father and son with a satisfied smile. A family full of love, simple but happy. For a moment, that warm embrace suddenly turned into an empty void. A deep sense of loss etched on Ian's face. Ian slowly looked down at his hands. As he was lost in his thoughts, his father's voice interrupted him. "What did you see?" Still looking lost, Ian's eyes hadn't left those hands. He replied, a child with eyes and hair color just like mine." Ian hesitated for a moment before finally whispering the name Hana. He continued, "When I held her, the scent, her voice, and that weight made me feel warm." The hug from earlier still lingers in Ian's mind, and he hesitantly asks, "What exactly was that?" His father quickly responds, "That is love." He looked straight into his son's eyes, with tenderness and meaning, as a powerful spell that nurtures a person, and a very ordinary word. Ian felt something stirring deep in his heart, attentively listening to the heartfelt words from his fan. They will do everything for the ones they love and fight to protect it, while also gaining the courage to keep living. What I want is the greatest thing and the bond of an ordinary life. Ian's puzzled face appeared once more as he asked, "A normal life like this? Just like it?" At this moment, the beautiful image of a dream reappeared in his mind. A tight hug for the little girl, a peaceful and happy smile from the wife, a family of 3 happily gathered together. Ian quietly sighed. "Too peaceful and beautiful to be my dream." His hands clenched tightly. Ian skeptically said to Fan, "I just saw my future, right?" Fan quickly replied, "Maybe or maybe not." He said, "Everything depends on your decision." Glancing up at that vast sky, the Fan fell silent for a few seconds before finally saying, "It seems it's time for you to go." As he stepped closer to Ian, Fan said firmly that he would awaken the long why within him. Then, he slowly placed his hand on the boy's hair, hesitating briefly before saying, with this final authority, I hope you will accomplish what I cannot. Finally, that hand touched Ian's head, and a surge of energy flowed into his body. Ian widened his eyes as if discovering something, secretly thinking that Fan's memories were being transferred to him. Ian exclaimed, this is a magnificent scene unfolding. An ancient divine beast reappears, surrounding his father's body, but this time not amidst countless stars and clouds, but in an extreme light so intense it could easily obscure others' vision. At this moment, Fan looked at Ian with a loving gaze and said, I will always be with you. After saying that, he like a child finally let go of his worries. I love you. At this moment, Ian was overwhelmed with emotion, gazing at his father as the two words, forever, still echoed in his mind. A flash of light blazed across, obscuring Ian's vision, and the image of his mother gently stroking his father's hair appeared before his eyes. Before he could see clearly, Ian was awakened by a loud call, a familiar voice of Harry asking, Ian, are you okay? Ian wondered to himself, what is this feeling? He immediately rubbed his red eyes to confirm if this was real or a dream, then replied, nothing's wrong. Something got into my eye. Suddenly, Ian's eyes widened in horror as he saw the levitating page on the table, and he silently thought Long Owen had been lost. Then he quickly looked at Harry and asked in a very surprised tone, Princess, do you remember the contents of this? Harry replied, No, I don't. At this point, it seems she has started to feel that something is not quite right, since that book was originally floating in the air. After thinking for a moment, Ian now seems to have understood everything and said, I understand. Harry noticed something strange in your expression and asked, So, have you found a way to defeat the Dragonkin? Ian replied immediately, I think I have. There's a way. Harry's hands suddenly grasped his. Those sparkling eyes looked at him unblinking and exclaimed in surprise, Really? That's amazing. Ian's face unexpectedly showed emotion. It was no longer the pale color from earlier, but now flushed with embarrassment. Then he tried to hide his embarrassment, turned to look at the princess and said, I think I need to talk to Jiangna. Please stay with him. The princess's longing face seemed to say everything. She was regretful. I can't help you. Ian, with a gentle smile, replied softly, Please take care of yourself. I will be fine. After everything is over, I will come back. Harry clasped your hands tightly, bowed his head, then spoke softly, You must come back. Ian's gentle demeanor fills the entire room. I promise I will respond. Transitioning scenes, the sound of footsteps echoes down the corridor, and a hurried voice of a man suddenly calls out behind Ian. Ian, please review it carefully. His voice grew closer and louder. It was Ronan, with his high eyebrows, beginning to persuade. Even though the war had ended and the continent was unified, small disputes still kept breaking out. Our empire needs an 8th-level mage hero, Ronan said, reaching out towards Ian's shadow and continuing. There are still many things you have to do in the Empire of the Ivory. Do you really want to abandon all of that? As a reminder and warning, Ronan declared, there is never a time when His Majesty allows you to leave, and at this moment, Ian's hands clenched with determination. I grit my teeth and turn to him and reply, whether he allows it or not, I will leave this capital city. I have also prepared all the necessary procedures for Lord Ronan to succeed as the next master of the Ivory Tower. Ronan's face shows eyes full of helplessness as he lets out a helpless cry. Ian. The boy coldly turns around and directly says, The person standing in front of you is not some level 8 hero mage at all, but it's just a monster. Ian insisted firmly, then turned and walked away. After a moment, Ian arrived at a room and slowly opened the door to go inside. When Ian just stepped in, Ragna called out, Ian, come in. He bowed his head, hands clasped in respect, then listened as Ragna sighed and said, I have read the letter you sent. With a doubtful expression, he asked Ian why. Why did you suddenly leave now? Ian lowered his head to listen to Ragna's next questions. Do you need a rest? If so, you can take a few months or even a few years off. He sighed and continued, I understand how hard you've worked to unify the Empire today. I know better than anyone, and I will agree to all your requests, giving you time to rest. A series of benefits are mentioned shortly after to persuade him to stay. He closes his eyes and continues speaking, as if trying to compromise, so you can appoint someone else as the acting tower master of the Russian tower while you're away, right? If you've recommended Ron On, I will let him serve as the temporary tower master of the Russian tower. Then I thank your majesty, I humbly accept. Then Ragna will tear the letter in half in front of Ian.
I will also recruit new people and adjust the strategies so that when I return, you won't feel unfamiliar. So after you've rested enough, you must return to this empire. En called out loudly, Your Majesty,
I will not come back anymore. A bead of sweat slowly traced down his face as Ian spoke slowly but firmly. The existence of the deity no longer benefits the future of this continent. Instead, it will only ignite discord and cause the empire to split apart. You spoke loudly, and therefore I humbly resign from all my positions and return to my homeland. The god will no longer use magic, but instead dedicate his life to correcting his mistakes. Therefore, I humbly ask for your understanding. Before I could finish speaking, Rang Na was too proud. I won't allow you. Saying that, he instinctively stood up, his face full of determination, saying, I won't let you diminish yourself. Rang Na's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he said loudly, Your contribution is the greatest in the entire empire. You should be proud of yourself. As Rang Na spoke, he stepped closer to Yan and said that no one dares to doubt your contributions to this empire. No citizen of this empire even dares to think about it. Standing before him, his voice slowed, his fierce face just now suddenly a bit confused, so forget about such trivial and meaningless things. Right now, you are still kneeling on the ground, slowly replying to Rang Na, even if you make me forget. But my hands are already covered in fresh blood, so how can I forget? Seeing Yan's helpless face, Rang Na changed to a softer tone and said, Yan, those are just a few unavoidable sacrifices. Yan bowed his head and silently admitted the painful truth. Yes, those unavoidable sacrifices were all made at the hands of the god and with his hands. Yan clenched his fists, recalling everything that had happened. Then he choked up. Using these very hands, the god had killed them. He really couldn't bear it anymore. Rang Na fell silent after hearing this and did not respond, allowing Yan to seize the opportunity to speak further. As a friend of yours, I beg you, please let me atone for my mistakes. Rang Na replied, Just because of such a matter, do you think I would abandon you after raising you to the throne? Having said that, he took a step back to pass behind you. We've been together for so long, such close friends, yet you ask me for this? Yan lowered his head, afraid to respond. Rang Na continued, Yan, I never imagined that we would have to part ways like this. As he spoke, he walked further and further away from you, leaving only his back before the magnificent marble hall. Yan still maintained the respectful stance reserved for that young man, and he slowly spoke loudly. My lord, are you really going to let Yan leave like that? He continued to attack. The remnants of the enemy and the rebel alliance are still lurking around our border regions. If the message about his departure gets leaked during this unstable situation, our position will be compromised. Furthermore, he has another man with him, and we also have to consider the possibility that he might join the rebels. If he changes his mind, taking the throne will only be a matter of time. A few whispers of gossip have just appeared. Some commoners worship him as a war hero and say he should be crowned, but his very existence is too dangerous. If Yan Fa is not our ally, we must definitely kill him. The scene shifts to Rang Na suddenly waking up in his room, his back pressed against someone else's chest, breathing rapidly as he reaches up to touch his pounding head. Rang Na shouted, Is anyone outside? And a servant quickly opened the door and replied, Yes, your majesty. Rang Na immediately ordered to summon the royal alchemist, Douglas Hammond. Right after, Douglas approached Rang Na's bed and asked how effective the medicine was this time. He continued, still unable to sleep, and Rang Na took the bowl of medicine in his hand. I replied absent-mindedly that nothing has changed. In fact, I feel the situation is getting worse. I hope you can give me a stronger medicine. Douglas looked at Rang Na with a slightly dissatisfied expression. That medicine contains herbs that can cause hallucinations. If you increase the dose even more, your health will be at risk. You need to explain further, and the medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. The important thing is that you must resolve the core issue. Hearing this, Rang Na froze, repeating what was just said, the root of the problem. While he was still pondering, Douglas quickly responded to him, causing him to be unable to fall asleep. Rang Na suddenly burst into loud laughter, saying this is not something I can solve alone. Holding the medicine bowl, he confessed that he was very afraid because his longtime friend had left him, and he feared that he might betray him and take over the empire. It turns out that what Rang Na fears is Ian, and the scene earlier was the darkest shadow in his heart. He is afraid of him. Then Rang Na continued, When he was still by my side, I could trust him, but after he left, I realized what kind of monster he really is. At this point, he imagined Ian holding the great Yuan Goithen staff, which is the thing he fears the most. Douglas's face suddenly hardened. If that's the case, then you can only kill that monster. Rang Na glared sharply at the alchemist. Are you really telling me to kill my own friend? Douglas hesitantly said, I really doubt he's your friend if he worries you that much. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to ask what should be done next. Douglas seemed to catch the signal and still had a way to kill him. Hearing that, Ragna's face showed a hint of surprise, but Douglas confidently said, "I can create a type of poison that can kill him." At this moment, Ian was sitting back in a chair, holding a book in his hand, when suddenly there was a knocking on the door outside. He took off his glasses and wondered who it could be. It's so late already. Then he approached to open the door, muttering to himself, "Who could it be?" Ian's eyes suddenly widened, sweat streaming down his face, his mouth trembling, feeling overwhelmed. On the opposite side, the familiar face appears clearly. So it's him, Ragna. He speaks first. "It's been a long time, Ian. Can I come in?" Ian's face is full of worry. He asks him like he's seeking an answer. "Why hesitate to come here?" Ragna chuckled softly and replied casually, even though he had resigned and gone into hiding, "We can still meet like this sometimes, right?" Holding a bottle of wine in his hand, he said while gripping it tightly, not as master and servant, but as friends. It seems Ian has gradually let go of his guard, one hand gesturing towards the house as an invitation for Ragna to come in. Ian cheerfully says, "You are always welcome, sir," and then the two of them slowly step inside. You quickly took the glass in your hand and slowly approached Ragna. Ian asked half-jokingly, "You don't like drinking, so why did you bring it here?" Ragna calmly replied, "Sometimes having a little drink isn't bad. I'm suddenly curious about my friend. I wonder what he's up to." Then he handed Ian the glass of wine he had just poured. "According to the messenger, take it." He was a bit hesitant at first, but finally took the glass of wine. Then the guest said thank you. He also raised his glass and immediately asked him, "How have you been lately, Ian? You look more lively than when you were in the city." Ian looked up at the house and slowly responded, "The divine has gone to the unified lands of the Empire." Ragna placed the cup to his lips, but he only paused there and listened to what you said next. "The god has met people from all walks of life and observed their lives, making that a meaningful time for him." At that moment, Ragna remained silent and listened, and the god also learned a lot after returning to his homeland. When the god thinks about that, magic is the only thing he knows in life. As the snow melts and winter passes, he thinks of having a small garden. At this point, Ian's face is filled with joy and happiness. Ian takes a sip of his drink and listens to Ragna respond. "You are probably living a much simpler life than that of a hero who fought for the unity of the land." A hint of sadness flickering on his face. "You still listen silently, huh? I'm very happy that you're satisfied with what you're doing." Ragna placed one hand on her thigh and kept talking nonstop. "A lot has happened since you left. After we successfully stopped the Gout force in the north, this unified kingdom has finally settled down." Ian quickly embraced himself, feeling a strange sensation throughout his body. Ian silently wondered what was wrong with his body. Ragna didn't seem to notice Ian's unusual behavior. His face was calm to an unreasonable degree, as if he had already known Ian would react strangely. He ignores the hundreds of eyes and Ian's oddity, Ragna's tone growing more assertive. "The daughter of Duke Banat, ruler of the Ron Principality, is about to announce her marriage to the Crown Prince. With this marriage, we can establish a peaceful relationship with the people of the powerful Ron Kingdom." A mysterious smile appeared on Ragna's lips. "It's wonderful to see the Crown Prince. It was only a child not long ago, and now he's married." He sighed, thinking, "I finally understand how my father felt back then." At this moment, he lowered his head, his limbs powerless, one hand bracing the chair to keep himself seated. He still ignored Ian's continued taunts, his voice weak and trembling as he sank lower without strength because there was no one to support him. The lands remain stable as the balance of power and influence with the royal family is maintained. In an instant, Ian collapsed to the ground, pain spreading through his body, but Ragna sat still and unmoving. "Because this is his plan," he continued, speaking rapidly. "The recovery that was once destroyed was due to the world changing rapidly," Ian's voice weak and trembling. Ragna smirked cruelly and then loudly declared that everything was being resolved smoothly and the Empire was entering its best days. He slammed his glass down on the table, sneering, and if you disappeared, Ian's blood suddenly burst out uncontrollably from his mouth. "You cover your nose with your hand, but can't stop the flow," Ragna said softly. "This poison will neutralize the mana flowing through your veins." His face was as cold as ice, with no hint of emotion. "It would only last for a short while. For you, that's what I mean." He stood up suddenly and said confidently, "That's why I had to mix in more poison." Ian managed to gasp out 2 words with his weak breath. "Why?" Ragna glanced down at Ian, who remained completely calm, and asked him again. "You don't understand?" Lai, who was holding it, dropped it onto the house. He replied slowly, "It's because of your power. It will threaten the growing unified empire." Ian looked up at the familiar yet strangely distant face, carefully reading each word he was about to say. During the war, this source of power was very useful, but now it's no longer needed. That's why you return to your homeland to atone for what you did for the rest of your life. Ian fell silent for a few seconds before he continued. Those are the words you said. Ragnar looked at Ian and confessed. But Ian, you know? His face no longer shows the same look as before when he saw Ian. He spoke louder. I was going crazy with fear of this long-time friend. A sense of fear appeared in Ragnar's heart. An 8th-level mage if he wants. He could seize the Empire from my hands. Ian still listened intently, but deep inside, he still clung to a faint hope. Maybe what Ian was waiting for was an explanation from Ragnar himself, but no, he took away the little hope that was left in him. How can I let that monster live freely? Then, a cold wave suddenly burst out from Ian's heart, and reality struck like a slap, shattering his last flicker of hope, my longtime friend. At this moment, Ian's tears are truly flowing. He's crying not because of the pain he's bearing, but because his trust has been shattered. The betrayal from those I trusted most. Ragnar looked at Ian and said, "Please do not forgive me." Then he turned around and left the house, leaving Ian with all his buried emotions inside. As he stepped outside, Ragnar immediately told Don Khan, who was waiting, "Burn it all down." The next moment, the flames erupted and spread, engulfing the house in the foggy, snowy night. As he walked away from the fire, Ragnar suddenly turned back, his eyes showing a hint of sadness, as if he had just lost something very important. Then Don Khan spoke. "Sir, we will handle the rest. Please return to the carriage." He silently thought, so this is how we die at the hands of the enemy. He deceived himself with a lie he believed to be true. I truly hate this ending. Back to the present, on a peaceful morning at the royal palace. Ian is heading somewhere. It turns out he is going to Ragnar's desk. He greeted casually, "Ian, you're here." He continued, "What did the princess say?" Ian replied, "The princess asked me why I betrayed your majesty." Ragnar's face was full of pride. "So what was your response?" Ian calmly replied that the god told him he was not obliged to answer the princess. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Truly pitiful her. It seems she likes you a lot." As he spoke, he crossed his arms in front of him, clearly showing his pride. Any suitor proposing marriage to that queen mother of mine was immediately dismissed and not to his liking. There's a hint of confusion in him, which is really strange. I don't understand why my father hates those guys so much, especially people like us. Basic rituals are just a cover for the benefits of the family and power. Ian suddenly falls silent as he listens to him. I never expected him to hide her just because he didn't want those things to happen. Ragnar chuckled softly, as if mocking. It's so ridiculous. He's the kind of person who would take advantage of those rituals. He said this as he stood up from his seat. At the right time, I will help you propose to the young lady of a worthy family. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Ian. It won't be long now. Ragnar raised both hands as if eager to hear what he was about to say. I am about to inherit the throne and become a king stronger than my father. I will be the first to unite these 3 nations. And the leader of the Green River Empire reached its peak, with greed clearly written on his face. Ragnar stood close to him and said, "This is my plan." Then he patted Ian on the shoulder and asked him to stay by his side during this crucial moment. His arrogant voice echoed throughout the room. "Now you belong to me, and you won't regret swearing loyalty to me." At this moment, Ian replied, "Your Royal Highness," then placed a hand on his arm and said in a commanding voice, "I have witnessed that." A scene unfolded before Ian's eyes, in the setting he was envisioning. You stand beside Ragnar amidst the cheers, Ian emphasizes with each word he speaks. The solemn moment is witnessed as the Green River Empire becomes a unified empire. Then, with strong conviction, Ian shouted loudly, next to the great king. Ragnar frowned, looking confused as if he didn't understand what Ian meant. He asked Ian again, "What do you mean?" Ian replied slowly, "I have given up everything I have for the king and this empire because those 2 things are my life," a look of slight hope appearing on Ian's face. He told him, just like this time, "I have found the life I truly desire." Hearing this, Ragnar fell silent, immediately asking a question to confirm his suspicion. "Don't say that you might have already given up." Ian replied calmly and gently, "And it was with great regret that he told you this." Ian revealed himself as the only one in the past, present, and future, biting his lip to listen to the rest of what you were about to say. At this moment, Ian kneels on one knee in a cracked stance, as a final act of respect for a friend and also a master. The person he trusts the most, showing absolute respect to the deity.
The image of him kneeling before him appears in Ian's mind.
You keep talking, and at the same time
You make the god despair. Ian shouted, Rangna, come find the god.
Ian's hand was placed in a reverse bow. The god would wait for him at the Tower of Death. In the next instant, Ian collapsed in front of Rangna, leaving him with many doubts in his heart. Rangna, furious, clenched his fists and said that it seemed he truly could no longer hold back. After a moment, Rangna hurriedly pushed open the door and stormed into another room, where a man inside was startled and asked, Prince Five, what's going on? Rangna shouted like crazy. Send the commander of the Royal Guard Unit 1 here immediately. Gather the guards and prepare the fastest horses for Ian. Also find Ivantes D at the same time outside the ivory tower in the snowstorm. Only Ian sat absent-mindedly under the porch. You are secretly thinking that my arrival here in my previous life was not a coincidence. I muttered to myself. He has been watching me, always keeping an eye on a wanderer like me all this time. My life is filled with regret and hatred. An image of someone who looks quite like Ian flashes through my mind. Holding the scepter, he wandered around and finally stopped at the ivory tower. It was he who brought me here to give me one more chance. Ian was overwhelmed. He finally understood everything Ian's father had told him. The last keepsake he left behind. It is the language of dragons returning. I think I now understand why I can comprehend dragon speech. Your eyes now show a hint of sadness, and so does the way you wield the authority that he passed down to me. Then, a sound caught your attention. It turned out to be the group of the 5th prince arriving. Rangna looked at you with a fierce gaze, but in response, Ian stood up and politely greeted him. Welcome, Rangna. Rangna called out to Avantos, Lord Avantos. This time you have to kill him. Can you do it? Avantos's furrowed brows looked really unpleasant. He closed his eyes and spoke in a haughty tone. We should have killed him from the start instead of getting ourselves into this tangled mess. He's just a level 6 mage. I can deal with him in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Avantos's cold gaze looked straight ahead and added, but it seems there's another problem. Hearing that, Rangna turned away irritably and asked what was the problem. Clearly sensing Avantos's hesitant eyes, I could feel the presence of the dragon Y of the Imperial Dragon nearby. When he saw Avantos and Rangna, Ian slowly stepped down to greet them. Very pleased to meet you, Rangna. But Rangna was furious and replied, Are we close enough to call each other by name? His anger and jealousy overwhelmed his reason at that moment. Ian, you're mistaken. His tone was twisted and distorted. Do you think the crown prince is only because of this empire? What this empire needs is a rational and strong emperor. That fool has no right to bear that responsibility. Rangna's envy and jealousy are stronger than ever. If he truly understood his position, he should have given up long ago. He takes his head from how he was close to his father's love and then flaunts it everywhere. Someone as lowly as him can only witness his own breakdown from within. Ian could do nothing but try to calmly listen as Rangna continued, while enjoying what should have belonged to him as if it were natural. Li Tri has been taken over by dark magic, leaving only dark thoughts that are expressed through his insane words. He is no longer worthy. I will never acknowledge him. I am the one who has the right. I will become the emperor, and you are no exception. You have overpowered your innate strong judgment, and those words have completely revealed your true nature. You know you can never save yourself now, Ian said to him. Rangna, you can no longer return to how you were before. Rangna found it truly ridiculous when Ian calmly uttered those meaningless words. He responded in a gentle tone, just letting his feet drift away. This was the last chance for him to say those pointless, hollow words. Then he signaled to Avantos to carry out the plan. Perhaps there were no more words between them. And then Rangna called out to Avantos. Lord Avantos, after receiving Rangna's orders, knew it was time to act, and he began unleashing attacks to kill Ian, feeling the powerful assault emanating from Avantos. Ian realized that the situation was hopeless, so he had no choice but to strike back at him. Right now, Avantos was still very confident, throwing his moves while saying, I've heard he's one of the smartest humans, but rumors aren't always true. Hurrying to find a way to die like that. Suddenly, Avantos's pupils dilated in shock. How could it be? He sensed that Ian's power had become incredibly strong, surprising him by being able to nullify his attacks. He wondered, Ian Fei, his level isn't even close to being comparable to mine. No matter how special he is, he's still just a human, unable to outsmart a dragon who has lived over 5 centuries. Avantos struggled with those thoughts, considering many possibilities, then wondered how all his attacks could be nullified. Not only that, he couldn't help but remember the energy he felt when he first entered the fallen tower, the energy Avantos sensed upon arriving here, the pressure of the Imperial Dragon. Avantos couldn't believe his eyes as he watched the strike come so lightly, but with immense power. I could feel that energy emanating from him. Instantly, fear crept in as he quickly asked Ian, "Who are you?" You looked at him and replied, "The dragon is despicable. He craves power and authority so much that he harmed his own ancestors. But now, his kin are gone, and he is the only remaining dragon. Michelle Greenriver has given him the most painful punishment possible." Ian softly says that Michelle Greenriver's punishment for him is worthless, full of hatred, rage, and suffering. Helpless and unable to do anything, living with that shame until now, he has done very well. This is the most hateful thing he has ever heard in his life, and he shouts loudly, "Hold on. My only remaining reason now is to kill the one who knows my dirty past that I am trying to hide. I will kill him." Contrary to that hesitation, Ian gently told Avantos that finally he would send him back to his kin, using the very power he had sought all his life. He sensed an overwhelming force beyond endurance, and Ian subtly wielded the power of the Dragon Clan to shift it aside. Avantos, the last hope of the Dragon Clan. Go and die, his eyes wide open in shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing in front of your overwhelming power. He truly couldn't control his own body anymore. His hands no longer obeyed his commands and began to harm himself. The long sword pierced through his hot, twisted chest, and with his last breath he asked you, "Why do you have that power?" The pages of Ian's memory are turned, revealing his past life like a novel. He remembers the first time he met Jiang Na, and as the next page is turned, that encounter might have been a carefully calculated move. But his approach was very meaningful to you, and finally, that piece of memory paper was turned back to the first page. That fleeting moment. It was at this point that all the tragedies you experienced began, and I remember Herbert told you to feel honored, Ian. He spoke in a commanding tone, and that was the first time he proactively approached someone before. He also promised to provide any available resources to develop your potential because he highly valued your talent. Ian nervously followed the Tower Master, silently listening as he warned to be careful with his actions and words, to stay proper. The person he was about to meet would later inherit the throne, and Ian felt a bit pressured upon hearing this. After a while, Herbert led you to that person's room. The guard's voice announced to Jiang Na, "Your Highness, Herbert, the owner of the fallen tower, requests an audience," and he then ordered him to enter. The guards also gradually parted to let Herbert and Ian enter to face Jiang Na. He initially greeted them politely, welcoming the master of the fallen tower and the tower's mage, Ian, who was a bit nervous at the time and couldn't respond. Then Jiang Na added that he had heard the tower owner speak a lot about you, that you possess a talent never before seen in the academy, and that everyone was very amazed. Facing such praise, Ian humbly replied that he did not deserve such exaltation. Hearing the response, Jiang Na sighed deeply before directly mentioning something that saddened Ian. "I've heard that a few days ago your mother passed away from an illness." Seeing that Ian's face was still not bright, he told him that because I also lost my mother, I can understand your feelings a little. Jiang Na's voice softened a bit. "You will still feel sympathy no matter what I say, but I still want to express my deep condolences. Now, I am no longer the prince of our empire. I want to meet you as a human being," and at that moment he spoke with the most sincere tone he could muster. Jiang Na hesitated. "I want to become your friend." Her eyes filled with hope as she looked directly at Ian. Back in this life, in the cold snowstorm at the fallen tower, Ian kept walking forward through the freezing snowflakes. Then his eyes suddenly closed again, as if preparing himself to face his fate. He took a deep breath and spoke first. "I will not beg you not to kill me. Kill me now. I would rather be released here and now than go to the execution ground." Ian just slightly bowed his head without replying. Perhaps he was also hesitating. Rang Na tried to speak arrogantly. "So what's wrong? Don't you hate me?" He kept questioning Ian, but "Why do you look at me like that? Do you pity me?" Suddenly, Rang Na could no longer keep her composure, and he started to scream wildly, "Someone like you should have been killed right from the start." He looked straight at Ian and spat out bitter words. "You monster." Despite the insults, Ian remained calm and replied, "You feel that way? Are you that afraid of me?" A member of the royal family, the fifth prince of this land, a proud man now helplessly kneeling before Ian. Ian continued, "In these final moments, I want you to see this." He gently touched Jiang Na's forehead, a stream of magic light flowing into his mind for him to see. "Who I am," Ian just said. The light grew stronger, and from this moment on, all the truths will be revealed in his mind. A series of Ian's memories unfold like a sad film, from their first meeting in a past life to how Ian assisted him, along with the words he once spoke. Even the accidental encounter with Hayden and Jiang Na's cold, hostile gaze are vividly remembered. But despite all this, Ian remained loyal to him. But everything started to change one day. Blinded, Ian followed him and did everything, even if it was wrong, to help Jang-na. And in the end, you helped him succeed in becoming emperor, and from then on, conflicts and disagreements grew more and more. Perhaps he no longer remembers the sincere words where he said he wanted to be friends with you, and Jang-na's eyes now look at you with indifference and bitterness. Then he accidentally glanced at Ian still kneeling on the ground, denying all of his past contributions, as Hai's cold footsteps seemed to tear Ian's heart apart. All the sins Jang-na committed were not yet over, and the climax was Ian sacrificing his dignity to kneel and beg him, but he looked at you with a look of hatred, deliberately pushing you into a dead end. At that moment, even he was the one who said, "Please don't forgive me." After learning the truth, Jang-na finally woke up, and he sniffed for a moment as if he hadn't fully processed the information. Jang-na's lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something, but in the end he still called out softly, "Ian Fa." "It is." Jang-na's voice hesitated as she spoke, and at this moment Ian also cast a spell to create an ice spear in his hand. In just a moment, Jang-na collapsed to the ground, and both of his heinous accomplices finally met. A gentle end. Ian was silent for a moment, his face completely expressionless, neither happy nor sad. But then he turned and walked away, leaving behind everything that had once caused him pain. Since the day before yesterday, after Long Nan and the fifth prince died, a large-scale crackdown was carried out against the Long sect and its affiliates. Orders were issued starting with Captain of the Royal Cavalry Team Dempen to all nobles who aided the fifth prince in his rebellion. Thanks to the princess's caring attention, Emperor Terry Greenriver was able to recover quickly and regain his sanity. The exhausted Terry sat on his sickbed, talking with Princess Harry after learning the truth, tears streaming down his face. He heard about the death of the fifth prince and was deeply saddened by it. Bao Lanz, the assassin who attempted to kill the emperor due to his own dark magic, was confirmed to have returned to normal and was declared innocent. His remains are honored and he can rest peacefully alongside the remaining royal guards. The rebellion of the fifth prince, involving the use of forbidden dark magic, is recorded in history as a rare case of horrific crimes. And the records of the Dragonborn Avantis have been sealed under the orders of the royal family, and his existence has been kept secret from the world forever. Time passes, and the death of the fifth prince Jang-na gradually fades into silent oblivion. So the revenge of Ian and the uprising that felt like it would last forever have come to an end. One morning at the Nya Tower, today is the day of the princess's trial for her illegal use of magic. "Are you worried?" she called out, and Ian, dressed as a judge, approached. Harry told him that he was really worried. Ian asked seriously, "Are you not regretful about your decision?" Harry's small hand clenched with determination. "Yes, I have no regrets." Her unwavering gaze said it all. "I no longer want to hide it. I want to help everyone with my strength." Hearing the princess's confident reply, a faint smile appeared on Ian's face. Then he gently bowed and said to her, "Don't worry, Your Highness, everything will be fine." At this moment, the door of the courtroom opened, and a low-level mage announced that the tower's owner had fallen. "Your Highness, please come in." After a while, the verdict finally began, and Harry, as the accused, stepped out to face judgment. As Harry stands before the gallows, the announcement rings out, deciding what to do with Princess Harry Greenriver. For the crime of casting and using illegal magic, the trial will begin immediately, and Ian, seated at the highest position, quietly watches her. He spoke seriously, saying there was something he wanted to say before the trial began, then suddenly stood up and went to Harry's side. Ian said plainly that he was involved with the princess's accusations. "And so I cannot preside over the trial. I will let Lord Ronan and Decker take over instead." After Ian's words, everyone present at the trial immediately started to discuss. In shock, Decker shouted in surprise, "What are you suddenly saying?" Before the interrogation, Ian placed his hand on his chest and clearly said, "I am one of the Royal Mage instructors." Ronan calmly asked, "Isn't he? Please tell us the details." Now, Ian slowly recounted everything, revealing that he had been a mage for 6 years. The story gradually became clear through his narration, even though I saw him use magic right before my eyes. At that time, Harry said to Kelvin, "My magic is so weak," Kelvin replied. "It's because you're just starting to learn magic." Ian continued, "I overlooked that because I was sure he had his own reasons." Ian said that many years later, I had to secretly investigate Long Li. At that time, the organization closely linked to that dark magic had already infiltrated the royal court quite deeply, because many nobles in the capital had been mixed in by them. The existence of Long Li became an enormous threat. Ian's voice rang out steadily, for he was a true high-ranking sorcerer, capable of turning the entire empire into a sea of blood if he wished. Of course, I had to act very carefully to ensure everyone's safety, but human capacity is limited, and there are things I can only do myself. All the people attending the court were stunned by Ian's next words. I need help, someone in the imperial palace I can trust, who also has political power and influence. Then I turned to look at Harry. That's what I suggested to him. In exchange for teaching him magic and developing that ability in secret, he must help me whenever I need. Harry's eyes flickered with surprise. Ian said, So thanks to his help, I was able to escape the influence of dark magic and then find a way to defeat the Dragonborn. Finally, Ian concluded with a sentence, and more detailed information about this incident can be found in the report on the uprising of the Fifth Prince and the investigation into the Dragon Seal. All I have to say is that. After hearing this, Ronan immediately asked the princess, Your Highness, I want to ask you, is what the Mage Master is saying truly the truth? She hesitated and replied, Yes, that is the truth. After asking, Ronan added, Now we will give you the chance to speak. Please feel free to say whatever you think. Harry felt a bit worried. She turned her head back and saw the people who had hidden and helped her standing there in shock. Then Harry looked at Ian again, and Ian responded with a gentle smile. Harry's cheeks flushed, and she mouthed as if determined to say everything. Then Harry boldly declared to the judge that I am a criminal who broke the laws of our empire, and I am ready to accept any punishment deemed appropriate. With all my courage, Harry firmly stated that I do not seek any special treatment just because I am a member of the royal family. I want to face the punishment according to the Empire's laws and justice. However, Kelvin and the maids who are here, those who knew I was a magic user and hid the truth, are completely innocent. Everything has come to this point, yet she still wants to protect those who have helped her. They simply followed my orders and had no other choice because I am a member of the royal family. Kelvin and the maids were all surprised by the princess's words. Then she continued, Please consider this special situation and lay all the blame on me. I sincerely ask all the people from the ivory tower for this. Just as tension was rising, a deep voice with absolute authority suddenly rang out, No, the princess did nothing wrong, causing Ian and Harry to both startle and turn back. Even Ronan and Decker looked on in shock at the source of that stern voice. The people in the hall were immediately stunned as the figure now standing before them was none other than Little Princess, the Emperor of the Empire. Ian asked concernedly if he was okay, and Terry replied that he was fine. It didn't seem like it was his time to die. Then, Terry stepped forward and told the judge that he wanted to say this to the mages of the low tier. The princess did nothing wrong. She simply followed my orders. He recounted everything when Mage Kelvin told me that the princess was a mage. I ordered them to keep this secret because I wanted her to live as a royal, not as a mage. At that moment, Terry also realized that although later she did become more cautious around the ivory tower, I was certain I played an important role in influencing that decision. He believes everything happened because of a wrong decision I made and the love I have for her. The next moment, Terry made a request, earnestly pleading with everyone to blame him entirely and give the princess a chance to become a mage. Decker silently looked at Ronan, and the two exchanged glances. Ronan nodded to show he understood. Then he began to speak. Usually we only announce our decision after discussing with the low ivory master. But since the low-tier master is also involved in this matter, I will be the one to announce our decision. Ian and Harry focus on listening to Ronan's verdict. This trial is to judge the serious crime of illegal magic teaching and creating a mage. We acknowledge this is a special situation. According to Ronan, first, the person who caused Princess Harry Green River to be dismissed is Herbert Leon, the head of the Ivory Tower, who is a slave and the right hand of the traitor, Ragnar Green River, so his decision to remain silent was correct. He added that we have confirmed the prince has not gained any benefits from using magic, so it cannot be concluded that he has hidden the truth for personal ambition. Then Ronan reached a final conclusion, because he could reach level 4 even in a restricted environment. Clearly, his magical talent is extremely rare, and even if the entire continent were searched, it would be difficult to find someone like him. His voice slowed slightly, clearly enunciating each word. So instead of punishment, the Ivory Tower wants to give Harry Green River one last chance. Ronan made the decision. We will postpone the punishment for 5 years, and we want him to take responsibility as a wizard of the Ivory Tower during this 5-year period. You will be the first to be transferred in a joint mission happening within the Empire, and you will also be taught everything you couldn't learn at the Academy through private lessons from the Ivory Tower. Harry was stunned for a moment upon hearing the verdict, realizing the importance of postponing the punishment and that what happens in those 5 years will determine what kind of punishment you will face during that time. Finally, Ronan loudly declared that at this moment,
Harry Green River is no longer a princess of the Empire, but a wizard of the Ivory Tower, and the verdict ended with her being incredibly happy. One peaceful morning at the Ivory Tower, sunlight streaming through the window, Ian standing nearby, lost in thought.
Suddenly, he heard a call. "Prince Ian!" And when Ian turned around, he saw it was His Highness. Hearing that title, Harry quickly explained, "I'm no longer a princess. Just call me by my name." Ian also smiled back at her and said, "All right, so Harry enjoys life in the Ivory Tower." She shyly replied, "I like it a lot. Maybe I was a bit distant from everyone before, but now they are starting to accept me." Understanding that everything she has is thanks to Ian, Harry sincerely expressed her gratitude. "There is no one to give way to. No one. I cannot be part of this Ivory Tower. Truly thank anyone." He replied, "As long as you're okay, I'm happy, so don't be shy." Harry hesitated for a moment, and Ian, noticing, said, "It seems like you want to say something else." Then she gathered all her courage and said, "I heard about your desire to leave the position of the Ivory Tower Master." "Is it because of me, because I asked you to teach me magic, that you—" Ian immediately denied, "No, you are not involved at all. I just want to explain that I have something to do, but as long as I am still part of the Ivory Tower, I cannot do it. So I want to meet with you to return this to you, and then I reach out and invite the person beside me. The item inside is actually the cloak that you once borrowed from the Emperor." Harry was a bit surprised to see it, and Ian said, "This is Michelle Greenriver's cloak, the one the king lent to me." According to Ian, this robe was originally meant to be passed down to the royal mage. "I only borrowed it temporarily, and now my responsibility is to return it to someone worthy of it." Then he took out another item, which was the staff I had been using. The staff Ian is holding is the Great Origin Staff, made from a very rare material outside the kingdom, and it enhances mana usage. Ian says this staff is very lightweight and easy for women to use, and Harry takes it, feeling that it is a very valuable item. Her eyes clearly showed excitement, so Ian asked the princess, "Do you like it?" And Harry quickly nodded. "I like it a lot." Seeing her so happy also unconsciously made Ian happy. But after a moment, Ian finally said, "And I have one thing I would like to ask of you." "What is it?" Ian said, "I will be leaving the capital soon, this trip. It has been a long time, possibly several years while I was away. I asked her to watch over my family so they could stay safe in the capital." Hearing this, the happiness on Harry's face disappeared, replaced by surprise and confusion. She hesitated and asked again, "Are you really leaving here? Where do you plan to go?" Ian shook his head softly and replied, "I can't tell you right now because I myself don't know where I need to go. Mr. Ian, I have lived the life I wanted to live." Harry tried to persuade Ian that with the power I currently hold, I will wholeheartedly help those in need and establish charitable funds to support the struggling alongside my brother. When my father learned of my plans, he was very pleased and always ready to support me. So, at this point, her words seem to get stuck in her throat and she can't speak. Harry pauses for a second to regain his composure, then directly states his wish. "I very much hope you can stay by my side." "Please don't go." Harry's voice was filled with utter helplessness, and Ian, knowing this well, closed his eyes and thought for a moment. But in the end, he uttered a word that disappointed her. "I'm sorry, tomorrow at the royal palace." At this moment, Hayden was so shocked he gasped, "Why would you leave the capital, you?" Ian calmly replied, "Yes, your highness." Hayden nervously said, "Do you know how surprised I was when I received the news about you stepping down as the Tower Master, and now you're asking to leave again when all the complicated issues have been completely resolved?" Then he remembered his sister. Harry kept crying all the time. Then Hayden showed a displeased attitude and questioned Ian. "Did you kick her?" Ian stammered and replied, "What? No, it's not true." Hayden lowered his voice and said seriously, "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but Harry really is a very strong-willed woman." He listed Harry's virtues one by one, saying she's kind like the Empress, a high-level mage, extremely talented, and you won't find someone like her again. But Ian didn't understand Hayden's meaning and simply replied, "She's truly a lovely and spirited girl, so I sincerely hope she finds someone better than me and lives happily." Hearing Ian's straightforward answer made Hayden annoyed. Why does he always get so awkward when it comes to feelings? Then he gave up on this love story and changed the subject. "All right, what do you want to say to me?" Ian solemnly said that before Lord Paul Lansdott asked him to do something, it was to send a message to the Prince and Captain Oliver that he was sorry and very grateful to everyone. Hayden was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then Ian bowed respectfully. "I can only do this much. I hope the Prince will forgive me." Looking at the person in front of him, Hayden replied, "Ian, you have helped me a lot." He sincerely expressed his thoughts. If it weren't for you, I would still be a useless puppet prince, always belittling myself. Hayden added that he would try even harder in the future and would definitely become a promising successor who would not let down those who believed in him. Hayden's trusting gaze was directed at Ian, so after finishing your tasks, come back here and help me out, Ian. Seeing Hayden support him, Ian happily responded, "Of course, Your Highness. Now." Hayden continued, "All right, let's get to the main point." Ian asked curiously, "What's the main point?" Then he called Oliver, the captain, who brought something over, so it turned out to be a sword. Hayden took it and slowly drew it out, happily showing it to Ian. "Isn't this sword cool?" "I've trained a lot to get it like this." But Ian still didn't understand his intention and asked, "What does the Crown Prince mean?" Next, Hayden explained his intention clearly. "I am giving you this eternal contract as a gift for a friend, a mentor, and a benefactor." The tip of the sword lightly touches the floor, symbolizing a firm promise that the royal family will always keep the door open to welcome the great mage Ian Fa if he needs the support of the royal family. "Our royal family is ready to do everything possible to support." Ian was a bit surprised after hearing this, not expecting the Crown Prince to do that. But he didn't stop there. He boldly declared that this oath would always be valid for the generations to come of our two families. Then Hayden and Oliver both placed their hands on their chests and solemnly declared, "Before the sacred Emerald River, I vow to uphold this oath." As he finished, Hayden shyly added, "When I was little, I often saw the lords do that. They looked so cool, so I wanted to try it too." "Do what you must. We are waiting for your return." Those words once again moved Ian, tears welling up in his eyes, and he gently rested his head on the Crown Prince's shoulder, saying, "Thank you, Crown Prince." One afternoon at Ian's mansion, while he was in his study organizing documents, he heard a knock on the door. Vanessa called out, "Ian, I'm coming in," knowing it was his mother. Ian replied, "Come in, Mom." You stepped beside her and asked why she came here, saying she was still tired from the trip and should rest more. But as soon as you touched her hand, Ian immediately sensed that something was wrong. He quickly asked, "Are you okay, Mom? Your hands are so cold and your face doesn't look good," but Vanessa didn't answer. She shivered slightly but still forced herself to say, "I'm fine." Suddenly she could not hold on anymore and collapsed into Ian's arms, causing him to panic and shout, "Mom." Then Ian immediately said, "Wait a moment, I will call the radio and the doctor right away." Her hands trembled as she held you tightly. "Don't," Vanessa said with all her might. "Mom just came to see you return safely, meeting you." She couldn't find the words to say. Seeing his mother like that, Ian was also very heartbroken and kept calling her. At this moment, Vanessa asked, "Ian, do you have to go?" She recounted that after returning to the capital, her mother heard about something that happened to you, and after hearing it, she couldn't breathe and broke down crying. Vanessa blamed herself, wondering why that terrible thing happened to you and why you had to face such a difficult challenge alone. "It's all my fault, Mom. My heart feels like it's been torn apart." Knowing you're worried about me, Ian hurriedly explained, "Mom, that happened when I was in Morgan's territory. I was so scared I might never see you again." Her eyes showed clear astonishment. "Ian, if you make a mistake, even if you make a mistake, I can't go on living because for this, Mother." Besides the late husband, Ian is the only family I have, so Vanessa said, "I don't want to lose my family again." Ian paused for a moment, then gently took his mother's hands and spoke softly. "Mom, maybe you won't believe it, but I met Dad," Ian said casually. She was completely stunned by this, "What?" But Ian quickly continued, "There will be time to explain everything, but he told me that even if I can't see him, he's always in my heart." Ian's father said that to him, and continued, "How much you hated him, but in truth, you realized that everything you have is the love your father left behind." With a sincere tone from deep within his heart, Ian told his mother, "So I will follow the path he took. He said that I want to learn more about what a true heart is, how to protect my mother and myself." In the end, Ian said, "Please let me do as much as I can, and this is also the first and last time my father asked me to do so." In that moment, Vanessa seemed to see her husband's figure in her son. She wiped her eyes for a moment, tears streaming down her gentle face, but at this time she calmly said, "You have truly grown a lot. I still thought you were my little child." Ian reassures his mother, asking her not to worry too much and not to think she is alone because now there are many people who love her very much. Even Ian can clearly see this change. He mentions the video, saying that the person in the video is truly a good person, and his sincerity can be likened to a father's love, something he has never experienced before. Next is Douglas, with the boy beside him. The atmosphere always becomes brighter. He is a smart and gentle child who cares about everyone's hearts. Ian looked directly into Vanessa's eyes and said, "I hope you will be happy," then hugged her tightly. "I will definitely come back." They talked to each other without knowing that the door was still slightly open. and neither of them knew when Video and Douglas had arrived, but Douglas couldn't hold back his tears and started crying. "Are you leaving now?" Ian also replied, "Yes, I guess I have to go now." This scene feels a bit nostalgic for Video. "You only brought one horse, huh? It reminds me of when I left Loy Village and met you. You just laughed and reminded me back then I was a terrible rider," Ian replied, "but now I ride well because I was too short then." After joking around for a while, Ian finally got to the main point. "Lord Video, please take care of my mother." He replied, "Don't worry, I will risk my life to protect the lady." At that moment, Douglas's clear voice rang in his ear. "Ian. Ian still isn't used to that way of calling him, Douglas, if you roar like that." Douglas took out something from a bag and handed it to Ian. Douglas casually said that this is Elizomana and the healing potion I prepared. I guarantee it's much better than the products sold on the market. I know you won't get hurt that day, but if anything happens, just send a letter to my mansion any time, and I'll prepare even better medicine. At the same time, Vanessa was also rushing over, Ian still unaware and replying, "Douglas, thank you." As soon as she arrived, she called out loudly, "Ian?" Seeing my mother arrive, Ian immediately called out, "Mom," Vanessa, as usual, brought out a package of cakes. "Eat while walking. I've prepared a lot. She advised you to sign more, not to skip meals, always take care of your health, and regularly write letters to me." Ian replied, "Yes, take care of yourself too." After saying goodbye, he went to his horse and told them, "I'm going home." The horse's footsteps also slowly followed Ian's lead as they headed straight ahead together, but after just a few steps, the horse suddenly stopped. Ian turned back to look at everything he had gained over the past years. Looking at the mansion he had lived in for so long, he quietly thought that his home could always be where he belonged. A smile of boundless happiness appeared on Ian's face, because he knew that his family was always waiting for him at that home. After taking one last look at them, Ian gently turned around, then looked away and headed straight forward. Time has passed, and Douglas wrote a letter to Ian, the leader, asking how he is doing. In the letter,
He mentioned that he has been gone for 8 years. A lot has happened, and he graduated with honors from the Imperial Alchemy Academy.
on Douglas's desk now are many trophies, and I also included that story in my letter. I found a way to cure the illness, my childhood wish, and I was recognized and became a royal alchemist. Douglas also mentioned that my father, who researched with me, was invited to become a royal alchemist, but he refused. He said it was due to pressure, but I think he just didn't want to leave his wife. According to him, at first they were a bit awkward, but now they are very happy, and then he talked about informing Ian that His Majesty could not fully recover from the poisoning incident 8 years ago, and now the Crown Prince is the representative of that time. Douglas also said with surprise that the current Crown Prince is so talented that you can't recognize him anymore. Recently, he signed a peace treaty with the youngest princess and the prince consort. Thanks to that, trade flourished and the empire's economy and technology developed rapidly. Douglas also mentioned the princess, her 5-year punishment for Harry has ended, and now she is recognized as a high-level mage of the Tower of Fall. She has established an organization to help those in need and is very popular with the public, making her the top candidate for the next Tower Master. Sitting by the window in her office, Douglas wrote wistfully, "We are all doing our best and also miss you very much. Please come home early. We're waiting for you there. P.S. Next time we meet, can I call you my brother?" After finishing the letter, Douglas stretched and muttered to himself, "I miss him so much. I wonder where he is right now." At this moment, the radio voice echoed into the room. "Douglas, we're done. Come down quickly." The boy responded promptly, "Yes, sir," then ran downstairs. Suddenly, Douglas looked surprised. He saw Vanessa standing in the hall. Today, she looked so beautiful. She happily replied, "Thank you, Douglas." But Vanessa hesitated a bit and asked, "Do you think it's okay for my mother to go with the two of them?" And the video responded confidently, "Of course. The new king personally sent the invitation and carriage for us," Douglas added. "That's right. They also arranged VIP seats for us that day. So, of course, we have to go." Under the persuasion of the two of them, Vanessa finally agreed. "All right, then." Then the radio asked, "Shall we go now?" Meanwhile, at the palace cemetery, Oliver was sitting and offering flowers to Bao's grave. After a while, a knight came to remind him that it was time for the captain. He replied, "Okay," and Oliver turned to leave.
But then he hesitated and looked back, his eyes fixed on Bao's grave.
Then he thought to himself, "It's good to have you here. I will be back soon. Rest in peace, Bao."
Also that morning at the Ivory Tower, Maris pushed open Harry's door and asked, "Miss Harry, are you ready yet?"
Harry, in ceremonial attire, stepped forward. "I am here now." She looked again at the staff Ian had given her
and approached it, gently touching it. Then Harry decisively took it and said, "Let's go."
After finishing her preparations, she said, "Let's attend my brother's coronation." Right now, at the royal palace,
everything is beautifully decorated and meticulously prepared for today.
Everyone was dressed neatly and beautifully to attend the ceremony, and the atmosphere was extremely lively and joyful. Finally, the important moment arrived, and Emperor Terry Greenriver slowly stepped down, beginning to announce, "My beloved subjects." Vanessa, Riolo, and Douglas are also present and listening to the Emperor's speech, and I want to take this opportunity to pass on this noble throne to my son, Crown Prince Hayden Greenriver, with Harry standing beside him, along with Ronan and the mages happily welcoming this. Terry continued, "Usually this throne would be passed down after my death, but after careful consideration, I believe this is the best decision for the Empire." His serious tone echoed, so that the Empire could continue to prosper, and everyone would be even more prosperous under the new king. Terry spoke with all seriousness as the door gradually opened, and the subjects of Green River. Hayden then appeared from behind the door. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, Hayden now appeared incredibly mature, embodying the bearing of a true ruler. He slowly stepped forward, each step exuding an extraordinary aura, and then he stopped in front of his father. Then he gently knelt down, bowing respectfully before him, and Terry said with satisfaction, "I am proud of you, my son." Hayden replied seriously, "I will do my best to make you proud." Hearing that, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. The Emperor continued the ceremony as the servant brought him the Emperor's crown. Then Terry gently placed it on Hayden's head. Next, he solemnly declared that at this moment, Hayden Greenriver is the King of Green River.
The people immediately responded happily, everyone congratulating him. Long live the king!
Meanwhile, among the crowd, a familiar figure was also there enthusiastically waving. And suddenly, flowers began to fall from the sky like a miracle. Now, Hayden seems to have seen that person, and even if they hide among the crowd, he can still recognize them. Everyone is wondering what's going on, why are there flowers falling, and only Harry can sense the magic within these flowers. A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that at that moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Congratulating the new king, your majesty." Hayden looked directly at Hayden and sincerely congratulated him. A bright smile suddenly appeared on Hayden's serious face from the start of the coronation ceremony, and he warmly greeted Ian. After the ceremony, Hayden was so overwhelmed with joy at Ian's unexpected arrival that he almost cried. He kept shaking Ian and expressing his feelings, ignoring the serious image of an emperor. "I miss you so much, Ian. I miss you very, very much." Seeing the person in front of him, Ian said, "You're still the same as before," and then he bowed slightly, congratulating you on your coronation. At that moment, Vanessa saw her son and called out in surprise. Ian immediately responded. Vanessa and the others rushed over to hug Ian tightly, unable to contain their emotions as she said, "Oh my God, why didn't you contact everyone? Are you healthy? Are you eating well and getting enough to eat? Do you know how much we miss you?" And Douglas, tears in his eyes, said, "Ian, I miss you so much." Ian also responded to them, "I miss everyone too. Mom, Douglas, and my leg." He called each person in turn. Vanessa then asked her son, "Have you finished what you needed to do?" Ian smiled and replied to his mother, "Yes, this time everything has truly been settled." Hayden then let out a small laugh, as if Ian was deliberately reminding him not to forget someone. Ian still didn't understand what he meant, so Hayden plainly pointed to the side. Ian looked in the direction Hayden indicated and saw Harry standing there waiting for him, and only then did he suddenly remember who this girl was. "She is smiling at you." "Ooh," Ian called out. "Harry, come quickly and get closer to her. It's been a while since we met. Are you still well?" Harry's cheeks lightly flushed as he hesitantly replied, "I'm fine. And how about you, sir?" "I just live my life wandering around. Hayden mentions me everywhere, from the kingdom to remote places and even distant borderlands. Everyone talks about a righteous person who cared for common folk and a young girl in the tower, right?" She really did a great job. Hearing those words made Harry confused. No, it's not that amazing. Suddenly, the awkward atmosphere between the two of them became even more uncomfortable. Realizing he was about to lose control, Harry kept trying to say, "I'll go ahead now. Hope someone enjoys the party. Sorry, Ian." When she turned and walked away, Ian still stood there stunned, as if he wanted to say something but then hesitated. Hayden saw this and approached, suspicious, and said, "There's a bit of disappointment in you." Ian stammered in response, "What do you mean that's not true?" Then Hayden directly told Ian that Harry is not married yet. According to him, despite receiving many marriage proposals, she has rejected them all because she is waiting for someone. I wonder who she has been waiting for all these 8 years, and hearing that Ian looked a bit shy. Before Ian could respond, Hayden added, "And moreover, she's not the only one waiting. From now on, there will be a ton of things to do." He said that the one who will carry them out with me is you, right? Ian replied, "I am waiting for your command, your highness, and once again, it is a peaceful day at the tower." Harry is sitting admiring the flowers in the garden. She reflects on that day, thinking maybe she should have talked longer with him last time. Remembering what Ian once told her, she quietly thinks that perhaps he has forgotten what happened that day. At that moment, Ian coldly apologized and then left her behind, disappearing for 8 years, which made Harry feel a bit disappointed. Then she dismissed her own thoughts, telling herself not to expect anything anymore, that those days had just returned, and they must have been very busy. Surely there was no time left for someone like her. "I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry." Harry slowly stood up and asked, "Is everything okay, sir?" "What are you doing here?" Ian replied. "I came here after greeting the mages of the Russian Tower. Everyone said you would probably be here at this time." She was a bit confused and thought to herself, "Everyone has improved." Then Ian looked around and admired. "The garden of the Russian Tower has become much more beautiful. Back when I was here, this place was just a bunch of weeds." Harry shyly explained that after becoming a formal mage, she started planting trees here, and thought it would be wonderful if this place could become a peaceful retreat for mages. Hearing that, Ian responded with a smile. "That's a lovely idea." Then he continued, "If possible, could you show me the garden?" Harry immediately responded, "Sure, of course." The two walk around the garden grounds, chatting endlessly, with Ian comfortably sharing with Harry that although Landia's flowers are very rare in Green River, he was surprised to see them treated like weeds in Khao Ut. Some people have suffered because they couldn't have those flowers. Then you also told more about your travels. I heard there's a shimmering golden lake in the western part of the Ronin kingdom that he visited, but when I arrived, it looked just like an ordinary pond. However, at sunrise, it truly reflected the golden light. At that moment, Ian witnessed that beautiful scene alone, recalling the shimmering reflection on the lake that made him feel moved. That moment was truly magnificent, and one he would never forget in his life. Hearing about the wonderful things Ian shared, Harry replied, "It sounds like an amazing journey already." "The golden shining lake sounds so beautiful. I hope I can visit it someday," she said happily. Ian looked at her thoughtfully for a moment. Suddenly, he told her that he could take her there or anywhere she wanted, and those words surprised Harry a little. Ian reached out his hand to her and said, "Just hold my hand." He then described, one by one, the golden lake, the shimmering forest, the scorching desert, and the vast ocean. "Every sincere word you speak now is dedicated to one person. I have traveled everywhere in this world, and the first thing I think of when I arrive there is you, Harry." Ian slowly expressed his feelings. "I wonder what expression you would have if you stood beside me at that moment. And someday thinking of you might become a torment." He added, "And I realized what this feeling truly was. When I had done everything I needed to do, the first thing I thought of was you, Harry," who was still stunned at this moment. She couldn't believe that one day her feelings would be reciprocated by Ian in such a romantic way. Immediately after, Ian knelt down on one knee and poured out heartfelt words. "Harry, be my lifelong friend." "With all my love," Ian said, "let me stay by your side for the rest of our lives." Seeing the person she had secretly admired for so long now expressing her feelings openly, Harry was momentarily unsure how to respond. Her beautiful face grew even more flushed, but her eyes still showed hesitation. Harry hesitated then and asked, "You won't leave anymore, right?" Ian immediately confirmed, "That's right, I will always be by your side." After that response, Harry broke into tears, and Ian, seeing her crying so hard that she was trembling, asked nervously, "Harry," but her next words truly touched Ian's heart, "I miss you so much. I have really been waiting for a long time." Then Harry responded with a firm answer. "I agree." She gently placed her hand on Ian's and said, "I am happy to let you do this. Finally, all of Ian's hardships in both lives have come to a happy ending."